guys, how is everybody doing today? My name is Debbie. Welcome to my channel. I hope everybody had a fantastic weekend. And again, I forgot to mute myself. Good morning. Looks like it's just me and you, Judy. Lana Clarkson, Lana's mom, raised her 3 children alone after Lana's father was killed in an accident when she was a teenager. Lana had 2 siblings, Jesse J. Clarkson and Fawn Clarkson. On the day of her death, Donna and Lana spent the day shopping. Donna bought Lana 5 pairs of shoes. Donna will always dispute Lana ever would take her life. She said, "I will not let her become the forgotten victim in Spector's history." She honors her yearly on her birthday. Okay.
Usual to have, quote, a defense team and have more than 1 or 2 lawyers. This is a rather large team. Mr. Cutler was originally denominated as lead counsel with the other attorneys working for him. Obviously, that relationship has changed, and that's fine. That's for the defense team to work out. In his absence, and the court took a waiver because he, quote, was lead counsel, Mr. Rosen has taken over the burden of examining the most witnesses, with certain specific witnesses being assigned to certain lawyers. Mr. Plord takes certain medical testimony. Ms. Kenny Bodden takes scientific or computer testimony. Mr. Rosen and Mr. Brunon take the bulk of the rest of it. But at the same time, Ms. Kenny Bodden has not been present for the entire trial. I don't know what the reporters note, but I will note for the record that she is often in and out of the courtroom. She goes out to either interview witnesses or question witnesses, but there's many times when she is not present here. Mr. Brunon is here only part-time. Mr. Rosen has been the one constant. He was gone, I think, for one time to make a federal appearance, and because he wasn't critical to the witness that was either being examined on direct or cross, I don't remember, and we took a waiver as to that. But the bottom line is, it has been the defense choice throughout this entire trial to have lawyers in and out of the courtroom. And I have talked to counsel in chambers, Mr. Spector. I am quite confident the witnesses that the people are presenting today are witnesses that are assigned to Mr. Rosen to cross-examine, and Ms. Kenny Bodden would not be active in the cross-examination of those witnesses. She would have nothing to do with it. Based on that, I'm going to respectfully decline your request not to proceed with trial today. We are going to proceed with trial. If we get to the point where a witness, and I'm hopeful that Ms. Kenny Bodden will be back very shortly, if we get past that point and there are witnesses where she was the person that was expected to cross-examine, or we're farther down the road, I'll have to make a decision at that time as to whether and how we can proceed, and I will at that time. But for today, you're not being put in a negative position in any way, shape, or fashion from what I've been told by your other counsel, and therefore we're going to proceed. All right, with that in mind, let's bring out the jurors. All right, sir, you've been previously sworn. You remain under oath. Just state your name again for the record.
Nick Terzin.
Okay, and remember to speak slowly. You may proceed.
Thank you. Try to be sensitive to that. Mr. Terzin, yesterday when we left off, we were chatting about Ms. Clarkson's work ethic. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
Okay, I'd like to follow up on that a little bit and continue talking about that for just a quick second. You said that she your clients because even at a casting, at an original audition, she would kind of go all out. And I think the last thing you said was if she was doing a Vegas showgirl, she'd have a giant headdress and big feathers and stuff, and you didn't know how she even drove down the street looking like that, right?
Absolutely.
All right. Was that commonplace for someone, one of your clients, if you're sending that client on a casting or on an audition, to go that far above and beyond to actually dress the part of the potential part of the audition?
Never to the extent that Lana did.
Was that advantageous for Lana?
Oh, absolutely.
How
yes.
so?
It's the industry is in the sense that when you actually walk in the door and you look the part, and whether a director, a producer, a client, an advertising agency is looking at the talent when they walk in the door, when you actually look the part, chances are 50% of the job, you've already got the job.
Was Lana Clarkson a better booker, if you will, than the average client that you represented?
Her ratio is higher than the average client, yes. Because of that specific reason.
Educate me just a quick second on how the process works. You go to an audition first, chronologically, correct?
Correct.
And that's also called a casting.
Correct.
Or casting call, correct?
Right.
Then well, you tell me, how does it chronologically work? What are some of the terms of art that are associated with moving through the process and finally landing or booking a part or a role or a modeling gig?
It starts out with an actual first audition.
Okay.
And from the first audition, you go into a callback. From the callback, you would probably, at that point, be put on hold for the job. And once you're put on hold for the job, after that, you're called and booked on the job.
All right, so 4 basic areas: audition, callback, hold, and booked, correct?
Right.
Was, in your professional experience with Lana Clarkson as an actor, was she consistently called back after an audition?
She had a really high callback ratio, yes.
Did she have a high hold ratio as well?
Very high.
What does it mean to be put on hold after you're called back for an audition?
It means that the client or the ad agency, however you want to look at it, has narrowed down their choices to their top, let's say, 3 choices or 2 choices, and it's between you and another talent at that point. Or 2 other talents, depending on how many they put on hold.
Were you pretty confident in casting Lana for particular parts when you knew that she was right for a part or right for a project? Were you usually pretty confident that if she auditioned for it, oftentimes she was going to get held on the part and likely booked?
Yes.
Did she have a reputation in the industry among casting directors as well?
Yes.
What was that reputation?
Objection, hearsay. Overruled.
Go ahead.
Her reputation in the casting community was that she was a very, very, very all-out talent that would go to the highest level of professionalism when she would show up to the casting, whether it be on time or whether it be looking the part, being prepared for the role. There was never anything negative that was said about her after an audition, and as agents, we do get that kind of feedback from certain casting offices, depending on how the talent did when they do go to their audition. And there was never anything negative that was ever said about her. It was always very positive. If she didn't get the role, obviously there'd be a reason why she didn't get it, but there was nothing but great things that were said about her.
Is it your experience that if someone, for instance, doesn't get a role, if you send someone on an audition and they get a call back and they get put on hold, but they don't necessarily get booked for that particular part, does that always mean that they're a bad actor?
Oh, no.
What are some of the reasons that someone, a male or a female or whomever, might not get either a print ad or a modeling gig or an acting role?
Your Honor, can I have just a running objection on this on hearsay, please?
The objection's overruled. All right.
Go ahead, Mr. Terzan.
I mean, excuses could be anything as far as someone was too tall, someone was too ethnic looking, somebody didn't look ethnic enough, somebody was too heavy, too thin, too short. Reasons could be just out of 1 in a million. It's just too big of a spectrum to tell you something specific.
But just because, in your experience, someone doesn't necessarily land a particular role or get a particular modeling gig, doesn't mean that they're unsuccessful insofar as that audition was concerned.
No.
Was Lana Clarkson successful in her auditions in your experience?
Overruled.
Yes.
As a matter of fact, is it incumbent on you as an agent when you have young talent, young female, young male, whomever is trying to break into the acting business, is it incumbent on you as an agent to try to guide them, if you will, to let them know what castings are going to consist of and maybe teach them and mold them a little bit about how to do their job better?
Well, I'm going to object this comment.
Break it up.
Sure. Is it incumbent on you as an agent to guide young talent that you represent?
Yes.
Did you ever have in all your years of experience with Lana Clarkson, did you develop some kind of a phrase that you used with younger talent about Lana Clarkson and your agency?
Yes.
What was that?
I would describe to talent when they came in for an actual interview with me. I would explain to them how I had this talent named Lana Clarkson, who, when she got a description for an audition, she would go above and beyond the call of duty to go in and book the job. And we used to call it do the Lana Clarkson. So when I used to tell the talent, I used to tell my assistant, make sure you let them know to do the Lana Clarkson, so that they would go in and make sure that they looked the part and they went all out. Whether it meant going out, buying a specific suit, buying specific props that were going to make them look more as the part to sell themselves on the job.
Can we approach a minute?
Yes.
Thank you.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes, you may.
Mr. Terzian,
Yes, all right. One second, please.
okay.
I kind of don't think that's helping the prosecution, because if she went above and beyond to get parts, and this agent or whoever he is thinks that that is a good thing, and that she is, what did he say, more bookable, or whatever term he used, that she gets more jobs because of that, yet her career wasn't going anywhere, and she should be getting more jobs because of that, I would be depressed too. So that is actually not a good thing. So it shouldn't be helping the prosecution. So I don't think he's a very good witness for the prosecution, because it just makes her sound more like she really was depressed. But I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. And I'm still confused as to why we're still calling witnesses for the prosecution. This is the craziest trial ever. Oh, thank you, Nancy. We have been so worried about you. I even had to text Bill to check on you. We missed you. Thank you. See my flowers? My flowers. Wiggles made me flowers. Aren't they pretty? I love them so much. I have to get a real vase, though. All I could find was this tin. I have to get a real vase for them. Aren't they pretty? I love them. They're beautiful.
So, no, you can't, momentarily. Oh, Miss Kenny Bodden is not feeling well, and that's why she's not here today, so that phone call was related to that. Okay, thank you.
Just basically, she has no doctor here, so I'm trying to arrange the doctor for her.
Okay, thank you. You may proceed. Almost. Now.
Thank you.
All right.
It's multitasking, Mr. Terzian, multitasking.
Every day.
You were saying that you were explaining basically that Lana Clarkson had an extreme work ethic, in your opinion,
Correct.
and she was successful at that work ethic,
Correct.
or employing that work ethic, right?
Correct.
At some point during your representation of Ms. Clarkson, did you come to find out that she had suffered a severe injury?
Yes.
And that was around December of 2001, correct?
Yes.
What did that do, Mr. Terzian, for her ability to go on castings, auditions, go on callbacks, be placed on hold, or book parts for either print ads, for modeling in any way, shape, form, or fashion, acting in theater, on TV, movies, commercials? What did that injury do to her?
Seized it completely.
Why is that? I mean, some of it's obvious, right, Mr. Terzian, but I want you to explain what it is about having casts on your hands that stop someone that was in Lana Clarkson's position. If you can explain that to us and the jury.
Sure. When an actor goes on an audition, what they're selling, the product that they're selling is themselves, is how they look, everything from their face, their body, what have you. So this is what they're selling. This is their product, and she could not use her hands. Obviously, her wrists were obviously in casts, so she couldn't go on auditions during that time.
Was Lana Clarkson's product, her look, as you put it, her face, her body, her hands, etc., was that important to her in your professional experience with her?
Absolutely. That's what you're selling.
For an actor who is out of work, who literally can't go on auditions, dries up the income, does it not?
Yes.
All right, so her income dried up as far as acting is concerned for the better part of 2000, the first half of 2002 at least.
Absolutely.
During the time that you were representing her, did she just stop calling and stop staying in contact with you when she had these wrist injuries?
No, even during the injuries, she still maintained contact with me. She came into the office and visited me several times. It was once every, I would say, 3 months. She stopped in. She had a friend driver, a family member driver. She popped in, said hi, visited, we talked. She kind of got me caught up on what was going on with her while she was pretty much bedridden.
Was that unusual?
Absolutely.
Why?
Most of our talent.
I'm going to sustain the objection.
In your experience, if someone was out of the business, for instance, for whatever reason, let's say they were, I don't know what might get one of your clients out of the business, let's say they had a family emergency and they had to take care of an elderly mother or father or something like that. Is it normal for someone just to kind of let your relationship stay a little bit stagnant until they get back into the business?
Yes.
Did she do that?
No.
Did you actually see her with her wrist injuries?
Yes.
May I have marked as people's next in order, people's 176. It's a photograph.
All right.
This has been shown to defense counsel. May I approach the witness? Actually, I can do it easier. I think I have this. People's 176. I'm going to, with the court's permission, or this recognize the person on the left in that photograph, People's 176.
Yes.
Who is that?
It's Lana Clarkson.
And do you recognize something unusual about her hands, her left hand and her right hand?
She has casts on both hands.
Does it appear that she has pins in her wrists,
Yes.
especially her right wrist?
Yes.
Going up her forearm?
Yes.
Did you see her in this condition while you represented her and she was not working at this point?
Yes.
What were the reasons that Lana Clarkson gave you for going ahead and maintaining her relationship with you even during this kind of trying time when she had these injuries? And we can take this.
Overruled.
When she stopped in, she said she wanted to keep in touch with me and let me know her progress and what was going on. And she would tell me about what she was working on as her writing. She was focusing on writing a lot of screenplays, and she was developing, projects and getting stuff together that was pretty much not in front of the camera, it was behind the camera, behind the scenes.
Did you still find her to be energetic about acting and the behind-the-scenes stuff that she was engaged in?
Yes.
Did she indicate to you that she was writing and creating other things?
Yes.
Did Ms. Clarkson ever indicate to you at any time that she was shifting gears, if you will, with regard to her acting?
Yes, she was opening up her spectrum. She was going a little bit broader because she knew that, obviously, she wasn't competing with the girls in their 20s anymore, the young leading ladies, so she wanted to make sure that she had a better spectrum of types of jobs and things that she could be going out for. She was seeking, right before she passed away, she actually had done a demo reel for a voiceover reel, and that was something that was very important because as a voiceover talent, it doesn't matter what you look like, it's just your voice. So she was putting together a voiceover reel. She actually had turned it into a couple of casting offices, and she was going to be shopping voiceover agents.
And this was still while she was in the splints or in the casts?
Right after.
Right after.
That was after, yes.
Did she maintain contact with you to a point that you realized when she started kind of healing, if you will? I know you're not a doctor. I'm not asking for a medical opinion. But when the casts came off and she could start to use her hands and wrists a little bit.
Did she? I'm sorry, say it again?
Were you in contact with her during those months?
Yes, I was.
Toward the end of 2002, and I'm going to draw your attention toward October of 2002, did you maintain contact with Lana?
The end of 2002.
Let's say around September, October of 2002.
Yes, I did.
All right. And what was the nature of Lana Clarkson's requests, I guess I should say, if there were any, of you as her agent, say moving into September and October, the fall of 2002?
She was ready to start going out on auditions. She was ready to pursue her career 100%. She was coming out of that dark period of her life, obviously, which was the period where she couldn't go out, she couldn't audition. She, she felt pretty much helpless at home. And Lana was very social and active and outgoing, so I didn't think that was a good period in her life. I felt like she was now coming into another part of her life where she was actually ready to go and hit the pavement again and go full force.
So she was kind of spooling up her career yet again.
Yes.
All right. You indicated yesterday that there's an evolution that actors go through if they stay in the business and if they enjoy the craft, that they will go from being a 20-year-old actor to a 30-year-old to a 40-year-old to a 50-year-old and on.
Correct.
And is it common in the industry that Lana Clarkson, let me withdraw that and ask it a little bit better way. Did you find it consistent with an actor of her kind of veteran status that she would want to kind of change gears and go a different direction now that she's approaching 40?
It's not uncommon. It's not uncommon. You want to open up your range and try to get as many opportunities as you can. Her opening up, she created Living Doll Productions, which is a production company. Very few actors develop and open up a production company so that she can house projects out of her own production company. She was very excited about Living Doll Productions.
The voiceover package that she did, was that under Living Doll Productions?
I believe it was under Lana Clarkson. She did it under herself, as an actress for herself.
Were you aware of a video package that she also put together, a comedy package?
I had seen it. I had a reel in my office, yes.
Was that under Living Doll Productions?
Yes, it was.
So she was actually working and moving toward that direction,
Correct.
that changing of gears that you've explained.
Correct.
Now, in October 2002, did you actually send her for an audition for a print ad for Chesterfield cigarettes?
Yes, I did.
Tell me how that went.
I'm sorry, say that again, please.
October 2002.
Thank you.
We actually sent her on an audition. It was one of her very, very first auditions when she was ready to go back out again on auditions. This was a Chesterfield cigarettes campaign for Spain only. It wouldn't show here.
It was an international print ad.
International. And one of the reasons why she did it is because it would not show here.
Okay.
So no one would see her, obviously, in a cigarette ad. So she was, she actually was very careful about that.
Is that common in the
Very, yes.
print ad industry?
In every part of this industry, when you do an advertising job, when you do a commercial or an endorsement, especially for celebrities, when they're when it's outside the country, they're more in tune to do it.
So you might see
it doesn't show here.
You might see a celebrity, for instance, in Japan or something that's a spokesperson for a beer, where you would not see that same celebrity here in America.
It's been asked and answered.
You know, I'm going to let you do this, but we need to move this forward.
Absolutely.
Okay, to what the reason the witness was called. All right, you may proceed.
For instance, let me just finish this quick question. You said that she was very careful that this was only going to show in Spain. That's not inconsistent with a big actor who might not want to be associated with a beer ad, for instance, in this country. So they might demand that it only be shown in Japan or Malaysia or something like that.
Correct.
All right. Approximately how many people would have gone on an audition like this?
Anywhere from 200 to 400, maybe even sometimes 500.
Did she get a call back?
On Chesterfield?
On Chesterfield?
Yes.
Was she placed on hold by the company?
Yes.
Ultimately, who was booked for that print ad?
Lana Clarkson.
And she beat out everybody else that was applying or auditioning for that print ad.
Yes.
Did she actually shoot the ad?
Yes.
Did the ad run?
Yes. I believe so. I didn't see it. It was bought out. They did buy out.
Okay.
I'm going to move to strike the first part of the answer when he said yes, he didn't see it. There's no foundation.
Well, whether or not the ad actually ran, that'll be sustained. The rest may remain.
Let me ask you this. Was she paid for the ad?
Absolutely.
Okay. Now, these print ads don't pay a ton of money, correct?
Depends.
Okay. In this particular case, what was the payout?
The pay on this one was $1,500.
All right. Was that a, well, let me ask it this way. What was Lana Clarkson's state of mind after she booked this ad?
Objection. Calls for speculation, no foundation.
Not necessarily. Let me hear the answer. I may have to strike it, but I believe that he'll be able to testify to that based on his prior testimony. You may answer.
Thrilled.
Why was she?
Back in the game.
Okay.
Motion to strike.
Denied.
At some point, you continued to.
I guarantee you he knew she was thrilled. Because she was probably jumping up and down and screaming, yay, yay. Yeah, I guarantee you he knew she was thrilled. There was no guesswork about that.
Let's move on chronologically from the fall of 2002, moving through the winter months of 2002 into early 2003. Did she maintain contact with you after the Chesterfield ad in October, going into November, December?
Yes.
What happens in the industry in the month of December, going into the first couple of weeks of January?
Well, it goes, the industry goes down quite a bit. Obviously, Thanksgiving week is not very busy. It's very slow. And that takes out about a week in November. And of course, mid-December until about mid-January, the industry is very quiet. There's not a lot of castings going on. There's not a lot of, jobs filming. Production is really down during that month.
Because of the holidays?
Absolutely.
All right. It was not unusual if, for instance, Lana did not have a lot of auditions during that couple of weeks or that couple of months even, from late November to early January because of the industry slowdown.
Correct.
And that happens every year?
Every year.
All right. Let's move on to January of 2003. Did Lana Clarkson at some point, well, let me back up to December of 2002, if you will. At that point, was Lana Clarkson, as best you could tell, healing with regard to her wrists?
Yes.
All right. Did she come to you and talk to you about a potential job that she was thinking about taking?
Yes, she did.
What was that?
She asked me if she...
Excuse me, objection, foundation.
Foundation?
Yes, Judge.
What's
When, where, who was present?
It's in January of 2003.
No, I think he said somewhere in December.
I'm sorry.
December 2002.
Did I miss this? If I did, I'm sorry. Is it December 2002 or January 2003 that she came to?
She came to me, it was, I would probably say to you, it was somewhere between December and January. I'm not exactly...
Okay, there's your
I don't have an exact date.
Sure.
In any event, that answers your foundation question. You may proceed.
At some point, did she come to you and talk to you about a potential job that she was thinking about taking?
Yes, she did.
Describe that for us.
She asked if what I thought of her taking a job to supplement some income to work at a restaurant. And I said, well, which restaurant? She said, the House of Blues. And she said, but I wouldn't be waitressing. I wouldn't be, bartending or anything like that. It wouldn't be in the service industry. She said, I would be predominantly hosting. And I said, well, hosting in what way? She said, the VIP room. She said, the foundation room. And I said, oh, yeah.
Foundation room at the House of Blues.
At the House of Blues. I said, yeah. She said, I'm out mingling, meeting people, networking all the time anyway. She said, and why not? She goes to work at a place, like the House of Blues and get paid. It wasn't really about the fact that she was going to be paid, a very minimal amount, an hour to work there. It was really about the fact that she was going to be out, she was going to be social, she was going to be networking, meeting the movers and the shakers in Hollywood, as she put it, who were going to be coming into the House of Blues, the VIP foundation room. That's the reason why she took the job there. And she, even right before she went to the second call, I believe it was,
And that's the reason she went home with Phil that night. I guarantee you.
She was going in for a second meeting. She stopped into my office. She said, I'm going in for the second meeting, she said, and I think this is going to be good. She's I'm really excited. This is going to be really good. I'm going to be able to meet a lot of people that I haven't met before and maybe rekindle relationships from the past because, I've been out of the loop for so long, obviously because of her wrists.
Is it important for an actor who has been out of the loop, to use your phrase, to get their face out there, to get some exposure to people in the industry, to say, hey, look, I'm back. My wrists are okay. I'm back and I'm ready for auditions and castings and things like that?
Yes.
Did you think, as an agent, as her agent, did you think that this House of Blues job would be a great way for her to network and mingle with those individuals in the industry at the VIP room and at the House of Blues?
Yes.
What was your advice to her?
I said, go right ahead and do it, as long as I said you're not actually waiting on tables. You're hosting. So I said, you're talking to people, you're mingling with people, you're networking. It's all about, you're being social. So in a social atmosphere, and you're getting paid. I said, go for it.
How about the hours? Were the hours important?
They were perfect because they were at night, and she could go on her auditions during the day.
Was that important to her?
Yes.
All right. I want to talk about another casting that you sent her on. Do you know about Siemens Mobile?
Siemens Mobile print, yes.
That was for a mobile phone.
Correct.
All right. And that was another print ad that you sent her on.
Correct.
Approximately how many, as you understand it, probably how many individuals would have gone to that audition?
Again, anywhere from, I'm not the casting director, so I don't know how many exactly they brought in, but, in general.
I'm going to object to it, Your Honor. No foundation. Calls for speculation.
You can lay a foundation, you may.
Sure. Do you have experience with print ad auditions in general?
Yes.
With how they're advertised, how many agencies are sending folks out to them, what the casting is usually consists of in general?
Yes.
All right. In general.
Sorry, guys. I have no idea what happened. Now I have to figure out where we left off. I was so into this guy's testimony. I don't know why I'm so fascinated with this guy's testimony.
Was booked for that print ad.
Lana Clarkson.
She beat out everybody else that was in this country, so they might.
Oh, we're past that.
Foundation?
I said, meeting. She stopped into my office. She said, I'm going in for the second meeting. She said,
Hours. Were the hours important?
they were perfect because they were at night. And she,
Important to her.
yeah.
I want to talk about another casting that you sent her on. Do you know about Siemens Mobile?
Siemens mobile print, yes.
That was for a mobile phone.
Correct.
All right, and that was another print ad that you sent her on.
Correct.
Approximately how many, as you understand it, probably how many individuals would have gone to that audition?
Again, anywhere from, I'm not the casting director, so I don't know how many exactly they brought in, but, in general,
I'm going to object to it, Your Honor. No foundation. Calls for speculation.
If you can lay a foundation, you may.
Sure. Do you have experience with print ad auditions in general?
yes.
With how they're advertised, how many agencies are sending folks out to them, what the casting is usually consists of in general?
Yes.
All right. In general, what would a print ad like this pull in as far as the number of folks auditioning?
Probably a couple hundred.
Okay. When was that audition?
Insufficient foundation.
Overruled.
When was that audition, Mr. Terzin?
Her audition was January 22nd,
Of 2003.
2003.
Did you explain the breakdown, the description of the print ad and the audition to her?
Yes.
What was the breakdown?
The breakdown was calling for, they were doing a spoof on the TV show Dynasty. They wanted the actresses to come in dressed, the models and the actresses to come in dressed as though they were mimicking almost the cast of Dynasty, as in, Joan Collins. So the cast they were supposed to wear black and white, and they were to be done up like they were on the set of Dynasty. It was kind of a spoof on that show.
All right. And was this a casting for someone of the appropriate age range of Lana Clarkson?
Yes.
Is that why you sent her on this casting?
Yes.
Did she, quote, do a Lana Clarkson?
Yes.
Let's take a look at what's been previously marked yesterday as people's 174 and 175. Do you have those two? May I approach?
Yes.
$174 on your left, 175. Take a look at what's being shown on the overhead. That people's 175. Do you recognize who's in that photo?
175 is to the right.
That's the one that you're
This
looking
one.
at.
Yes. Yes.
Who is that?
That's Lana Clarkson.
And what photograph was this?
This was the Polaroid from the Siemens mobile print ad that she took that the casting office forwarded me.
Is she actually at the audition in this outfit?
This is the audition. Yes, she's in the audition.
Take a look at people's 174 if you wouldn't mind. Do you recognize that person?
Yes.
Who is that?
Lana Clarkson.
Is that also at the audition?
Yes.
As a matter of fact, you can see a number on her collar.
Yes.
161, it looks like.
Correct.
Does that indicate that there were at least 161 potential? What am I trying to say?
Before you say, I'm going to object. Objection. Calls for speculation.
No, it's based on his relationship with Ms. Clarkson. I think he can offer an opinion, and it's more than just a lay opinion. It's actually an expert opinion, so the objection is overruled.
Mr. Terzin, does that mean that there were at least 160 other models, actors vying for this job?
Yes.
Now, that was January 22nd. That's fine, thank you, Sudhi. That was January 22nd that Ms. Clarkson went on this audition, correct?
Correct.
Did she get a call back?
There was no callback on this job.
All right. How did it work from this point forward?
On this particular job, they called and put her on hold for the job.
When was that?
That I do not know.
It would have been at some point after January 22nd.
It would have been after January 22nd.
And of course, before February 3rd.
Correct.
At some point, Mr. Terzin, did you let Ms. Clarkson know that she had been put on hold for this job?
Yes, I did.
That meant she was being seriously considered for the print ad.
Yes.
But again, another paying job, correct?
Correct.
Mr. Terzin, at some point, did Siemens Mobile book Lana Clarkson for this job?
Yes, they did.
When was that?
January 31st.
2003?
2003.
And what did you do when you heard from Siemens Mobile that your client had gotten this job?
I called my client and notified her.
What was Ms. Clarkson's reaction?
Ecstatic.
When was this ad supposed to shoot?
This ad was supposed to shoot February 8th, 2003.
Actors oftentimes ask for advances, at least from what I understand, correct?
They do.
Did Lana Clarkson ever ask for a monetary advance from any shoot that she was going on or booked for?
Objection to the following question.
Overruled.
Well, if I may answer, the way it's phrased is any,
I'll rephrase it.
how would he know?
I'll rephrase it.
If you want to sustain his objection, that's just fine. Go ahead.
I'll just ask.
Do I have to start calling you Your Honor?
No, no.
Just ask another question, that's all. Let me ask it this way. Did Ms. Clarkson ask for any kind of an advance on this Siemens Mobile ad?
No, she didn't.
Rosen irritates me so bad. Even when he's trying to be funny or gracious or whatever in the heck that was, he irritates me even more. He's not funny at all.
In your opinion, in the years, the decade that you spent with Lana Clarkson as her professional guidance counselor, if you will, and her agent, was Lana in this job for the money?
No.
Describe that.
Not 100%. It wasn't about the money. The money's always nice, obviously, in this industry. But I think Lana was in it more of it for the art. She was in it because she loved acting, and she was passionate about acting. That's what she was in it for.
Did she
It
like?
was her livelihood. This is what she lived for.
Did she like, in your experience, going to the castings and the competition involved and getting dressed up and doing her thing?
It made her day. Let me tell you, she used to scream about it, so excited about it. So yeah.
In your opinion, was Lana Clarkson a veteran actress?
Well, I'm going to object to that.
Overruled.
Yes.
As a veteran actress in the business for many, many years, in your opinion, did Lana Clarkson understand the ups and downs of the business?
Sure.
And notwithstanding those ups and downs, did she always maintain a passion for the craft of acting?
Yes.
Objection.
Move to strike, always. But you know what, I'll withdraw the objection.
Okay. I'll withdraw my overruled. All right.
Did she maintain a passion for the acting?
We're having a good discussion.
Go ahead, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, yes.
And in any actor's life, I'm assuming you would agree, as an agent handling some 400 of them, that there are ups and downs. It's not like being an accountant and going to work every day and there's your paycheck and you go home to a dog named Bo, right? I mean, there are ups and downs, correct?
Yes.
In your experience, are some youngsters, young ingenues that are just breaking into the acting business, do they get more frustrated than the older veterans because the young folks don't understand, hey, look, you may lose this part, you may not get this part, but there's always something right around the corner that you can look forward to?
Objection, relevancy, compound.
It's on the relevancy grounds sustained.
Did Lana maintain a professional outlook, even in the face of adversity, when she didn't get a part, when she didn't book a part?
Objection's been asked and answered.
Overruled. You may answer.
Yes.
Can you describe that a little bit more fully for us, please?
She knew the ups and downs of the business because she'd been an actress for so many years. She knew that there was some.
It's not responsive.
It is responsive. Overruled.
There were some years when she actually made a lot more money than others. Obviously, there's some years where she had a lot more. There was a lot more roles that were geared towards her, so she fit a lot more parts. And there's some years there just really wasn't. It's cyclical, you know. This industry is extremely cyclical. It goes in cycles. So there was definitely, she knew that there was ups and downs. She knew that not every year was she going to have a good year. But I think all actors know that, whether they're on a series or whether they're, you know, just working actors, they know that.
Did you review? Does Living Doll Productions have a website of any kind? Thank you.
I believe so.
Did you ever?
I think it's Lana's website, which says Welcome to Living Doll Productions. So I think she incorporated her website with the Living Doll Productions.
Did you ever review an email that was consistent with that state of mind that you just described, a veteran actor who understood the ups and downs and always had a positive and an upbeat outlook on the career, on the craft itself?
Yes.
As a matter of fact, did you see any kind of an email sent to Lana Clarkson from a person who described himself as a young would-be actor seeking advice?
Oh, I'm going to object to this, Your Honor.
I don't know where we're going, so I really can't rule on it. If you want to approach that,
Maybe I'll mark this and then show the court.
that's fine.
People's 176? 77, I'm sorry.
Certainly. You may proceed.
Thank you. Quick question. Did you ever, well, I'll show you something and ask if you've ever seen it. If you haven't, that'll be the end of that and we can move on. Have you ever seen that, what appears to be an email back and forth?
Yes.
Where did you see that?
It was posted on Lana's website.
That has actually been posted on her website.
This is actually on Lana's website, correct?
Okay.
Yes, I think it's on the message board.
Does her website include an area where she can post emails that she has either received or responded to back and forth with individuals?
Correct, yes.
All right.
Can I ask a couple of questions?
Yes, you may.
Mr. Terzian, when did you first see this email?
This email's been, I saw this right after I was looking at her website after she passed away. So I remember that, and I saw it recently again. I was looking at her website recently.
No, what I'm asking is, what is your recollection of when you first saw that email that you're holding in your hand right now?
This particular email, this one right here.
This one right here, yes.
I saw, this is right after it was posted on her website, on her message board. I looked at it after she passed away. I was looking at her website, at the photographs.
Okay. And you remember that, what, some 4 years ago? You remember looking at that email from 4 years ago?
I read it, yes. I read her entire message board. I read the dialogue that was going back and forth
That's
between.
what I'm asking you this. Do you remember this specific email that you're now holding your hand reading 4 years ago?
I read this recently again. I did the email.
That's my question. I didn't
Right.
ask about recently. My question is 4 years ago.
Objection asked
You
and answered.
recall.
He's just answered it 3 times. He remembers it.
And you said you read it again recently.
When was that?
Probably like a few days ago.
Looking at the bottom portion, it's divided into 2 parts, correct?
Correct.
You didn't have anything to do with authoring that bottom half, did you? Email, not typical. You just didn't author it. You had nothing to do with it.
No.
Okay, and you don't know who wrote that, do you?
No. It says Carlos.
Thank you. You didn't report that.
The objection is overruled. It's irrelevant who wrote it. It's the reply that's important. You may proceed.
Thank you. Is there on that email, message board, is there a request from what appears to be a person by the name of Boris, please?
He's asking about, he says, do you think,
Go ahead.
he says, do you think there is ever a real cutoff point to pursue a career in acting? If so, would you advise? What would you advise?
Is there a response?
Yeah. Carlos.
The response.
This is from.
The response.
It says, "Hey Carlos, with your study, good luck to you that you're pursuing a career campaign. You can of hopeful actors out there who have no idea what kind of stamina, courage, and self-confidence it takes to no matter what, go for it.
That email that you just read consistent with the time you knew Lana Clarkson to have throughout the decade that you represented?
That was her.
Was that also her just before she died?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Cross-examination.
Thank you very much.
I'm sorry, can I get some water?
Sure, we'll get you a glass of water.
More water, you just let us know, all right?
Sure.
Court TV. What are you doing? Can we not? Can we not do this?
Good morning, Mr. Terzian.
Good morning.
We're going to be a ways together here today, okay? So if you need more water, you just let us know, all right?
Sure.
Now, as I understand it, you were Lana's agent, is that correct?
One of them.
She had more than one?
Correct.
Okay. And was there ever any overlap?
We shared our clients, so we did, at any given time, depending on the project, we did work with her, yes.
Were you sharing her as a client, say, in the year 2000, 2001, 2002?
Yes, at my agency, I shared her with one other agent with me that worked for me.
And who was that?
That was Michelle Henderson.
Could you spell the last name, please?
Henderson, Henderson.
Now, Mr. Terzian, you've been testifying here yesterday and most of this morning. And Mr. Dick Jackson, he asked you a number of questions about the industry. You remember those, don't you? And I think you indicated you've been an agent for, what, 18 years, a long time, right? Mm-hmm. Here than out of this courtroom. Have you ever testified before in a manner like you've testified here yesterday and this morning?
No.
Okay. Have you ever qualified as an expert witness, an expert forensic witness in court on the entertainment industry? You haven't, have you?
Objection, expert forensic witness?
Restate your question.
Yeah. Have you ever qualified, let me rephrase.
StreamYard muting me again.
Regarding any expertise that you have acquired over the years in this field, the entertainment industry, correct?
Objection, it assumes facts not in evidence. Are you kidding? You've never testified before at all.
Well, he's asking, so he can answer no.
Well, the way the question was phrased, you never testified in a different and you testified today.
Have you ever testified as a witness before, sir?
No.
All right, thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you.
And you're not being paid by the DA's office for expert testimony here today, are you?
No.
Okay. Now, you mentioned something, and I want to start with that. You mentioned the fact that Lana Clarkson had what you deem to be comedic talent. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And by comedic talent, I'm assuming what you mean is that she could do comedy work. Is that correct?
Yes.
And she
Time to turn off the camera.
testimony yesterday, you said, I believe, that she was a real moneymaker, correct?
Correct.
All right. One of your top producers, right?
We thought it was that, yes.
Well, we're going to talk about that a little later, maybe this morning, maybe this afternoon. But we'll focus on now. Somebody like Lana Clarkson. Well, let's just talk about Lana Clarkson. Lana Clarkson came to you because Hollywood, who are the agents, correct?
Correct.
And that's the role that you fulfill for those individuals, correct?
Yes.
What you do is you get them jobs, right?
Yes.
Because we all have to pay our bills, correct?
Yes.
It may be that in your opinion, Lana Clarkson had a real passion for acting and really loved acting, but the bottom line on it is like everyone on planet Earth, we have to be able to feed and clothe ourselves and put a roof over our heads, correct?
Sure.
Okay. And certainly Lana Clarkson was no exception to that, right?
Yes.
So as I understand it, in terms of getting her jobs or getting her placed, you had to establish a relationship with her, get to know her, and make suggestions to her from time to time and work together pretty much like a team, correct?
Yes.
Like a partnership, correct?
Yes.
And you and Lana were very close aside from your professional relationship, correct?
We were as close as to a client and an agent would be.
Yes, that's all I'm suggesting.
Yeah.
Okay. And that went on for a number of years, correct?
Correct.
All right. You mentioned that she produced a comedy video, is that right?
Correct.
And you testified that you actually have that comedy video. Is that right?
I had seen it, I said, and I had it in my office 4 years ago.
Okay. You had seen it in your office, is that correct?
Correct.
And it's kind of a short video. It's not very long. It's about 20, 25 minutes, something like that. Mm-hmm. Is that yes?
Yes.
Okay. And you looked at your office.
Yes.
You looked at it, Lana, is that correct?
No, I had looked at it by myself, with my colleagues, actually.
All right. And Lana wasn't there, is that correct?
Correct.
Lana brought it to you, right?
Correct.
And she asked you to take a look at it and view it and kind of critique it so that you and she could make a decision what to do with it, right?
Correct.
And Lana told you that she put her heart and soul into that video, didn't she?
Yes, she said she worked very hard on it.
Very hard. And she spent a lot of time on it. She told you that too, didn't she?
Yes.
And she also told you that it cost her a lot of money to produce that video, didn't she?
We didn't talk about the exact amount of money or how much it costs or anything. That wasn't one of the topic of issues when we talked about her video. She was asking me about direction.
I didn't ask you that. All I asked you was, did she tell you that it cost her a lot of money? That's
Your Honor, I'll object. The witness hadn't finished answering this question.
Well, I believe that's the question. Now that the question is phrased, you may answer the question.
just answer the question.
No.
So you didn't know where she got the money from to fund this video, correct?
Yes.
But you did know that it ran several thousands of dollars to produce, right?
Yes.
Okay. You're very sure and very clear that you remember seeing this video, correct?
4 years ago, I did see this video. I haven't seen it recently.
I understand.
Okay.
And did you talk to Lana after you viewed the video about it?
Briefly.
Okay. And what did you tell Lana about it? You were very encouraging about the video, weren't you?
I was told her I was impressed with her work on the video, with the type of characters that she had developed and she was creating. And I said that this is going to be a great way for casting directors to see you in a different way.
When did you see that video? What year?
I would probably say, again, I'm going to say probably 2002, yeah, at some point,
Okay.
when she came back in the business.
All right. Why don't we somewhere between 2001 and 2000 in that particular time?
Yeah.
Okay. And after you saw the video, you kept it, correct?
A copy.
Okay, a copy. Let me ask you this. How many different jobs that came across your desk that you funneled towards Lana did you send a copy of that video out to, sort of to open the door? None, correct?
No.
Let's do this. Let me ask you this. You said that you were impressed with that video, correct?
With her work.
With her work. Okay. And
With her range.
Okay. Was there a difference in terms of her range of work versus the total video itself? Because you are limiting what you were impressed with now.
Objection.
Objection to the way the question
let me
was
rephrase.
phrased.
Let me rephrase.
Sustain.
You made a statement that you were impressed with the video, correct? Is that yes?
Yes.
And you stated that you were impressed with the range of work, correct?
Yes.
Is that different than being impressed with the video itself?
Yes.
What's the difference?
Critiquing her quality video at the time of how she put the video together and what it had cost or what have you. I was critiquing her on her actual ability as a talent and what she had written and created as far as the different characters go on the video.
So you indicated you were impressed with the video. Let me ask you this. Do you have a copy of that video today?
In storage, probably, yeah.
Okay. Well, I'm going to ask you to take a look at it because we have it here, okay?
Sure.
So we're going to put it up and we're going to ask you if that in fact is the video that you looked at, that you've just testified about that you were impressed with, okay? Jen? Yes, we need to mark that, and I think, are we not at U?
No, you are actually at V.
V?
V.
By the way, did you know the name that Lana gave to this video?
No. And I don't recall.
Okay, if I suggested to you that she entitled it Lana Unleashed, does that ring a bell?
All right.
Jen, would you please listen 10? Mr. Terzian, I'm going to ask you to watch this, okay? Like you said, it's a short video. And when we conclude it, I'm going to ask you some questions, okay?
Sure.
Thank you. May I be seated for this?
Yes, of course.
Lana's new direction of playing comedic multiple characters is very good.
Our guest this morning is one of the multi-talented stars, Roy of Siegfried and Roy. I'm Bobby, an anatomically incorrect icon.
And she has a natural talent and timing for humor.
It's something, you know, it's not just the guitar.
Offers to the industry what she's always been, one of the most beautiful women in the world.
A supermodel with a couple of wings in her. I know you're not stupid, Molly.
officers can be so resourceful.
She's a good actress, and there's an effervescent quality to her personality, combined with the fact that she can bring humor to a dramatic role.
You can break the bondage that is being stereotyped and forced into being a marketable commercial product.
I started my career in show business working for the wonderful low-budget movie producer Roger Corman.
I'll be no man's slave and no man's whore. And if I can't kill them all by the gods, they'll know I've tried.
Lana played her first lead for us in a sword and sorcery picture called Deathstalker. You'd think that in Hollywood you could find any number of tall, great-looking women who were good actresses, but when you add the requirement that they be a good actress, it narrows it down quite a bit. Lana was great as Barbarian Queen. She played the lead, and the audiences loved her, and the critics went out of their way to praise her work. She played the character to the hilt. She was able to bring humor to the roles. There is no question that Lana's role in Barbarian Queen became Xena, warrior princess. Lana has a particular charisma which comes across on camera. I think she offers to the industry what she's always been, one of the most beautiful women in the world, but now a more complex, multi-layered persona. Lana's new direction of playing comedic, multiple characters is very good, and she has a natural talent and timing for humor. One of our great early stars, Jack Nicholson, is very good at, is playing a dramatic role, but bringing humor to that role without losing the drama. And in a weird way, Lana is equivalent to Jack Nicholson in that respect, except that Lana's better looking.
I played probably every sexual bimbo character you can imagine.
Good morning, viewers, and welcome to another segment of Good Morning Vegas. I'm your hostess with the mostest, Kathy Coffee, welcoming you to my favorite segment, the Celebrity Corner. Our guest this morning is one of the multi-talented stars of the fabulous extravaganza, Roy, Siegfried and Roy. Roy is here this morning to make a very important announcement. Good morning, Roy, and welcome to the show.
Yeah, Kathy, thank you. You know, it's nice to see you. But you see, there's been a crime committed. In fact, Sig was told this that he had to powerless. So I just want to say that I'm sorry that he couldn't be here with us today.
Oh, please, Roy.
Help with the viewers. And Tiger, she's been kidnapped, yeah. And I come here today, Kathy, to ask if you could please help us to find Tiger. She's the most important tiger to me. She's my favorite, you know. So I named her Pussy.
Viewers, we're going to list a number at the end of the show, so please, if you have any information whatsoever that might lead to the recovery of Siegfried and Roy's missing pussy, please be sure to call the number. Go on, Roy.
Yes, because I can't think, you know, my pussy just wandering loose somewhere like that, you know. She's extremely sensitive, this pussy, you know. She needs special clean it, I blow it. This particular kind of white Siberian tiger, she's much more allergic, than the striped kind. Yeah, I can be responsible for my cat splotching out your eyes if she hears Wayne Newton music, yeah. Do you mind if I show a photo copy to the people, yeah? This one. Well, isn't she just a precious little pussy? I come here today to say, please, bring back our cat, please, if you can. We need the Siberian tiger. She's part of our lifeblood, our livelihood. So please, we ask you, we beg you, we will pay you very much money, yeah. So Kathy, please, help us to find the tiger, yeah? Roy, dear, go and get some rest. Give my best to Siegfried, will you? Ta-ta! Oh dear, good morning, Vegas. It's so sad the thing that has happened to our beloved Siegfried and Roy. Please, dears, be sure to call the 800 number. We're approaching at the end of this segment, because we always want to be helpful to our local treasures. Well, this is your hostess with the mostest, Kathy Coffee, signing off for another segment of Good Morning Vegas' Celebrity Corner. Until tomorrow, ta-ta!
Hey! 1, 2, 3, 4, get up, get on up, get up, get on up, stay on the scene, get on up, like a sex machine, get on up. And that came from, we were doing a show in LA, and I happened to walk out of the makeup room, and there he was. It was unbelievable. I'm in the hallway, and I'm facing my absolute favorite musician in the entire world, the godfather of soul, James Brown himself. Like a sex machine, get on up.
That is included. It gives you that, oh, so people
This is the dumbest thing I've ever seen in my life. Now I know why they wanted to play the videotape. If this was my idea of an audition tape, I'm not even gonna say that, but yeah, this is not very funny. I thought the Barbie doll thing was funny, but this is not very funny.
Of a guy rugby, how do you look? In a lovely copper brown tone. Stand up and rock. Just like I'm carrying on shit. Go, I heard the cocktail bottle in the kitchen, cutting down, making George away. Now, man, the silly, damn it, where you want to clean that back? Oh, excuse me. Now, the silly, now, get the originator, Ryan stole it there. Always won't be myself when I'm sick, you know. Yeah. Anyway, these two and I listening again. Scoop back up to my penthouse in the sky above the glorious sunset strip. Sunset strip above sunset over the land of dreams and nightmares. Because Lord knows, even the originator eats his beauty. Good night, y'all. Good night, Molly. Woo! What inspired life? I met Little Richard backstage at the American Music Awards, and he's such a dog man. I mean, he's a man of the Lord, so to speak. He gave me this book of Psalms or something, I think. I swear I read it, Richard. And I just thought he was such an interesting, amazing person, and his history is incredible. So I thought it would be nice to pay homage to him. Close set, boys. It's a close set.
Never better.
Pate? It's from France.
How about a beer? It's imported.
Naturally.
No thanks for good. Some beers are for show. Some beers are for real. Bush. Lungs of Bush. Here's to our new friend.
New friend.
Already one. Hey, those are boy.
I just think I'm a supermodel with a couple of wheels in her.
organized with the goal in mind of having all girls everywhere to unite in spirit and to stand up for what they really feel. Of course, some of you may not be able to stand, or like me, have been forced to stand in a way you no longer feel comfortable with. Okay, now, as I'm reading the meeting, I'll start by sharing. I am having a really hard time being understood. No one could believe that I thought we would have any problems. But it's just not true. I mean, look at me. I'm beautiful. I have a perfect body. I never have to eat or deal with any other bodily functions for that matter. I own every conceivable type of home and transportation. I have a living dog for a boyfriend. I've been virtually everywhere on the planet, and I hold over 50 degrees. So how can our body complain? Well, that's just it. You see, in the new millennium, I am having a harder and harder time dealing with my massive ego. It makes me want to shout, let go, my ego. Now, I know that my time is almost up, so I would like to close by saying, don't relax, ego, stand for what you really feel. You can break the bondage that is being and forced into being a marketable commercial product.
Now that's nice. Are your windows wasting your money?
Pick up your glasses. What are you been smoking? How did she want to see you? Look, mister, I run this and I protect Miss Clarkson, and you have no right to talk to me like that. She don't want to see you. You're going to call the crew and take it out. Whoever's on the set is on the set.
You're traveling through another dimension. A dimension not only of sight and sound, but of mind. A journey into a wondrous land whose boundaries are that of imagination. Your next stop, the dating zone.
Ladies and gentlemen, respectfully submit for your perusal. A young woman trapped in a dungeon. A dungeon made of white tablecloths and crystal glasses. The walls of this particular cell represent the barren confines of the singles dating scene. Imagine, if you will, a young woman well versed in the mating rituals of the rich and famous. A woman who was used, and conversely unused by some of the richest, most powerful, and influential men in the world, who offered her nothing in return. A young woman who's underlined the definition of blind date in her pocket dictionary. A woman who's heard the phrase, "I want to fix you up with a friend of mine," more times than she's heard, "I'll call you." A woman with the full knowledge that she may never find a single eligible young man under the age of 60 who's willing to make a commitment unless she moves to Alaska. A disappointed and lonely young woman whose life is about to change. Your next stop, the dating zone.
parade of lost souls seeking a companion. She in turn prefers to remain as she is, a sure bet for a listing under the who's who in the dating zone.
Well, I guess StreamYard decided that was enough of that. Whoop. You give me that. Why am I talking about paper out of garbage can? It is not food.
San Francisco, the city by the Bay, the palace of the Legion of Honor, in serene silence, is the magnificent, oversized bronze of the Thinker by Auguste Rodin. Inspired by the poet Dante, the figure originally commissioned by the Museum of Decorative Arts in Paris was meant to contemplate a panorama of despair below him at the entry to the gates. In fact, this was a chance to show a glorious male nude. This is a colossus of art. Note the vigorous, trembling tension, the power of this male, the acres of flesh, the discus-throwing, pulsating form. Oh my! It's quite vigorous here. It's as though we can execute a big miracle by molding and coaxing to matter life. It's not static. Energy abounds. The piece is always moving. It's lovely. You see, Greek can be made into great poetry, into great art. In that way, we conquer it. So my advice to you is to decide for yourself what you think art really means. Now there's one last thing I must say before I depart, but it's not for your youthful ears to hear, so turn away, children. You see, even a nun comes up in San Francisco. Oh, you just kill the cats, mistress, don't you, young one? I always enjoy discussing a business proposition, so I should come sit by the pool and see if you can try and sell me. I just wanted to say thank you so much for everything, really.
Thank you. You've been great. And I really will.
Thank you so much. And that's the cut. I suppose, Shan, prisoners.
Okay. Mr. Terzian, that's the video we were talking about, correct? The one that you saw in your office between somewhere in 2001, 2002, right?
Correct.
Now, you told us that you didn't send this to any job application for Lana, correct?
Correct.
And you said you were impressed with it, correct?
Her characterization, her range of what she did.
After you saw this, after you looked at this, did you still think that she was extremely marketable, the Bible, a real moneymaker?
Yes.
Mr. Jackson asked you about a particular Chesterfield ad. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And I think that you indicated here this morning that Lana was very concerned about doing a cigarette ad, correct?
Yes.
And especially if it was going to be domestically distributed. And by domestically distributed, I mean within the continental borders of the United States, not leaving out Alaska and Hawaii, okay?
Okay.
And she was really concerned about that, wasn't she?
Yes.
She's concerned about her image because there are folks in the industry that are anti-smoking, right?
Some.
And some feel very vehement about that position, correct?
Correct.
So she made it very clear that the only reason that she was willing to do this cigarette ad for Chesterfield cigarettes is because it wasn't going to air domestically. It wasn't going to be seen domestically. It was going to be seen, as I understand your testimony, in Spain only, and that she did not want it to be shown here. Is that correct?
Correct.
We just looked at the video. Did you recall seeing the one part in the video, the small little vignette where she's holding a cigarette in her right hand?
I wasn't paying attention to the cigarette in her hand, no.
You didn't see that up there on the video just a few minutes ago?
I mean, yes, it was up there, but I wasn't paying attention to specifically the fact that there was a cigarette in her hand. She was playing a role. She wasn't advertising for cigarettes. She was playing a role.
Did she have a cigarette in her right hand?
Objection. The witness could be allowed to finish his question.
Had you the witness finish his question, you mean his answer?
Sorry.
Had you
His answer.
It's a long trial. Have you finished your answer? And
No.
Okay, go ahead and finish the answer.
My answer was that she was when you're doing a cigarette ad, you're endorsing a product, you're selling a product. In this particular reel, she was not selling anything. She was showing her range as an actress, so she wasn't actually selling a product.
Go ahead.
And I feel as though holding a cigarette is not exactly selling the product in a reel. That's not to be seen by the public, by the way. This was just supposed to be a reel that was to be shown to casting offices and producers and directors. And one other thing I'd like to add.
Excuse me, it's becoming non-responsive now.
No, it's still responsive. He's explaining.
One other thing I'd like to add is to go back to something that you said about the reel. You said to me a short 25-minute reel. That's a short film in this industry. It's not a reel.
It's non-responsive. All
Right now, it is going too far. All right.
Okay.
Go ahead and ask another question.
You just saw the reel. In the reel, she had a cigarette in her hand roll, correct?
She is. For the company.
She's
Endorsing,
playing a role. She's acting.
Correct.
She's not Lana Clarkson. She's whoever is in the role selling the cigarette, correct? And let's talk about that for a moment. You indicated that she was paid for that, is that right?
Yes.
And you testified that she was paid $1,500 for that cigarette ad, correct?
Yes.
With the promise that it would only be shown in Spain, correct?
Yes.
By the way, you had no control over who Lana showed this video to, did you? It was her product, right?
Absolutely.
So you don't know who it would get distributed to in the continental United States, do you?
No.
It could wind up anywhere, right?
Sure.
Now let's talk about this job that she got for Chesterfield Cigarettes. You said that she got paid $1,500 for this. Do you know that she got paid?
Yes, she did.
Well, the truth of it is she didn't get $1,500, did she?
Okay.
I'm asking.
After commissions, she paid agency commission, and after agency commissions, I'm sure it wasn't $1,500.
That's exactly my point. Your Honor, I have a document here, and I'd like to have it marked, please, if I could. Defendant's next in order, and I think W, is it?
W10.
Thank you, Your Honor. And this has been bait stamped, so we've received it from the government. May I approach, please, Your Honor?
You may.
Well, I'll tell you what, let's just put it up. Do we have this? You have a motion, please?
Yes?
We'll call it, the title is To Be Invoiced. One-page document. There it is. Thank you. Mr. Terzian, I want you to take a look at this document. Can you see it okay where you are?
Yes, I can.
Okay. You're familiar with this?
I'm not sure what Mr. Rhodes is going to use this for. At this point, it appears to be hearsay, unless there's some other use for it.
Oh, I'm
that
going to lay a
aware of.
foundation.
I'm not asking for
Do you want to approach the
foundation.
bench?
No, I just asked that it not be published at this point. If Mr.
Take it down until you lay the foundation. then-
Okay, may I approach then?
Yes.
Mr. Terzian, may I, Your Honor, from here? Yes, thank you. I'm going to share this with you because it's the only copy I have, okay?
Sure.
You're familiar with what this is, aren't you?
Yes.
And how are you familiar with this?
This is a booking sheet.
And do you recognize any of the handwriting on this booking sheet?
Yes.
It's yours, isn't it?
No.
Whose is it?
Michelle Henderson.
That's the individual that you mentioned previously here this morning as the other agent that you shared with Lana, correct? Or I should say Lana was shared with.
Correct.
Okay. And this is a in-house document that you keep at your agency, correct?
Correct. For billing purposes.
Okay, so you're very familiar with this.
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd ask that it be published.
I want to know, why don't we, at this point, let's approach the bench, so we're going to take much too much time trying to work through the others.
May I continue, Your Honor?
You may.
Thank you. All right, so let's take a look at this for 1 second. This, in fact, is an inter-office, inter-house document, correct?
Correct.
And you're familiar with Ms. Henderson's writing?
Correct.
Okay, and you've seen these thousands of times, I assume, in your business?
Yes.
Okay, may I have it published to the jury now, please?
Yes?
Thank you. Jen? No? It's okay. Don't be nervous now. All right, now, Mr. Terzian, I'm going to ask you to take a look at this, and I'm entitling it to be invoiced because that's just
Sure.
printing at the top. And the date on that is October 1st of '02, correct?
Correct.
All right, the fall of '02, right?
Correct.
Just when Lana was coming back from her lengthy absence due to her falling and suffering those injuries to her wrist, correct?
Yes.
And obviously this applies to Lana because you see her name up there, correct?
Correct.
All right. And how do you know she got $1,500? Where does it say that?
Right on that third line under booking information, it says 1,500 plus 20%.
For shoot day plus...
2-year buyout print, all print media, Spain only.
Okay. Now let's go to the bottom, if we could, Jen, please. And of course, you make your living by charging commissions, correct?
Correct.
All right, and that's how you get paid, right?
Correct.
All right. And at the very bottom, it says commission to be deducted, is that right?
Yes.
And which box is checked, the yes or the no?
It's in the yes box.
And that's perfectly normal business for you, right?
Yes.
And that was normal business for you on October 1st of '02, correct?
Correct.
How much was your commission on this?
I believe on that job it would be $300 on the commission.
Okay, so if we took the $300, which would be about 20%, the figure we saw out there previously, correct?
Just about, yeah.
All right, so that would have put not $1,500 in Lana's pocket, it would have put $1,200, correct?
Objection. In this case, the evidence.
That's correct, because apparently she received I'll call it a bonus, this may not be the correct term, for other things that were done in connection with the show.
And I will get to that in a moment.
Okay, you may proceed. The objection is sustained.
Let me ask this. Of the $1,500, you took your commission and she would only get $1,200, correct?
Yes.
All right. $100.
I don't have any records here in front of me. I didn't look it up in my accounting books to see if she got the exact 1,200, but I would assume
Well,
if she was going to.
No, we can't assume. If you know, you know. If you don't, you don't.
Well, I'm not going to be able to tell you she got exactly
Okay.
$1,200 because I don't know if the check came in and taxes were deducted. I'm not sure how the check was cut.
Okay, then
So it could have gotten paid. She could have gotten paid through a payment company, and if the payment company paid her, then there would be taxes taken out of that check, and I wouldn't be able to give you that answer right now.
But you don't know what you're saying. You can't provide the answer, right?
Right now, no.
Right. So if you assume you took your commission, which would be $300, that leaves her $1,200, and then she's taxed on that $1,200, correct?
Correct.
Whatever her taxes were.
Right.
Wait, I'm not
Okay.
finishing my question. We can't talk at the same time, Mr. Peterson.
Sorry.
Okay, it just doesn't work. So what we know is she did not net $1,500 on this, correct?
No.
All right. And she may have received some other income on that because it says plus 20%. Why don't you just take a moment and explain that?
The 20% is a service charge on all print jobs that all modeling agencies charge to the client, not to the model, to the client. That is a processing fee to charge and bill the client. It's a 20% fee above and beyond. So the talent does not get, we can get a 15% service charge, a 20% service charge, 10% service charge. That's all negotiated between the agent and the casting office.
Right. But that 20% doesn't go to Lana, correct?
No,
Okay. That's the point I'm getting at. That 20% goes to?
the agent. C.
Thank you. While we're discussing that,
Can I get some more water?
Sure. Can I get some more water for the witness, please? Thank you. We'll get that for you.
I'll wait a minute.
Okay. We may need a bottle for this one, but we'll see.
Mr. Terzine, let me give you some advice. Don't wear out your welcome here by asking for too much water. It's just a joke, Mr. Davis, and I think Mr. Terzine took it that way. Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay?
Yes.
Yeah. And you did understand I was joking with you.
Yes, absolutely.
Take as much water as you want. We're long on water and long on questions. Mr. Terzine, let's talk for a moment and switch gears here and talk about the Siemens Mobile ad, okay?
Yes,
Now, that was a print ad, correct?
correct.
All right. And as I understand, your testimony when Mr. Jackson was asking you questions was that there were at least a couple hundred people that applied for that position to get that one print ad.
Correct.
And Lana got it, right?
Correct.
Okay. And in getting it, Jen, can we have that down now, please? In getting it, I'm assuming that, as you said, it was in January, end of January of '03, right?
Correct.
Okay, and this was a spoof on the TV show Dynasty?
Correct.
Okay.
From my recollection, that's exactly what it was.
And in fact, Mr. Jackson, he had a couple of photos, Polaroid photos that he showed you here, which was what she wore when she went to try out for them. Is that correct?
Yes.
By the way, let's get one thing straight. When you send your clients, is that correct, your clients?
Correct.
Okay. When you send your clients out to do an application for a job, or to perform for a job, or rehearse for a job, or whatever the technical and the correct terminology in the industry is, you don't accompany them, do you?
Oh, no.
Okay. Why not?
I have close to 400 clients. I can't run around town taking them to auditions, so it wouldn't be feasible to take your clients to auditions. You're, as an agent, you're on the phone, you're getting them the auditions, so you're soliciting the work. So you're not actually driving them to the auditions.
Sure. So that's not part of the function that you perform
No.
as an agent? Is that
No.
correct? Okay, fine. So let's go back here for a moment. She goes out on this auditions for Siemens Mobile, and you say it's a print ad, and of the couple hundred folks that showed up for it, As I think I understood it, she did not get a call back, but she was put on hold. Is that correct?
Correct.
And the difference between not getting a call back and put on hold is what, sir?
So a lot of print jobs, sometimes they see them the first time, they Polaroid them, and a lot of the times the clients don't need to meet the model because really what's important is how they photograph as opposed to their personality. When in a commercial, their personality is more important. So I believe in this particular case, the client didn't need to meet the models. They just wanted to see how they looked on camera, and they booked her.
Okay. So what you're telling me is that they didn't really meet Lana, or they did meet Lana?
I wouldn't say that they met Lana. I wasn't there.
Okay.
But if there wasn't a callback, chances are they booked her off of her images and her audition tape.
Okay. And then obviously, if that's the case, then they didn't get to talk to her vis-a-vis, face-to-face, right?
If they weren't at a callback, chances are they weren't there.
Okay. So let's talk about this for a moment.
Okay.
By the way, what do you call these documents so I can give them the right term? I'm calling the to-be invoice document.
It's a booking. You can call it a booking sheet.
Booking sheet, okay. All right. You filled out a booking sheet, or somebody filled out a booking sheet at your agency for your client, Lana Clarkson, for the Siemens mobile ad, correct?
Correct.
All right. And may I approach you on?
Yes.
And I just want to do nothing more now than show it to you. I want to ask you to take a look at it and for a moment and just tell me whether or not that in fact is one of your business records that you kept for Lana, for the Siemens mobile ad.
Yes.
It is. Okay. And do you recognize the handwriting on it?
Yes.
Whose is it?
It's mine.
Okay. So you actually authored this document?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And let's put that up so we can take a look at it. Your Honor, can we have that marked next in order, which is X, I believe?
X10.
X10, yes. Okay. And Mr. Terzian, can you see that?
Yes, I can.
And once again, it has Lana Clarkson's name at the top there, and underneath it has the word Siemens, and in parentheses the word print, correct?
Correct.
All right. There's no date written in the upper left-hand corner, but you do recall this being at the end of January of '03, correct?
Correct.
All right, that's fine. And what was she supposed to get paid for this?
This job was paying $750.
All right. And how do you know that?
Because it says it right there under amount to be billed, $750.
Very good.
Plus the service charge.
And thank you, Jen. And could you please highlight that with yellow? Put that back, please, if you could. That's okay. Yes, and can we have that highlighted, please? Thank you. And once again, I don't want to go through all the same questions again. Is it the same template here? That is, the charge would have been $750 and 20% not to Lana, but to the, help me, who does the 20% go to?
The 20% goes to the agency.
The agency, okay. Now, there's also a commission for this too that you take, correct?
Correct.
Okay, 20% again?
If it's print, it's always 20%.
It's all, okay, and this is print?
This would be a print job.
All right, so I'm going to become a doctor because I was lousy at math. What's 20% of 75?
It would be $150, so it would be a $600.
In her less.
If taxes were taken,
I understand.
that we didn't have a payment company.
Okay. Now, Jen, could we have that shrunk back down?
Bedside manner would be terrible, I can tell. Because you don't know how to make a person comfortable. You try, but your jokes fall. They don't fall flat. They make people uncomfortable. They're awful. You would have been a horrible doctor, whether you could do math or not, dude. You're creepy.
And I want to ask a couple other questions first, Mr. Terzian, before we go back here. Now, you indicated that Lana was one of your most successful clients, correct?
At 10 times of her career, yes, she was.
Okay. And as I understand it, I think you actually talked to a district attorney investigator, and you told him that she was in the top 25% of your clients. Isn't that correct?
She was in the top 25% in callbacks, in holds, and as far as going to auditions, making her castings. Yes, I didn't discuss dollar amounts or anything like that with anybody.
Okay. Well, thank you for clarifying that for me. So let's spend a moment talking about that.
Sure.
So when you top 25% of your clients, you do not mean that she was in the top 25% of your clients who are members, did you? Isn't that right?
Correct.
And you just described that for us, didn't you?
Yes.
Okay. Jen, I need the middle of that blown up. If you could assist me. Yes, the center portion. That's it, exactly. And yeah, I have the bottom line highlighted, please, Jim. Okay. You have a star there or an asterisk, is that correct?
Yes.
And what follows are the words, talent will be unrecognizable, correct?
Correct.
And you wrote that in there, is that right?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Thank you, Jim. Could you take that down? Let me ask you this. You made a recollection of the exact...
It was 1992.
Okay. And then
She was inputted into the computer system at the last agency in mid-1992.
Okay. And as I understand it, you were her agent. You shared her, of course, with Ms. Henderson. But you were her agent, other than that one little window of time, which was about a year and a half when you had left to open up your own agency, you were exclusively her agent, correct?
I was one of them.
Okay. And so when you took her on, I assume you got background information from her. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Where did Lana tell you that she actually formally studied acting?
We discussed more the audition process, just so you know. The audition process is we review the resumes and we actually interview and give them auditions to do. We give them readings to do. So I don't remember where she actually said she went to school. I meet close to 25 to 30 actors a week.
Okay.
So
you don't have any recollection as you sit there today as to whether or not she even told you she had any formal acting training, correct?
I can't tell you. I remember that from 1992, no.
Okay, that's fine. We saw a picture. Sudi, I wonder if you could help us. Could you just place that photo that Mr. Jackson had placed up there with Lana? Towards the door, just one, please. Thank you. Sudi's going to help me out here. Yes, thanks. Mr. President, we're going to look at this, and what was that marked again? People's 170 something. 176, okay, we're going to refer to it as People's 176. And as you look at that here, you see two individuals in the photos, correct?
Correct.
And do you know where this photo was taken?
Do I know? I'm sorry?
Do you know where this photo was taken?
I'm assuming it's near her house because I see the canal, so she lives in Venice.
All right, and had you seen this photo prior to today?
No.
Okay, this is the first time you saw it.
Yes.
All right, and as we look at the photo, we see that Lana has both hands
Or the same thing you did, but I hear voices. So
I hear voices too. Okay, we see both hands, obviously they are wrapped. And that's obviously from the injury that she suffered when she fell down and broke both wrists, correct?
Correct.
All right. And I want you to just take a look, and I know you're not a doctor, neither am I, but I want you to look at the right hand. Does it appear that there is some type of apparatus above the web of the hand, which looks like it may be holding things in place? See where I'm pointing to?
Yes.
Okay. How long did Lana have her wrists taped up like that in that condition? It was many months, wasn't it?
Yes.
It's about 8 or 9 months, wasn't it?
Give or take, sure.
Okay. And as I understand it, this injury occurred on December 24, 2001, correct? Christmas, right?
Yes.
She with that, didn't she?
Yes.
And during that time, as you already explained, she couldn't work, could she?
No.
So she had no income for 8 or 9 months, did she?
No.
You do draw in your mind, do you not, sir, a distinction between a client like Lana, who has a tremendous passion for acting, very, very emotionally attached to the profession, and the acumen with which she pursued to do the very best she could in it. Another type of client who maybe doesn't even have that passion or that acumen, but just churn those dollars. And in fact, you've seen it in your own business that there are some people who you represent, some clients whom you represent, who you believe might be great talents and they just can't make it, versus others who don't have that kind of talent and yet they're just like a cash cow. They just churn the bucks, right?
Yes.
Lana fit into the first category, not the second, right?
Yes.
You told Mr. Jackson yesterday that you took umbrage with the classification that she was
Sorry, guys. I need to buy more RAM for my computer. I think that might be part of the problem. Now I have to find where we were.
another type of client who maybe doesn't even have that passion or that acumen, but can just churn those dollars and make money. Isn't that true?
Yes.
And in fact, you've seen it in your represent,
To buy more RAM. Super chats are welcome.
who you believe might be great talents and they just can't make it, versus others who don't have that kind of talent and yet they're just like a cash cow. They just churn the bucks, right?
Yes.
Lana fit into the first category, not the second, right?
Yes.
You told Mr. Jackson yesterday that you took umbrage with the classification. I think what you said, it had a negative connotation, and I take it that you felt that it was offensive. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. You don't like that classification that goes on in this town, A actors, B actors, A actor, B actor, correct?
Right.
All right. But it does, correct?
Yeah, absolutely.
And it's something you have to live with in your business, correct?
Yes.
Lana was never considered an A actor by whoever makes those classifications,
No.
correct?
No.
And she never performed or never, she never performed the 10 years that you represented Lana, did you ever know, let's just take any year, okay, I won't even limit. Did she ever make $1 million?
Not to my recollection. And because I wasn't her only representation. She had a team of agents and managers. While I remember, she didn't.
She didn't make even $250,000 in a year.
I don't know exactly how much she made. I'll do it in the end.
Is it your opinion, and I assume it is, that everyone that you take on as a client, in fact, has a degree of talent, correct?
Everyone we take on is potential.
Sure, because if they didn't have talent or potential talent, you wouldn't take them on as a client.
Correct.
And would it be fair to say that everybody you represent as their agent is somebody that you at some point make a decision may in fact be a moneymaker, correct?
Yes.
Because you have to get paid, you have to get your commission, right?
Correct.
That's the only way you make your living.
Correct.
Okay,
Let's start with,
we've reached the noon hour, Mr.
I'm
Rosen.
sorry.
Ladies and gentlemen, keep in mind the admonition will resume at 1:30. The witness will return at that time. Thank you, sir.
Court's in session.
Back on the record, the parties and witness are present. The jurors and alternates are not. Somebody wanted to raise some point?
I think it's Mr. Bruno.
Mr. Bruno?
Your Honor, I just wanted not to have to interrupt before the next witness.
Okay.
Mr. Dixon gave me notice this morning of a letter that he wants to have the next witness admit into evidence. And it contains a statement that I think is entirely inadmissible and highly inflammatory. I can hand up the report to you if I may.
Well, Dan,
Yes.
maybe you'd rather see the original.
I'll take it. You can, dueling copies? Okay.
I did.
No, I did.
Okay. Okay, I've read the letter, the contents of the letter, and I looked at the back of the letter, which has some pictures, and including one of Lana Clarkson and a lot of entries concerning Ms. Clarkson. So go ahead, Mr. Bruno.
I haven't actually seen the back of the letter. Is there anything similar on the back to what was on the front?
Well, you better read it. I would think you want to take a look at it. And when you're done with that, hand it back to Mr. Dixon, and you can take your copy back. Okay. Oops, here's something else, too. There's a card that goes with it.
It's your company one.
Okay. It's a Christmas card from Miss... Well, I prefer to think of her as Miss, what's her real name? I'm sorry.
Elizabeth Laughlin.
Miss Laughlin, thank you. That's just me.
I think, though, she did say she had it legally changed, as I recall.
Yeah, I believe so.
In that case, it's Miss Pye, whatever works.
I think that's what Mr. Jackson referred to her that way.
Okay, the argument.
Your Honor, the letter in its entirety, it's hearsay, but it's reasonably innocuous, and there may be some prior consistent statements in there. The underlying statement is not a statement that she would have any personal knowledge about. It's just obviously her opinion.
Oh, and the jury would be so admonished, but it's very important, I think. But go ahead, if you want to know from reading it, well, I'll tell you what my feelings are. In reading it, there's the one thing that's relevant to this case is in talking about her past. Ms. Pye is talking about her past and what a year it's been, tragedy of losing Ms. Clarkson. And she puts in, and this is written a year after the event, in parens at the hands of Phil Spector, which is clearly inconsistent with her testimony here as far as I'm concerned.
Well, Judge, she wasn't asked whether or not she thought Mr. Spector killed Ms. Clarkson. Had she been asked that, I'm sure the court, well, I'm not sure.
That was discussed during her testimony.
No, she said she didn't know. It was discussed, but she said she didn't know.
Right. We're not...
This doesn't impeach, I don't know. And she wouldn't have any way to know.
It goes to her state. She has testified. Her state of mind was But originally she said that when she made the statement, there's been examination and cross-examination, she didn't know that may have been the way, as I recall, the way she felt it, but she was hiding this information because she had been told by various people and for other reasons that she didn't disclose that in her mind, Ms. Clarkson was suicidal. But here now, almost a year after the event, 10 months, 11 months, she is basically saying at the hands of Phil Spector, which is inconsistent with her mindset and the tenor of her testimony, that although she wasn't there and she can't state, obviously, whether this is a murder or a suicide, if you catch the tenor of her testimony, which is clear, is that Lana was depressed and was getting ready to kill herself. That's what you pick up from her testimony.
I don't disagree, but her unsupported opinion that Mr. Spector did it, she couldn't come in here and testify to that.
We're not in disagreement, and I believe she has been cross-examined on those comments because one of the things that she was asked during her cross-examination, I believe, by Mr. Jackson, was, didn't you tell someone that he ought to fry or whatever? And she said, well, yes, I said that, but and she was asked, but I think on redirect, well, you don't know whether he killed her. And he says, of course I don't know. I wasn't there.
So how does her statement that he did do it change that? I mean,
because it's inconsistent with her hints that Ms. Clarkson committed suicide. If a year after the event, she is writing her friends and saying Phil Spector killed Lana. That is completely inconsistent with any hints of suicide. That's why, of course, then the jury will be admonished. This has nothing to do with what, that's their decision to make. It's not Ms. Pye's decision to make whether Mr. Spector killed her or not.
All right, well, I just I made my objection.
Okay.
But if those type of inflammatory prejudicial statements are admissible to show bias, there may be more of them.
First of all, it's not admissible to show bias. It's to show an inconsistency with what she testified to.
Well, since it's not directly inconsistent, it's collateral. You're drawing a series of inferences that she said she committed suicide. She didn't know that. She said she was depressed. She had circumstantial incidents that reflected depression. Those are well corroborated. Those are not in dispute. So this is entirely collateral.
Okay, thank you. Do people wish to be heard?
That was basically our position, Your Honor, is what the court just said. Although it's my recollection that Mr. Jackson asked her the question, isn't it true that you told people that Phil Spector should fry for this at backstage? And she said, no, I didn't say that. But
that's going to come up next in any event. And what my recollection was that her testimony was, I don't remember saying that. And to ask a question for the purpose of impeaching with prejudicial, otherwise collateral material is improper. I mean, this is a pretty basic evidentiary rule that...
Yes, it is. But this is in response to what she's already testified to. They're not calling a witness for the purpose of setting up a witness, setting up the straw man to knock it down. This is a different situation.
Well, but in that particular instance there, I'm not saying the entire witness was that, but in that instance where they were asking, did you say this about Mr. Spector? Did you say that about Mr. Spector? Well, it's entirely irrelevant what she said about Mr. Spector. And when she said, I don't recall ever saying that, or even if she said, yes, I did, or no, I didn't, it doesn't matter. It's not the type of statement that can be impeached because it's collateral to any relevant information she has.
I will relook at Ms. Pye's testimony, but and I'll make a final, excuse me, pardon me, a final ruling. But that's sort of where I'm leaning at this time. Anything further?
no, thank you.
Anything further? Okay, let's proceed. Let's call out the jurors.
Oh, I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Yes.
One other unrelated matter. We didn't have a morning break this morning. If you recall, there's a medical a letter in the file concerning the need to take breaks every hour or so, and it caused a great deal of discomfort.
I'm sorry. Okay, we'll try to.
We need 15 minutes in the morning.
Okay, sure. I'm sorry about that. No problem. All right, the jurors and alternates are now present, and you may proceed.
Good afternoon, Mr. Terzian.
Good afternoon.
And welcome back.
Thank you.
Okay. When we broke, I think I just asked you about other clients you had in terms of talent and in terms of moneymaker. I wanted to be more specific with Now, I wanted to ask you specifically about Lana Clarkson, okay? And I want to direct your attention. Let's talk about the year 2002. We'll kind of work our way back, all right? During the year 2002, now we both understand that she suffered this injury on December 24th, 2001, the injury to both of her wrists, correct?
Correct.
And we've seen that memorialized in the photo here earlier today. I think it was People's 175 or 176, if I remember right. My question to you is this. In the year 2002, as Lana Clarkson's agent, how many jobs did she secure through your professional efforts? None, correct?
In 2002?
Yes, sir.
The Chesterfield cigarette one.
That was it.
That was the only one.
So in terms of how much money she produced as a talent with your agency during that year, it would be the $1,500 less your commission plus the 20%, correct?
Correct.
Let's talk about the year 2001. In 2001, how many jobs did Lana Clarkson get sent out on by either you or I believe your associate or colleague, Ms. Henderson, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. How many jobs did you send her out on in the year 2001?
That wouldn't be, I couldn't give you that number.
Okay.
Those are types of files that we don't actually hold on to after a certain amount of time because they're just auditions.
The answer is you don't know.
I don't know.
Okay. How many jobs did she secure in 2001?
She didn't book anything in 2001.
So she produced no money for either herself or the agency, correct? In 2000.
Correct.
Let me finish. In 2001.
Yes.
Okay. Let's turn to 2000, okay? The year 2000. Same set of questions. How many jobs did your agency send her out on?
I didn't represent her in 2000.
Okay. 1999?
I only represented her a few months in 1999.
Okay. And between 92 and 99, you did represent her, correct?
Correct.
Is there any way you can provide the jury with a breakdown of how many jobs you sent her out on each of those years?
I couldn't give you the exact amount.
Okay, that's fine. And I assume likewise you cannot give us the exact amount of how many of those jobs she secured, correct?
No, those would be a little bit easier to obtain. I don't work with that agency anymore, so I'm not allowed to take those records with me.
I understand. But what I'm saying is that you sit here as a witness today.
Yeah.
You cannot provide us that information. That's a fair statement, isn't it?
I couldn't give you that information because it's based on I don't have any records to it. Right to my recollection, from what I remember, she had many spots running at any given time. She had commercials running. She had obviously print jobs that she was booking through that agency that I was working for.
Okay. Let's take the year 1992. Name me one. Give me a date and a time.
You're asking a question. I can't give you any exact dates. I don't know when she shot them. I don't know the air dates. You're asking me questions that would have to be
Addressed to somebody else.
Well, yeah.
Okay. And I assume likewise, if I went through all the years 92 to 99 and asked you about how much income she produced, you couldn't provide that information out. Correct?
Exactly.
Okay, fine. You talked with Mr. Jackson here this morning about January of '03. She spoke with you about taking a job to supplement her income, correct? Is that correct?
Correct.
Again, you got to answer out loud.
Correct.
Okay. Even though we've changed reporters, Cindy has the same requirements as Diana does. Okay.
Got it.
And she sought out your professional advice in that regard. Isn't that true?
Yes.
And you talked about this job. This job was a job she described as a restaurant. But when you had further conversation, you learned that it was really the House of Blues, correct?
Correct.
And that's really thought of more as a nightclub than a restaurant. Isn't that true?
More of.
Okay. They have entertainment there, correct?
Right.
Music, right?
Correct.
Something that Ms. Clarkson was interested in. Correct?
Yes.
And I think what you indicated was that for her, pardon me, that she told you she was going to predominantly be doing hosting, and you said, hey, why not? And she talked about the fact that it wasn't so much about the money, and she was really excited and really gung-ho for it, I think is the way you described it, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. were you the fact that she did you know that she sought out not only your advice,
Right.
but she asked some of her close friends about advice of it?
Probably, I would assume.
Were you aware of the fact before you gave your opinion that she was so excited and really gung-ho and ready to go for this job that she had told some of her friends that she hated it, that she found it to be demeaning and embarrassing because she had to seat people in the foundation room who she had literally worked with in the industry? Were you aware of that?
No.
Vague as to who these comments were made to.
That's the fact that the comments were made would be sufficient for the question overruled.
Thank you. If I told you that she did make those comments, in fact, verbally and by way of email, does that change your opinion at all as to how excited she was about this job?
No.
Okay. So when she discussed the House of Blues with you, it was only excitement, correct?
This was before she got the job. So if she was unhappy with the job when she got it, we didn't discuss that. She was talking to me about getting the job. So if she did discuss that with her friends as far as, hey, I don't like it, it's not exactly a job for me, we didn't discuss that.
So your job was before she even set foot in the House of Blues as an employee, correct?
That's when she talked to me.
So you spoke to her about it basically in the form of a hypothetical because she hadn't gotten the job at that point.
Right. She was interviewing for the second time.
All right. And as I understand it from what you just said a moment ago, you never had any discussions with her about the job once she secured the employment. Isn't that correct?
Correct.
So you would not be able to say how she felt about the job, correct? Because she didn't tell you.
No.
Okay. And you recognize that once she got the job, as often happens at times, it may have not worked out to her anticipation. Is that correct?
Objection, that calls for speculation.
Sustain, rephrase it.
Okay. In your industry, you send people out.
Honey, this is the car dealer. He just dropped off your birthday present. Surprise.
Get your kid.
Dang it, Dan!
Wow, bam, bing, bam, 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 doo, doo, doo.
To my show. I'm the originator, and I'm so proud to be on your home shopping network to present to you my latest contribution to the world of games. Now let's get down to the nitty-gritty, ladies. I now want to talk to y'all on the area cosmetic technique. Now y'all know.
I'm confused.
Now, as I'm reading.
Two individuals in the photos, correct?
Correct.
And do you know where this photo was taken?
Do I know? I'm sorry.
Do you know where this photo was taken?
I'm assuming it's near her house because I see the canal, so she lives in Venice.
All right. And
What just happened?
Right.
but she asked some of her close friends about advice of it.
Probably, I would assume.
Were you aware of the fact before you gave your opinion that she was so excited and really gung-ho and ready to go for this job that she had told some of her friends that she hated it, that she found it to be demeaning and embarrassing because she had to seat people in the foundation room who she had literally worked with in the industry? Were you aware of that?
Objection, vague as to who these comments were made to.
That's the fact that the comments were made would be sufficient for the question overruled.
Thank you. If I told you that she did make those comments, in fact, verbally and by way of email, does that change your opinion at all as to how excited she was about this job?
No.
Okay. So when she discussed the House of Blues with you, it was only excitement, correct?
This was before she got the job. So if she was unhappy with the job when she got it, we didn't discuss that. She was talking to me about getting the job. So if she did discuss that with her friends as far as, hey, I don't like it, it's not exactly a job for me, we didn't discuss that.
So your job was before she even set foot in the House of Blues as an employee, correct?
That's when she talked to me.
So you spoke to her about it basically in the form of a hypothetical because she hadn't gotten the job at that point.
Right. She was interviewing for the second time.
All right. And as I understand it from what you just said a moment ago, you never had any discussions with her about the job once she secured the employment. Isn't that correct?
Correct.
So you would not be able to say how she felt about the job, correct? Because she didn't tell you.
No.
Okay. And you recognize that once she got the job, as often happens at times, it may have not worked out to her anticipation. Is that correct?
Objection, that calls for speculation.
Sustain, rephrase it.
Okay. In your industry, you send people out to apply for positions in the entertainment world, correct?
Correct.
And sometimes they get very excited about it, thinking about getting the job, correct?
Correct.
And they get the job, right?
Correct.
And not all the time. Sometimes it turns out just not to be their cup of tea. It's not the experience they anticipated, correct?
Sometimes.
Your Honor, may we approach, there's an area I want to go into, but I want to clear it with the court first.
We have to get her testimony on now, so we're going to ask you to step down, step into the hallway, we're going to take your testimony, and we'll resume with you. All right, you can step down. And ladies and gentlemen, to accommodate this witness, we're going to take the witness, the next witness.
Out of order. Lana Clarkson's BFF, Nellie Hudson, takes the stand. How many BFFs did this woman have? Okay, quit buffering. Knock it off. Belle Marie.
You do solemnly swear that the testimony you may give in the cause now pending before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you. Please state and spell your first and last name for the record.
Neely Hudson.
Spell your next.
Nilihudson.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Did you want to learn it on this one? Shira S. Hudson.
Spell it.
Shira.
Thank you. You may proceed. Thank you. I understand you have a trip later on today, is that correct?
I do.
Okay. What do you do for a living?
I'm a realtor.
And what company do you work for?
Coldwell Banker.
How long have you had that job?
21 years.
21 years ago or more, did you know a person by the name of Lana Clarkson?
I do and did.
Okay. Your Honor, I'm going to mark a number of exhibits here. The next one is, I believe, 178. It's a photograph of this witness and Ms. Clarkson. Your next one is 178. Thank you. May that be so marked? Yes. I'd like you to look up here at the screen. Do you recognize the folks in that one?
I do.
Okay. Tell us.
That's Lana and myself, and I believe we are in Palm Springs at the Chart House Restaurant.
When was that?
That would be when, roughly around age of 18 for me and 19 for her.
And when that photograph was taken at the Chart House, was that the beginning of your friendship with Lana Clarkson?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Did you ask for a year and I gave the
Yeah.
age? Yeah, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
That would be probably around 1981, 82.
Is that when you first met Lana Clarkson or shortly after?
It is.
Okay. And you were 18, she was 19?
Correct.
You started a friendship?
Yes.
How long did that friendship last?
Until her death.
Until February 3rd, 2003, correct?
Correct.
In fact, you saw her just the day before, really,
I
on
did.
February 2nd, isn't that correct?
Yes.
We'll talk about that in a few moments. I'd like you to look at another photograph here. Your Honor, may be marked as People's 179. Yes. No. Just one minute. Thank you, Sudie. This is 179. It's up. Do you recognize this photograph?
I do.
Again, you and Lana Clarkson, correct?
Correct.
Can you give us an approximate date of this photograph?
98, 99 maybe.
Okay. And so, as you've told us, your friendship spanned at that time from the first photograph in the very early 80s until February of 2003. Is that right?
Correct.
How did you meet Lana Clarkson, and how did your friendship start?
There was a group of fellows that had a band, and a number of the band members lived in a house on Beverly Glen. in Bel Air, and I was good friends with them, one of them being a former boyfriend. And during the summer of '81, Lana and her friend Gwendolyn, both young, beautiful, aspiring actresses, moved in, I believe, at the house next door. And as soon as these fellows spotted these beautiful girls, they became friends, and then immediately Lana and I connected, and that's when our friendship began.
Over the years, over the more than 20 years that you were friends with Lana Clarkson, how would you characterize your friendship? Acquaintances, friends, good friends, very, very good friends? What would you say?
As close and as intimate and as best of friends as anybody could imagine being.
Did you often do things together?
Over the 21 years we traveled, we lived together as roommates on 3 or 4 occasions in different homes. We celebrated each other's birthdays. I used to spend Christmas with her family because I'm Jewish, so I didn't have much to do on Christmas Day, or we'd go to the movies. And so for the 20...
Now, you mentioned in an earlier answer that when you first met her, she was a young and aspiring actor. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you were just about to start in the real estate business?
At the time, my mother had a quite successful clothing store, and Lana actually did some modeling for her at the time. So I started my real estate career when I was about 21, a couple years later.
Okay. And although those would at first impression seem to be different, very different type of careers, real estate and acting, did you and Lana through the years find some common ground that your careers presented some of the same challenges?
It was really quite remarkable because the parallels between our businesses were far more than anyone would imagine. We had to get out there every day and pound the pavement. I was selling myself as a realtor and selling homes, and she was selling herself as an actress and a performer. And we both got rejection, and we both lived check to check. And neither of us got a salary in between those checks. And when we hit it big, it was big, and we'd be each other's cheering section and the first one to call and say, I booked a commercial and I sold the house, and we'd scream on the phone. And it was just, the parallels were quite remarkable. So it was much more of as much of a disparity as the two industries were. It was remarkable how similar our life as a result of being in those careers were, our experiences.
So there were ups and downs in both real estate, whether you sell a building or sell a house, and ups and downs in getting an acting job, correct?
Absolutely.
And you shared those?
Absolutely.
You said that you'd call back and forth and cheer. How'd you celebrate those moments and beyond that if you did?
She would book something, and I'd be one of the first people she would call. I got it, I got the commercial, and I'd be screaming for her, yay! And I'd call her and say, oh, I got a great client. We sold the house today, $3 million, and she would scream for me. Same thing with, we'd meet a great guy. We'd call each other and say, I met the most wonderful guy. I mean, that's what we did. We were each other's cheering section. We had this mutual admiration society. It was, for 20 years it was like that. It really never changed.
Continued like that throughout your friendship with her?
Yeah.
From time to time, let me withdraw that and ask you this. You said when you first met or shortly thereafter, your mother had some kind of store and she worked as modeling. Is that correct?
She did print work for...
The background is interesting, but this really is remote.
All right. Did she become close with your mother?
Was Lana close with my mother? Absolutely. She even lived with my mother when I no longer lived in the house.
Did you view Lana's family during this period of time?
Did I what her family?
View her as family.
She was my family, and I believe I was a part of her family.
During the early years that you've talked about and sharing successes, do you recall Lana getting any particular jobs or commercials or national campaigns that she cheered?
Things that happened in 1980 really aren't relevant to what happened in 2003.
We're going to move it forward in time.
Soon.
I'll allow this question. Let's go to the point.
All right. Just a couple of questions. I'll certainly refrain if the court indicates it. Please tell us just a couple of them.
Watching Lana was remarkable in that in the beginning, she was getting on a bus.
This doesn't appear to be responsible.
She hasn't said anything yet.
Well, but here's not going to go into it's not going directly, answer the question directly, so you could ask the question again.
All right.
Respond.
Tell us about a few of the national campaigns that you and Lana celebrate as a result of her success in her business.
In the more recent years, prior to Lana passing away, she started booking some remarkable national commercials.
Like?
Kmart. She became the spokesperson for Route 66 jeans, and it was, I guess, the results were phenomenal because they aired the commercial for well over.
Yes, anything witnesses yes about generally respective of this about Advocate Foundation.
She's saying that the jury's must disregard that part of the answer. Why don't you re-ask the question? Thank you.
Well, I'd like to mark another exhibit, page 180.
180?
This is a photograph of the witness, Lana Clarkson, and do you recognize this photograph?
I do.
In your last answer, you made a remark or a reference to Kmart jeans, Route 66, is that it?
That's their brand of jeans, correct.
Approximately when did that happen? When did she get that national campaign?
I'm going to guess around 97, 98.
Was it important to her?
It was phenomenal. It launched a new era for her.
And as one of her best friends, did you hear her excitement about this? Did you talk about it?
Absolutely.
What are we looking at here in People's 180? It looks like you and Lana Clarkson and somebody else?
Paul Newman.
Oh, right. And this was where, do you recall?
Ontario Raceway, Speedway.
And in fact, Paul Newman's dressed in some Kmart logo, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. She get some other national commercial campaigns like Budweiser and Playtex and Mercedes?
Correct.
Okay. Did there come a time when, as one of Lana's best friends, you noticed a shift in her focus on her career?
An enormous shift.
And approximately when was that?
Around 97, 98.
About the time of this photograph, People's 180, is that correct? All right. But did you talk to her often about this shift? Did you kind of advise her on it?
Not advise her, but
talk to her?
All the time. Watched her, experienced it with her.
And what did you see change in Lana Clarkson?
Lana understood that what was making her successful in her earlier years was her beauty, coupled with her talent. She was an ingenue. She was the gorgeous arm candy. Those were the kind of roles that she was getting. She acknowledged that at some point in her mid-30s that she wasn't booking as many of those types of parts, and that she started exploring, and I guess discovered she had a talent for comedy, and she started pursuing this comedic avenue, and this is where this shift came, and it was brilliant what she started doing. What I observed was this remarkable shift from, okay, I'm not going to be the cute, gorgeous, blonde ingenue anymore in terms of my career. I'm not getting those roles. What level can I take my career now to? And she started exploring comedy, and she started performing at the Comedy Store.
Did you see her there?
I did. I was astounded that she had the courage to do this. I mean, it takes years and years and years to build up that kind of a repertoire, and she did it day one. She just said, I'm going to do it, got on the stage and started performing comedy, and that's when she started booking comedic roles. This Kmart commercial was a comedic role. The Budweiser commercial was a comedic role, and it was just this unbelievable new avenue for her to start.
Did you ever see the Budweiser commercial?
I did.
Is that the one where they meet another couple at some...
Yes.
Okay, I think
Like in a
we've seen
cabin or
that,
something?
Yeah. And there's some animal that talks?
Yeah.
Let me ask you, this time that you're now talking about, in fact, throughout your friendship with Lana Clarkson, was she driven with respect to her career? Did she care about it deeply?
Remarkably.
Astoundingly. As you did for your real estate career?
Yeah.
Sorry, guys.
And did this have a...
She used to. She's super healthy. The part of the community and networking was from the day she came to Los Angeles.
To her career? Did she care about it deeply?
Remarkably.
Correct?
Yes.
But you were close with her on other levels, is that right? Her personal life level?
Very much so.
Was there a shift about the same time in her personal life?
A big shift.
And could you explain that?
Angeles, a part of this community, and she was in love with the idea of doing what she did and being a part of the community and networking and socializing, and for many, many years this is what she did. She was a member of the Hollywood community in that sense, and the lifestyle that she had, in addition to pursuing her career, was a social lifestyle. And at some point around this same time, she decided that she really wanted to take it down a notch, and she wanted to kind of go inward a little bit and slow down, and she became more spiritual. She started going to church, and she was going to the Self-Realization Center every Sunday, and she had decided to just sort of kind of refresh and regroup. And that's where this shift happened, and she stopped drinking for a while, and she stopped eating meat, and she was just getting super healthy.
Was during the period of time that you knew Lana, was networking in the, for want of a better term, Hollywood community important to her?
Oh, extremely.
And prior to this shift or change in focus, was part of that networking through going to parties?
Absolutely.
Okay. And did that change afterwards, after this shift in focus?
Your Honor, could we get some foundation as to when she shifted focus?
Yes. Tell us again when this happened. When was the shift in focus?
I'm going to say 97, 98, around that time.
All right, fine. Thank you. Was there a change in how she networked after this change?
Yeah, she wasn't doing sort of the evening party scene the way she used to. It doesn't mean she never did. She would dip her toes in the water from time to time, but it wasn't something she was doing on a regular basis.
And these are things that you talked about all the time, is that correct?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Sudie, can we have 176, please? I'm going to show you another photograph and ask you some questions, please. I think the jurors have seen this earlier. Do you recognize this photograph?
I do.
Tell us about it. Who's in it, for starters, where, and about what time period?
That's Lana and myself. It's on the canals, the Venice canals, out in front of her house. It would be, the halos are still on, so I would say it was in 2002, the spring of 2002, early 2002.
Let me ask you some more questions. On December 24th, 2001, did you learn that something pretty serious happened to Lana Clarkson?
I did.
And how did you learn that, and what was it?
I was skiing away on vacation, so I don't know if I heard about it the next day or a day later. I heard about it shortly thereafter and then returned home, of course, but I was out of town when it happened.
And you learned what happened to her?
That she had fallen.
I'm going to object. This appears to be recent.
It will be, but that's not the crux of what happened, because it's going to be the follow-up. And if you look at the picture with the broken wrist, I think that's what we're talking about. It's just not important.
That's not a dispute. If she wants to go to Fiji, we better get to the point.
Well, I think we'll get to the point anyway. With all due respect, you may continue.
Thank you. So what happened, and
I heard that she was at a Christmas party celebrating and that she was dancing with some kids and the carpet went out from under her and she fell back, and when she went to support herself, she crushed her wrists.
And did this have an impact on her career as her friend? Did you learn about that?
Absolutely.
And what was that?
For at least 6 months, she had a day nurse, and she was relegated to her house, and she couldn't drive, and so it did have a significant effect on her ability to function as a human being, in addition to working.
You visited her often?
Yes.
At about the same time, or maybe just before that, did you hear about a video that she'd worked on?
Oh, very much so.
Tell us just briefly about that.
She worked unbelievably hard for the prior year or two, compiling this compilation video of vignettes, I guess you would call it, sketches, to showcase her talent so that she could ultimately get maybe a great role on a show or a great agent, representation.
And she put that together herself, was that your understanding?
Unbelievably so, yes.
Now, she completed or just about completed work on the video when this tragic accident happened to her wrist, correct?
Correct.
Did you continue to stay in touch with her, talk to her, see her throughout her recovery from her wrist?
Yes.
Okay. Did there come a time during that period of time that she went back to work on that video and tried to get it distributed?
In terms of went to work on it, the video was completed. It was more a matter of following up and pursuing where could she expose that video.
And what was her attitude during this time? You talked to her all the time about the video and getting back to work in light of the wrist injury.
It was a tough time because she was frustrated that she couldn't do anything, but she was certainly looking forward to the day that she could get back out there and follow up with the packages that she had delivered and deliver new ones out. And, it's a rotating industry and there's new people coming in all the time. So she was looking forward to getting back out there and promoting it.
And I think you said this photograph that we're looking at, People's 176, was probably taken in sometime of the spring of 2002. Is that right?
Correct.
As the year 2002 went on towards summer and then fall, did she begin to recover from this injury and start working again or trying to work again?
She did.
And could you tell us, based on your contact with her, her attitudes towards going back to work? Was she upbeat or down about it? Was she excited or depressed about it?
No, absolutely upbeat. She was frustrated. She wanted to be working that whole year. She wanted to be doing her craft, but she couldn't, so she was very excited to move forward.
So by the end of the year 2002, what was her attitude toward getting back to work and life in general?
She was excited. She was happy. She was like she had always been, which was hardworking, tenacious, self-starter. It was what she had always been, which was somebody that got up every morning without anybody telling them to and went out to make a success of her life. And
during the end of 2002, would you characterize her attitude as being optimistic or pessimistic?
Optimistic.
Why? Why do you say that?
Because she was getting healthy, because she was feeling strong, because, she was ushering in a new period.
During that period of time that we're now talking about, until her death, until she was killed, did you ever hear her talk about suicide in any way or ending her life? Did you ever hear anything like that?
It's absurd. It's absolutely absurd.
And you talked to...
That didn't answer the question. Would that be strictly direct?
Let me hear if I can hear the question and answer. So everyone knows, I'm reviewing certain testimony that's relevant to a ruling concerning this witness. I'm trying to do two things at one time, which I should be able to do, but I did miss that question and answer if the reporter would read it back.
Question, during that period of time that we are now talking about until her death, until she was killed, did you ever hear her talk about suicide in any way or ending her life? Did you ever hear her say anything like that?
Thank you. The comments of the witness are stricken. It was not directly responsive to your question. You can ask the question again.
during the period of time we're now talking about, did you ever hear Lana talk about suicide or committing suicide or ending her life in any way?
Absolutely not.
Did she ever mention anything like that?
Absolutely not.
How did she view life during this period of time, the 2002 into the early part of 2003?
How did she view life, generally speaking?
Yes, and her career.
This thing called for conclusion.
I think it's asking for statements.
Let me
for state of mind.
Well, it isn't. It's asking for a conclusion. If the question asks for statement, given the parameters, that would not be objection.
Perhaps I interpreted it in a different way, so as long as, can you tell us any comments she made concerning what the question was about how she felt and things that she told us, statements that she made?
Statements that Lana made.
Yeah, about her life and about her career. Was she upbeat or not?
She was upbeat. She was going out on auditions. She was working. She was talking to people. She was making calls. She was doing what an aspiring...
This is still not responsive.
Are these things that she told you?
Absolutely.
All right, the objective.
But why don't we have quotes from the witness so we can tell the difference between what's being said and what the witness is concluding it means?
Well, you know what? If you want to do it, break it down statement by statement. It's getting a bit broad, so we're going to have these objections, and I'm going to have to rule on them, and we're going to be just going slowly. Okay?
What did Lana tell you about how she viewed her career and her opportunities at the end of 2002 into 2003?
Lana truly believed that she had great opportunities awaiting her.
How did she view her life in general? Was she upbeat or not?
She was upbeat.
Did there come a time in early 2003 that you learned that she took a job at the House of Blues?
Did there come a time she took a job?
Yes, that you learned of that?
She did.
Did she talk to you about before she took that job?
She did.
What did she say to you about it?
She said that she had made a decision, that she was really tired of struggling financially, and that she had made a decision, although it was hard, she was feeling good about the decision to take a corporate job. And she told me that the job that she was taking, she had chosen because of a number of different reasons.
What were those reasons?
One, it was in the evening, which would enable her to be available during the day to go out on calls and auditions.
Pursue her acting career.
Correct. It also, she was really excited and really proud about the fact that, about the fact that the House of Blues had never had a woman in this position, and that they felt strongly enough about her that they wanted to offer her this position. And so she took a lot of pride in that. She felt that it would be a nice venue because of the caliber of people that would be there, and that she could do a little bit of, the kind of networking and reconnecting with people that she hadn't seen in a long time because she'd been homebound with her injury. So she was very upbeat. Certainly she didn't want to have to go take a job. She wanted to be a full-time working actress, but she was really taking responsibility with her life, and she wanted to take care of business, so she got a job.
You mentioned in an earlier answer that before this kind of focus or career shift in the late 90s that she used to network by going out to parties and the like.
Correct.
And that changed. Is that correct? Did she say to you with respect to the House of Blues job that she thought this was an opportunity to network and meet people that might help her in the industry?
Correct.
What did she say about that?
Exactly what I said a moment ago, which was that she thought she could reconnect with a lot of people that she hadn't seen in a long time. And, running into producers and running into writers and running into directors. And
this sounds like it's no longer a quote, and it sounds like it's now an interpretation.
Is this what she told you, or is this what you're interpreting?
It would be part of our conversation.
It's part of the conversation. It may come in.
Why don't we have it in more of a declaration statement?
Well, I don't think the witness has to tell, Mr. Brunon, I agree that it's appropriate to ask me to ask the witness to make sure that the statements are coming from Ms. Clarkson and it is not an interpretation. I asked the witness, is this what she said to you? She says, yes, it's part of the conversation.
It just doesn't sound like a conversation, Your Honor.
Well,
and I'm thinking it's a conclusion on her part.
Well, I've indicated to her to testify to the statements, and if you want to go into it, or whoever's going to do it, when you get around to cross, but I've asked the witness not to do that. She's indicated she's going to give us the conversation. I'm sorry what it sounds like, but the witness is under basically my direction. Just give us Ms. Clarkson's statements, and now we may proceed.
Okay. Did you finish your answer?
Where was I?
We were talking about, I think you were talking about what Lana told you with respect to working at the House of Blues and her opportunity to network, meet people in the industry like directors and producers, and I think that's where you left off.
That's it.
Okay, thank you. During 2002 into 2003, until Lana Clarkson was killed, did you continue to talk with her and see her from time to time?
I did.
You can still consider yourselves to be close friends?
Best of friends.
Okay. Best of friends?
Best friends.
Did you ever hear of a person by the name of Jennifer Hayes during that period of time, say 2001, 2002 into 2003?
In passing, once or twice.
Once or twice from Lana Clarkson?
Correct.
Was there what did she say? Was this Jennifer Hayes a best friend of hers too?
No. What I recall, and the only thing I recall, was I'm going to help Jennifer with her kids. And I kind of went, Jennifer? Yeah, Jennifer. I didn't know who Jennifer was.
Did you ever meet Jennifer?
I never met Jennifer.
Okay. And you spent a lot of time with Lana Clarkson?
I never met Jennifer ever at any one of Lana's events.
For example, did you attend birthday parties for her?
Every birthday party.
Every one of Lana Clarkson's birthday parties from the time you met her, you attended?
I couldn't say with absolute certainty in case I might have been out of town one of those years, but for the most part, yes.
Okay. Do you ever see Jennifer Hayes there?
Never.
Okay. Let me ask you about February 2nd, 2003. Do you remember that day specifically?
I do.
Okay. During the day, did you head off to Venice Beach?
I did.
Did you go with someone else?
I did.
Who was that?
Marion Natak.
Pardon?
Marion Natak.
A friend of yours?
A very good friend.
About what time did you head off to Venice Beach?
Midday, noon to 2-ish, somewhere in there.
And you knew at that time where Lana Clarkson lived?
I did.
Where?
On the canals in Venice.
In Venice Beach?
Yes.
Not far from the beach, actually.
Correct.
On the way to the beach with your friend that day, February 2nd of 2003, did you make a call to Lana Clarkson?
I did.
What happened?
I called Lana and I said, hey, girlfriend, we're on our way down to the beach to go rollerblading. Grab your bike. Let's go out. It's a beautiful day. Come join us. She didn't answer the phone. I left her a message.
So you didn't actually talk to her. At that point, you called, her answering machine answered, and you left that message?
Yes.
Saying, we're on the way. It's a great day. Meet us.
Yes.
So after you made that call, left that message, did you go to her house?
I went to her house because Lana gave me an open invitation.
Excuse me.
Yes.
No longer responsive.
She went to the house, yes. Now ask your next
What
question.
happened then?
I parked in her driveway.
Was that your practice when you went to the beach?
Yes, I had an open invitation to park there whenever I wanted to go down to the beach.
So you called her, left the message, drove to her house, parked her in her parking spot. What happened then?
I saw her car there, so Marion and I decided to go around to the front of the house and knock on the door and see if she was home and wanted to join us.
About what time was this? Can you give us a rough approximation?
Maybe 1, maybe 2. It was midday. I'm sorry I can't be more exact.
Okay, so you parked, you went around her house, you knocked on the door to see if she was there, correct?
Yes.
What happened then?
She came out.
And describe Lana for us.
She looked stunning. I will never forget how gorgeous she looked that day. She had ringlets and she was dolled up and she looked beautiful.
And did you repeat any part of your phone message?
Yeah, I said, why don't you come out with us for a while? And she said she could not.
What did she tell you she was going to do?
She said that she was going to work later that evening, but that she was leaving shortly to go meet with her mom to go shopping.
For what? Do you recall?
Shoes.
Shoes? Okay. Did she tell you why she needed the shoes or why she was going to buy the shoes?
I knew from previous conversations.
From previous conversations.
She bailed it out.
Your Honor, I object. The editorial comments.
I honestly think, Mr. Dixon, I appreciate that Mr. Bruno was just making a joke. It's not the terminology he used. He indicated that his objection would have been inappropriate. So I don't think it means what you thought it meant.
Okay? Thank you. Please, did you remember my question?
She had told me previously that her feet were hurting her a lot because she didn't have any flat shoes. So she was shopping for shoes that afternoon with her mom before she went to work.
When she told you her feet were bothering her, that was a result of what?
Standing on them in the evening, like she, not like, she wasn't used to standing on her feet for extended periods of time like that, in her high heels.
At the House of Blues job?
Correct.
Did you in fact talk to her after she started at the House of Blues?
Absolutely.
Because you told us that you talked to her before when she decided to take the job.
Yes.
And once she started working at the House of Blues, did you have a conversation or conversations with her about how it was going?
Yes.
And what did Lana Clarkson tell you about how things were going at this new job at the House of Blues?
She felt good about it.
She was happy with it?
She was happy with it.
Except for the feet.
Except for the feet.
And that's why when you went to ask her to go out to the beach with you, she said she was meeting her mother to go buy shoes.
Correct.
And then going off to the House of Blues.
Yeah.
And that's the last time you saw her, correct?
Yeah.
Your Honor, I think we've arrived at that spot.
You may approach. I'm ready to rule on that.
Thank you. City. May I continue?
Yes, you may.
Thank you. Inviting your attention to, say, from 2000 on until Lana Clarkson's death. Did you know a person who was known by the name of Pumpkin Pie?
I did.
How did you meet that person?
Socially at one of Pumpkin's events in probably the early 90s.
And did you continue to, once in a while, see her? Tell us how you saw Pumpkin Pie.
Randomly.
Okay. Did you sometimes or often see her in the company of Lana Clarkson?
Only in the company of Lana.
So when you saw Pumpkin Pie, she was with Lana. Is that correct?
When I saw Pumpkin Pie, I was with Lana.
Okay. Were they often when you saw Pumpkin Pie, was she at these, for want of a better term, kind of rock and roll events?
Mostly.
Okay. Now, may I approach, Your Honor? I have a couple exhibits here, a card and a letter. May that be marked as, I think, 181 and 182?
Yes, the letter would be 181, the card would be 182.
And we're going to also mark these for the computer and put them up on the screen. Do you want different markings?
No.
181A and 181B?
Oh, you mean as separate exhibits solely for the purpose of showing them on the screen? No, if they match, don't mark them as exhibits. You can use a different item to, if that's what the computer will use, that's fine. Now, before you do that, I think this is the appropriate time to admonish the jury. And if you'll bring it to me, because I'm going to be very specific about what I'm admonishing them. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, contained in the letter, there is the following statement. This is, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, but I need to do it so I can admonish the jurors, that this witness will testify that this is a letter that she received from Miss Pye, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And it was written
around New Year's 2000.
Is that correct?
Dated.
It's dated.
The card is dated that the letter came in.
Okay.
December of 03.
December of 03. Now, my admonishment goes to the following. Contained in this letter, at the bottom of the first paragraph is the following. She's speaking of Miss Clarkson. She says, "My Lana, my best friend, my right arm, my inseparable sister, was violently and abruptly taken from me at the hands of Phil Spector, February 3rd, 2003. This statement may be received by you only for a very limited purpose. Obviously, Ms. Pye's belief as to what, at this time when she wrote the letter, as to what Mr. Spector did or did not do is not relevant by itself. You're here to decide guilt or innocence. It isn't important what Ms. Pye thinks, only to the extent that during this trial, during recross-examination by Mr. Jackson, she was asked a very specific set of questions about whether she ever made a statement at a wedding to an individual, and that statement was, that bastard, referring to Mr. Spector, should fry for what he did to Lana. I may be paraphrasing, but that's obviously the import of the statement. Her answer was, at times she had problems with her memory. Eventually she said, I wouldn't have said that because I've never believed it. To the extent that this statement may or may not impeach Ms. Pye's testimony, that's the only reason you may consider it, receive it, or discuss it at any time. All right, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I?
Yes.
a card marked 182 and a letter marked 181. You've seen those items before, correct?
I have.
In fact, you brought those today.
Correct.
Do you have a habit and custom of keeping just about every card you've ever received?
You would not believe it.
Okay. All right.
Junior high school.
And so you brought those to court with you today, is that correct?
I did.
Let's first turn our attention to the card 182. Do you recognize that and why?
I do, because I received it from Pumpkin Pie.
And we put it up here on the board. You received it when?
December of '03.
And it also has an inside portion. I don't know if there we go. It's now up on the screen. Do you see that? And it says a number of markings in pie and red at the bottom, correct?
You know what those mean, right? It's abbreviations, hope you are well.
Oh.
It does mean something.
Thank you.
And peace, love, and you, for.
And it's addressed to whom?
Addressed dearest Neely, that would be me.
All right. And it has a date on it, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And inside that holiday greeting card from December 2003, this was some 10 months or so after Lana Clarkson's death. Attention to that. That's a 181. Actually, it's two-sided, correct?
Correct. We're
looking first now at the front side, and at the top of this, it has a photograph of Lana Clarkson, the top right left-hand corner, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and we can't quite see. Maybe, Sudie, can we highlight the other part there? The other written part? Thank you. And the top right portion of the cards is exactly this, correct?
Correct.
In celebration of a life and lovely memory of Lana Jean Clarkson. Again, you received this in December 2003, is that right?
Correct.
Okay, let's go back to the letter in full, please, Sudie. There are a number of other writings on the card and photographs, correct?
Correct.
Some of them including who? Pumpkin Pie?
Yes, that would be Pumpkin Pie and her kitties.
And her cats. Now, the other side of the letter, if we turn that over, and can we do that, contains what is somewhat common during the holiday season, kind of a generic letter to everyone who's getting the card, correct?
Correct.
All right. And could we highlight the top paragraph, please? All right. And again, this letter, both front and back, was inside the card that we looked at, the card 182, correct?
That's correct.
And you have a copy of this, in fact, the original in front of you, is that right?
That is correct.
Would you please read to us that first paragraph?
The entire first paragraph?
Yes, please.
Can I get my glasses?
Sure, I need mine. So.
A hard letter to write this year. Just as I was repairing myself from last year's painful breakup, around my birthday in October of my 2-year relationship, to whom many of you knew the man I thought I was going to marry and raise a family with, Lana was there to hold me up through another, once again, single, lonely holiday season. New Year's Eve 2003 rang in Puerto Rico thanks to dear, kind friends Anne-Marie, Lee, and Lila. And I said, that's it, quote unquote. No more tears, no more thoughts or wasted conversation about it. New year, new life, new health, and Lana was there by my side, as always, ready to support me. We looked forward to the future together, not the past, as we had done together for the last 10 years. January was filled with health, exercise, enlightenment, excitement, adventure, and most of all, friendship, which is what I cherished at that time, especially with my best friend. We were inseparable. Then the second month started. Lana's so proud of me, working so hard to move on, exercising and eating right, feeling proud and pretty again. She made me laugh daily, as she always did. Then 3 days into it, tragedy struck harder than it's ever struck before. My Lana, my best friend, my right arm, my inseparable sister, was violently and abruptly taken from me at the hands of Phil Spector, February 3rd, 2003.
And at the bottom of the letter,
On that side, People's 181, it's signed, All My Love Always Forever, Pumpkin Pie, or Pie, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you, nothing further at this time. Did you want to go ahead and do your cross, or do you want to take a short recess? All right, ladies and gentlemen, if we can try to keep it to 10 minutes, I know that depends upon bathroom availability, but keep in mind the admonition, 10 minutes.
Are we good to go?
Thank you.
Ms. Hudson, you've told us that you've been good friends with Ms. Clarkson for 20 years prior to 2003, is that right?
That's correct.
You considered her one of your best friends and believe she considered you to be one of her best friends, right?
Correct.
And shared intimacies, shared secrets, things that very close friends do with each other, is that right?
That's correct.
And during that period of time, I assume that you would try to give her advice, counsel if she would do things that you thought might be harmful to her.
Would I give her advice about I'm not quite sure how to answer that question. We supported each other and we conferred with each other on major decisions for her to do positive things.
Well, there was a time where you felt that she was drinking more than she should, right?
Oh, no, I never said that.
You don't think there was ever a point in Miss Clarkson's life where she was drinking excessively?
I never observed a period of time where Lana was drinking excessively.
Okay. What about drugs? Did you ever counsel her about partying with drugs, recreational drugs?
No.
Just ask whether she ever counseled her, so the answer is no. That's it. Move along. Next question, I'm sorry.
Have you been following the trial at all on television?
Very little, but some.
Okay. And how do you select which days or which events to watch?
I don't watch the defense. I've watched some of the prosecution. I watched Pumpkin Pie's testimony that I could. I watched some of Jennifer's. I TiVo the court TV programs, but I don't come home because I'm gone all day at work. And I do not come home and watch them most days. So I've seen bits and pieces, but it's not a very easy thing to do, to watch the trial.
You watched Pumpkin Pie's testimony, you told us.
Some of it. I didn't see all of it. I did see some of it.
How much did you watch?
How much of it did I see?
Yes.
If I had to quantify it, maybe a couple hours.
And how about Miss Hayes? How much of her testimony did you watch?
Similar, probably a little less.
Okay. Now, you said you were not watching the defense case?
I could watch the prosecution do their questioning, but when it came to the defense questioning, I'm going to be very honest with you, it's the spin of the question. I just didn't watch it. I need to.
The point of view is that Mr. Spector is guilty, right? Yeah.
Is absolutely that he's guilty.
But you haven't followed the case, you don't know, do you?
From what I've seen and heard, I've made an opinion.
Understood. And that opinion is influencing your testimony, is it not?
No, my testimony is the truth.
And you don't think you're influenced by your feelings toward Mr. Spector?
Objection, argumentative response.
telling us that you don't believe your testimony is influenced by your feelings toward Mr. Spector.
I don't think that the questions that I've asked have anything to do with my feelings towards him, because the questions that I've been asked are relative to my relationship with him, and so I think any feelings I haven't.
So you don't feel you're biased and the way a witness approaches giving testimony, do you believe it can be here to protect the memory of Lana Clarkson, are you?
Protect her memory?
Yes, now, at some point in Miss Clarkson's life, lifestyle, she drank less, she partied less, etc. Is that right?
That's correct.
And thereafter,
What the heck? Great. It totally. Oh, no, it didn't. Oh. Yes, it did. Crap. Now I have to find our place again. Well, dadgummit. Oh, right back to the beginning. Stupid thing.
Her accident, they had just delivered the DVD to some and went out and worked and functioned and was excited about her 0 to 3, if you know what I mean.
Before she injured herself.
Correct. 3 years up until the injury.
So between 1997 and 2000. Didn't so.
No.
Hear a statement such as that? Right. To take that job. Is that what you said?
Pride, yes, with regard to her career.
So, would she, in your opinion, make a statement to the effect that I'm truly at the end of this whole deal?
I haven't talked very much. But I did go back, and my problems are coming from StreamYard. They're not coming from my end. I mean, well, they are coming from my end, but they're coming from StreamYard. There's nothing I can do to fix them.
Her business, her pursuit of an acting career. Proud woman. And
okay. Well,
despondent.
Sad. Pumpkin pie.
No knowledge.
Okay. Well, if they did, that would kind of suggest they were still hanging out and going.
asking for speculation.
I'm going to be very honest with you. It's the spin of the questions, and I just didn't want to watch it. I didn't feel a need to.
Your point of view is that Mr. Spector is guilty, right?
My point of view
Yeah.
is absolutely that he's guilty.
But you haven't followed the case. You don't know the evidence, do you?
From what I've seen and heard, I've made an opinion.
Understood. And that opinion is influencing your testimony, is it not?
No, my testimony.
Feelings toward Mr. Spector.
Objection, argumentative. Overruled.
You are telling us that you don't believe your testimony is influenced by your feelings toward Mr. Spector.
I don't think that the questions that I've asked have anything to do with my feelings towards him, because the questions that I've been asked are relative to my relationship with Lana and the events in our friendship. So I don't think that any feelings I have played into that. They haven't.
Okay, so you don't feel you're biased in favor of the prosecution?
Biased in favor of the prosecution is one thing. Believing that he's guilty is one thing. Answering questions in a truthful and honest manner is another.
And the way a witness approaches giving testimony, do you believe it can be affected by strong feelings of bias for one side or against the other side?
Objection, Counselor. The objection is sustained.
You're not here to protect the memory of Lana Clarkson, right?
Memory?
Her memory.
No.
At some point in Miss Clarkson's life, she had kind of a change of lifestyle. She rarely, or more rarely, went to parties, didn't hang out with the same people that she'd hung out with before, that sort of thing. Is that right?
As often, correct.
Okay.
Could I consider a request to the court, perhaps ask the witness to pull that microphone?
Sure, could you pull that microphone closer so we can hear you? Thanks.
Thank you.
Now, as part of that change of life, did she stop associating with pumpkin pie?
There was definitely a coinciding of the events. She and Pumpkin were hanging out much less, and yes.
Okay. Well, let's say in December of 02, January of 03, is it your understanding that Lana Clarkson wasn't hanging out with pumpkin pie?
My understanding was that she wasn't really in touch with her the latter part of that year, most of that year.
Okay, so most of 2002 you thought that Lana had disassociated herself with pumpkin pie. Is that
Not
right?
completely, but in many ways.
Well, you just said she had something to the effect of stopped seeing her that year. What did you mean by that?
She wasn't hanging out with Pumpkin Pie the way she used to. And I know that they were in touch a little bit because I remember an event where she went to a party with Pumpkin and they had a bit of a confrontation. Something happened at the party and I couldn't tell you. It was that year. And it was probably in the summer or the fall, but she told me about the event. It was not good, and so she really wasn't seeing a lot of her, but I couldn't tell you how often she saw her during that time.
And what about the partying? Did she tell you that she was not drinking, not going to parties latter part of 02 and beginning of 03?
Not going to parties and not drinking at all? No, I wouldn't say that was the case.
Well, do you know an individual named Jeff Franklin?
Who?
Jeff Franklin?
No, I don't.
Do you know if Miss Clarkson and Miss Pumpkin Pie went to a party at Mr. Franklin's house in January of '03?
No knowledge.
Okay. Well, if they did, that would kind of suggest they were still hanging out and going.
That's asking for speculation.
Let him ask the question, and then we'll have the objection.
If they were going to parties together as late as January of 2003, that would suggest that they were having contact, wouldn't it?
Absolutely.
Okay. Could we get the photograph up, please? I have an exhibit. It's previously been marked into the 7. Can you see that photograph from where you are? Miss Hudson, can you make that out? Is the lighting okay for you? Hello?
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know you were talking to me. No, you asked him to put the exhibit up, and I was waiting for somebody.
All right.
I am hard of hearing.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'll speak a little more loudly. Can you see it?
Yes, I can.
Okay, you recognize anybody in it?
I do.
Who do you recognize?
I recognize Lana, and I recognize Pumpkin.
Okay, and Lana seems to have like a fake tattoo on her chest there, and some sort of a...
I see a lanyard around her neck.
Yeah.
I don't see a tattoo.
Well, chest is relevant.
Where are we going with this?
I just...
Hopefully not in a southerly direction.
Does it look like she's at a party then?
It looks like she's out.
Does this look like a party atmosphere to you?
It could be. She's not drinking, though.
Okay. Well, not in that picture.
Not in that picture.
Okay. Do you know either of the gentlemen?
No, I don't recognize them.
Okay. So you don't have any knowledge. Miss Clarkson didn't tell you that late January of 2003 that she and Miss Pumpkin Pie went to a party at Jeff Franklin's. She didn't tell you that?
I don't remember. I don't have any recollection of that.
Okay. How about Greg Sims? You know him?
I don't.
Okay. Do you know, you've heard of the Backstage cafe, bar, restaurant, venue?
Yes.
Do you know that Pumpkin Pie held events there on Tuesday nights?
Yes, and I was there.
Okay. Were you there on Tuesday night, January 28th of 2003?
I was not.
All right. Do you know Miss Clarkson was there?
I don't know.
Do you know if she was there with Miss Pumpkin Pie?
I don't know.
Do you know if she left the location and went to the St. Regis Hotel to a suite of rooms maintained by Mr. Greg Sims?
I don't know.
Do you know if she got completely inebriated there?
I don't know.
Okay. If she did all of that on January 28th, then had to be taken home by Miss Pumpkin Pie, that would suggest that she was still partying, at least in January, right?
At least that evening.
Okay. Well, that's 2 evenings out of 5.
That's argumentative.
That is argumentative. Next question, please.
Well, if she went to one occasion on January 22nd or 23rd, and the next one on January 28th, that would be 2 parties we know of in the last several days of her life that were within just a few days of each other, right?
It would appear so.
It would. And it would also appear that she was keeping a fairly close contact with Pumpkin Pie, right?
Jackson, that's vague and speculative.
Well, whether that's what it appears, I mean, the facts are the facts, and you're certainly free to argue that at the appropriate time. Whether it appears that way is sort of irrelevant.
Okay. Well,
She has major jealousy issues. What do y'all think? I think she is getting mad right now. I think she's like, she was my best friend. I know everything she ever did. Do not come at me with things I don't know about my best friend. This is the vibe I'm getting from this woman. Seriously. I think she is so mad and so jealous right now, she can't stand it.
I take it since you don't know that she went to Mr. Sims' a suite of rooms that you don't know that she was very emotionally upset.
Jackson, Your Honor, that seems facts not in evidence. How can he ask this witness about something he just
It's
said
clear
she didn't know about?
she wouldn't be able to answer if she wasn't with her that night.
But we're
It's the form of the question. It's not the subject matter.
I'm going to rephrase it.
Okay.
If she were crying, despondent, upset about her career, would that be consistent with your view that she was always upbeat, hopeful, and happy?
If she was upset that evening, I'm sorry, go ahead.
If she was,
Repeat it, please.
If she was crying and despondent and so overwrought that her friends became very concerned about her, and that the seeming source of why she was upset was the state her life was in, her job, her financial condition, no progress in her career, working.
That seems facts not in evidence from that witness. There's a whole bunch of facts there.
I think you need to rephrase the question. I know where you're going, and that's fine to go on that subject matter.
Okay. You told us that she was happy, optimistic, upbeat, correct?
Yes, I did.
Okay. But if she were so despondent that she was crying and had to be assisted and got drunk and had to be assisted from Mr. Sims' suite on the night of the 28th of January, and she stated that she was upset about her job, she was upset about her career, she was upset about her life, that would kind of suggest that she wasn't always upbeat, happy, and optimistic, wouldn't it?
It would suggest to me that she was having a bad day.
Okay. But you weren't aware of those bad days, were you?
I was absolutely aware of occasional bad days.
Okay.
We shared our bad days because we both experienced bad days from time to time.
Were you aware of the bad day of January 28th?
That specific date, no, I can't say that I was.
Were you aware of the bad events at the party on the 22nd or 23rd of January?
I wasn't present, no.
Did she tell you, I ran into a guy that I worked with there, he ignored me, he didn't acknowledge me, I was really upset?
No, not at all.
Jackson, it seems facts not in evidence. I don't
She
think
said that never had such a discussion.
Did Ms. Clarkson tell you that she was having a problem with being habituated to Vicodin?
Never.
Did you know she was taking Vicodin on a continuous basis?
I knew she was taking pain pills occasionally because she was in a lot of pain.
Okay. Well, this in February and January of 2003, did she tell you that she was taking Vicodin every day?
No.
Did she tell you she was taking unprescribed Vicodin?
No.
Now, you said that in the entire time that you knew her, she never made any kind of a statement that suggested to you that she was despondent or suicidal. Is that right?
I don't know the definition of despondent. Suicidal, no.
Okay. Well,
Despondent,
sad, despairing, do you know those words?
20 years in a woman's life, we have a lot of days in 20 years where there's despair over one thing or another, whether it's business or financial affairs or heartbreak.
Okay, I accept that. It happens to men too. But let's talk about December, January, February of 2002 and 2003, that period.
Okay.
Financial debt was to the point where she couldn't even pay her rent.
She was struggling with her rent.
And was she happy about that or upset about that?
She was concerned.
Was she happy or sad?
She would be sad.
Okay. Did she tell you that she was trying to borrow money from her friends, $200 here, $600 there, was even having trouble making those small loans?
I know that she was having financial difficulties, and I know that she was looking for assistance.
Okay. And did you know that she was sad and upset about that?
Who wouldn't be?
Exactly. It's a depressing circumstance to be in, isn't it? Isn't it?
It's a very sad circumstance, but it wasn't the first time she'd been there. You know, as a struggling actress, it would happen from time to time.
Okay. But as time passed, you told us that she was getting less and less roles as an actress, right?
Previously, that was not recent.
Well, recently she hadn't had any roles at all, right?
Right, but I wasn't addressing that year. I was addressing prior years.
Okay, well, we're talking about the time near her death.
But your question said I made a statement about that. And when I made that statement, I just want to be clear that I was talking about her shift in the mid-90s, you know, around the time that she started going into comedy.
Okay, well, all right, let's talk about that. So you were aware that in 2002, 2003, she basically was not getting any acting work, correct?
2002?
2003.
Well, 2002, most of the year she was recovering from her injury, so there was nothing she could do about that.
Once she got the cast off, once she started going out for jobs, did she get jobs in the end of 2002, in the beginning of 2003?
I think that she was, I don't recall any specific jobs. I think she did a print job.
Okay, she had one job in that year and a half, right?
In the one...
2002, 2003.
I'm talking about 6 months. I'm talking from approximately June to February 3rd.
Okay, well, that's actually 8 months. But
She couldn't work prior to that.
okay, during that period of time, she had one acting job, right?
6, 7 months, yeah.
Okay, one job. Yes?
Yes.
How much money did she make at that job?
I don't know.
Wasn't enough to pay her rent, was it?
Yes, no, it's on speculation.
Right, well, you know she couldn't pay her rent, don't you?
She's indicated she knew that she was having rent problems.
Isn't that the case?
That she was having financial difficulties and a hard time paying her rent.
Right. She was also, she felt the job at House of Blues was beneath her, didn't she?
No.
Didn't she tell you that she had to put her ego aside when she went to work there?
Yeah, she kind of did say that.
And yeah, you kind of told the district attorney that, didn't you?
Exactly.
Okay, well, what does that mean? What did you mean, or what did you think she meant? That's 3 questions already. I'll sustain my own objection. What do you...
Very good rule.
I knew I could win that one. What do you think she meant when she told you she had to set her ego aside to go to work at that $9 an hour job?
I know what she meant because she was a very proud woman. And she was proud of her accomplishments. She was proud of who she was as a human being. And she was particularly proud of, you know, the accomplishments that she'd made in her career. And so to...
Ms. Hudson, let me focus you on the question I asked.
She's still answering the question.
She hasn't gotten to it. That's non-responsive.
Well, excuse me, I think it is. Let her finish the answer, then you can ask her follow-up or go wherever you want. Go ahead, finish your answer.
So to all of a sudden say, okay, I now have to kind of say to the world that maybe I'm struggling a little bit because I'm taking a job. It's instead of letting your ego can stand in your way, and she didn't want her ego, her pride is maybe the better way to put it, to stand in her way of taking responsibility for her life and getting a job because she knew she needed to pay her rent. She was making those rent payments regardless of the situation. She loved her home. She didn't want to lose it. She didn't want to lose her car.
Your Honor, at this point, I do believe it has gotten a little bit non-responsive.
It's long, but it's responsive.
So she put her... Sorry.
Judge, I want to remind the court of the question. I asked, what did she mean by setting aside her ego to take the job at House of Blues?
And this is her explanation. It may be long, it may be somewhat rambling, but it is on point. Nothing
Sorry.
personal. Go ahead and finish.
So she said, okay, if she allowed her ego to stand in her way, she would not have gone to work at a public place where people that she just believed in her and that she valued their opinions. If she had let her ego stand in the way, then she wouldn't have taken that justice aside because she knew that there was a benefit to this position. She was very proud of getting this job.
Well, in the middle of that answer, you said she had to set aside her pride and kind of swallow her pride to take that job. Is that what you said?
Pride, yes, with regard to her career.
So would she, in your opinion, make a statement to the effect that I'm truly at the end of this whole deal, I'm going to tidy up my affairs and chuck it because it's really all too much for one girl to take?
I heard the statement. What was the first part of it, the question part?
Is that a statement that suggests to you that the person making the statement was sad or depressed?
To me, it represents her frustration with this business and that she's ready to give it up.
Ready to chuck it?
Ready to chuck her business, her pursuit of an acting career.
Okay. But that was her reason for living. That was the whole thing that kept her going, wasn't it?
I wouldn't say it was her reason for living. It was her passion.
All right, that was her greatest passion, was it not?
It was her greatest passion, but she also had a passion for family and a desire to get married and have children. And, you know, she was ready to be on a farm with horses.
But in the statement, she said she's ready to chuck it. What does that mean to you? Chuck it. Well, actually, that was a bad question. I'll withdraw it if I may.
Okay.
What do you think she meant when she said, I'm ready to chuck it?
Chuck this business.
Okay.
And I'd heard her say it many times.
Okay. Now, did she ever tell you that she was feeling an extreme amount of depression?
No.
She never expressed to you that she was depressed?
Depression is not the word I would use. Sad.
Well, how about this? That's the word I would use, okay?
Yeah.
Did she ever tell you that she was feeling depression?
Yes, there were times when she was depressed.
Did she express that to you? Did she say, Millie, I am so depressed, I don't know what I'm going to do?
I'm depressed. Something to that effect because of the financial situation.
Okay. Something to the effect of the depression level I'm experiencing due to major financial difficulties makes me feel extremely spent and worn out. Did you ever hear a statement such as that?
It could have been uttered by her. I don't remember those words, but it sounds like something she may have said.
Okay. But someone making that statement, and the evidence is that Ms. Clarkson did make that statement, that kind of demonstrates a significant level of depression, doesn't it?
Not to me.
Okay.
I've lived with...
I'm sorry?
I've seen my mother, who suffers from manic depression, be depressed. That is not what Lana ever exhibited signs of.
So the statement, the depression level I am experiencing due to major financial difficulty makes me feel extremely spent and worn out. That doesn't strike you as someone who is really down in the dumps at that moment?
That strikes me as somebody that's very down in the dumps at that moment.
Okay. And if that statement was made in the end of 2002, that person would be down in the dumps at the end of 2002, wouldn't it?
But it's situational.
Well, of course. No one is always one way, are they? No one's always totally depressed, or very few people are always totally depressed.
What we're talking about is Lana Clarkson.
All right, we're getting a little far afield, so stop.
So at least at that moment, you'll agree that your friend demonstrated by her statement that she was at a depressed level, correct?
She was very frustrated and struggling and
depressed?
Somewhat depressed.
Now, but that's not statements that she made to you, is it? Or those aren't statements they made to you, are they?
I'm sorry?
She never wrote you an email saying, I am so depressed, I'm going to chuck it in, I don't know how I'm going to go on, I can't pay my rent, I'm going to get evicted.
Not in the form of an email, but we talked, and so what we're not discussing here is the other parts of those conversations. She was struggling financially, but she was also very excited about other aspects of her life. And again, I know depressed people that can't get out of bed in the morning. This was not Lana. Lana got up every day and went out and worked and functioned and was excited about her future, but she got depressed when it came time to deal with some of the financial stuff that she was dealing with. I've been there.
All right, well,
I'm just trying to be clear on.
Ms. Hudson, there were moments where she was very depressed. Do you agree with that?
A moment.
Now, you told us about this DVD that she made, and are we talking about a little production where she had various...
Whoop, I didn't mean to do that. I mean, I did, but I did it before I meant to do it. Never mind. Sad does not equal depression, and depression does not equal unaliving. Are they going to call an expert on mental health? Because all of this asking her friends and crap is getting old. It really is, because it doesn't mean anything. Just saying you're depressed does not mean you're depressed. It doesn't. Because depression is a completely different animal, and unless you have experienced it, just saying you're sad, I mean, just being sad and saying you're depressed doesn't mean anything. And unless you have actually suffered real depression, you have no idea what that means. And I'm not trying to talk down to anybody that hasn't experienced. I'm glad if you haven't experienced it. But I'm just saying that depression, clinical depression, it's more than just being sad. And it comes with so many other symptoms than just sad. And you can't just get someone's friends together and ask them questions about how they lived their life. Because some people can be extremely depressed and nobody knows it. It's a very, very, very strange illness. Look at Robin Williams, for instance. Well, yeah, for some people. It depends on the person. Like, look at Robin Williams. He took care of every last thing he needed to do. He finished all of the projects he was working on. Now, but was he really depressed, or did he do it because he was sick? Maybe I shouldn't have brought him up. Maybe he's an exception. But yeah, it's weird. It's weird. Just because she was maybe upset because her dream didn't come true and whatever does not mean that she would do that to herself. Especially at somebody else's house, somebody that could help her. It just doesn't make any sense. Right. There are masks. Exactly. But I don't think hers was a mask. I think that, and the fact that she got a job working at House of Blues as a hostess because she wanted to put herself in a place to make connections with people, to network. If she was so depressed that she wanted to chuck it all, she wouldn't have been doing things like that. Her brain would not be making the connections her brain would be so tired and done that it wouldn't still be making logical decisions anymore. She would just want to like lay on the couch and eat Cheetos all the time. You know what I mean? Like depression is so much more than just being disappointed in the way your life's heading, or it's just, I don't know, maybe I'm not making any sense if you've never experienced it, but I don't think she was depressed in the least. Upset with the way her life's going? Yes. But depressed? I don't think so. Absolutely not. And yeah, that short film or whatever you want to call it wasn't good, but that did not look like a depressed person to me. That looked like somebody who was trying to further her career. I don't think she was depressed at all. I think she was trying to make a comeback of whatever she had. I never heard of her before this. But I was also, where was I? Oh. Well, wait, when did she die? The trial was 2007. So I just got married. Oh, I think I was going through back surgery and bed rest and all kinds of good stuff. And then I met Travis. So yeah, this was not on my radar at all. It is very hard to explain. It is very hard to explain. Um, all I know is I don't want to go back there. I do not. Anytime I even contemplate a new medication, if the side effect is depression or self harm or whatever, anything near, I'm like, no. Absolutely not. I do not want to go back there ever again. I have found the right combination of medicine and I am happy now. And I do not, I, I, the last one that I got on, it was my weight loss medicine, but it's also, um, what do they call them? Like a mood leveler? I guess that's what it's called. I don't know. But I asked my doctor, I'm like, do you think it's the medicine that's making me so happy? Because it's got like the mood leveling effect. And he goes, no, I think you're just happy because you've lost all the weight. I said, well, whatever it is. I said, can I stay on this for the rest of my life, please? And he's like, sure. I'm like, good, because I like it. I don't know. He thinks it's from the weight loss. But since I've been on that, it's like all of my meds are just in perfect harmony. I'm happy. I don't freak out at every little thing that goes wrong. I don't know if it's the pills or if it's the weight loss, but whatever it is, and it's probably all. StreamYard is trying to ruin my life. I think I need more RAM because it's doing it. It's crashing differently now. It's crashing like it's just going away, and it's just my computer background. And then I have to try to find out. I have to pull. Dang it! Did it do it again? Oh no! I still have. Okay. It brings the page back up, but it doesn't bring where we left off. It starts over again. So then I have to figure out where we left off. It's driving me crazy. So please give to the Buy Debbie More RAM. Please donate to the Debbie Needs More RAM for her computer fund. I was like, oh crap, I have an all-in-one computer now. I don't know how to put new RAM in it. And then I looked it up and I was like, oh, this is easier than doing it in a tower. Cool. I can do this. I just have to save up for them, for my units now. Yeah, I know. And some of the stuff she did, like, she has potential, I think, or had potential. I think if someone else was writing the skits, I think the Barbie doll one had the most potential because her, like, on the stand where she was like scooting, like trying to walk on the stand, that was funny. Like physical comedy. I like physical comedy. Maybe that's why I found that one funny. Because I like physical comedy. And I thought that was really cute where she's trying to walk on the stand, the Barbie doll stand. But now I have to figure out where we were again.
Trial took place before the accident. I never stated that after the accident she was. I just wrote, or while it's happening. I need to ask a question. So the events that she discussed with you that you believe she was keeping in diary, there were. Relationship. What I'm asking you, Ms. Hudson, is what she said. How did you feel about what she felt that she used emotionally, physically, and tossed away. Every new guy has a potential.
You don't like dolls, Jill. I don't like baby dolls. I do like Barbie dolls. I had Barbie dolls. I cut their hair though. Had I not cut their hair, if I still had them, I sold them after my mom died, we had this huge like yard sale and I sold all my Barbie dolls. But I had Cher, I had Donnie Marie, I had Dolly Parton. I don't remember what all else I had. I had like the Barbie penthouse, had a working elevator. I was big with Barbie dolls. But baby dolls, I think the reason why I didn't like baby dolls is because I wanted a baby alive. Do you guys remember Baby Alives? They ran on batteries and you put the spoon to their mouth. They came with this little packet of like powder and you mixed water in it and you mixed it up and you put the spoon to their mouth and their mouth moved and the food went in and it went through a tube and then they pooped it out and you changed their diaper. It just was a tube straight from the mouth down. But it ran on batteries, which made the mouth move, and I guess it made it move through the doll somehow. I don't know. But I didn't get a Baby Alive. I got a fake Baby Alive because they said they couldn't afford the real one. This must have been the year that I learned that Santa Claus wasn't real. I don't remember being scarred that Santa Claus wasn't real. I don't remember being told that Santa Claus wasn't real. But my Baby Alive, I don't remember what it was actually called. Instead of having the batteries, it had a little, like, two prongs that stuck out the back of its neck. And you had to squeeze them together to make her lips move so she would eat. So instead of like holding your baby and feeding it like a normal child, you had to squeeze the things in the back of its neck while you fed it. It was bizarre. And then it went through and you still changed diapers and stuff. And I think that was the year I decided I didn't like dolls anymore. I was mad because I didn't get my Baby Alive that I wanted. Now, I had a life-size doll. It looked like a kid, like me, and you could hold its hand and it would walk. It wasn't like battery operated or anything. it just, I would hold her hand and my mom would hold the other hand and it would walk. I don't know how it did it. There was no batteries or anything. And we would walk it in the front yard and people would slow down to watch the doll walk. And I don't even know what happened to that doll. That was pretty cool. I don't know where we are.
He didn't phone, he didn't write. Bottom line is that clearly she doesn't know if any of them ever saw. That answers the question.
It was amazing. She had the accident. She couldn't do any follow-up.
We were talking about depression.
Did you demonstrated by her statement that she was at a depressed level, correct?
Okay.
She was very frustrated and struggling and somewhat depressed.
But that's not statements that she made to you, is it? Or those aren't statements they made to you, are they?
I'm sorry?
She never wrote you an email saying, I'm so depressed, I'm going to chuck it in, I don't know how I'm going to go on, I can't pay my rent, I'm going to get evicted.
Not in the form of an email, but we talked, and so what we're not discussing here is the other parts of those conversations. She was struggling financially, but she was also very excited about other aspects of her life. And again, I know depressed people that can't get out of bed in the morning. This was not Lana. Lana got up every day and went out and worked and functioned and was excited about her future, but she got depressed when it came time to, deal with some of the financial stuff that she was dealing with. I've been there.
All right, well.
I'm just trying to be clear on.
Ms. Hudson, there were moments where she was very depressed. Do you agree with that?
A moment.
Now, you told us about this DVD that she made, and are we talking about a little production where she had various segments of things she'd done in the past, and then a little skit she did, like a salesperson? Is that the same DVD we're talking about?
I don't get the salesperson part, but I know the Lana Unleashed you're talking about.
No, she did like an infomercial thing. She was in blackface. Did you see that? It looked like she was trying to imitate Little Richard or something.
I've seen a skit that she did like that, yes.
Is that the DVD we're talking about?
Lana Unleashed with the different skits, and she did do that, yes.
Okay. She put a lot of effort into that, right?
She did.
She borrowed money from every person she could to make that DVD, did she not?
I believe so.
Did you ever give her money, by the way?
I've lent Lana money, yes.
Did you give her money in the last few months of her life?
Yes.
Okay. She tried to sell that DVD, didn't she?
Sell?
Sell?
No.
Are you sure?
It was a promotional piece. It was like a video resume.
Did she go to shows and try to sell the DVD?
You're talking about the conventions that she would do?
Yes.
She did, yes, actually, if that's what you're talking about. I don't know if I ever saw that piece. I might have. I can't remember. That was different when she would go to the conventions and sign autographs.
Okay. She tried to make money in that way, didn't she?
Yes.
And did she ever tell you that all of the efforts she made to go to the shows, to promote the DVD, wound up costing her more money?
Jackson, demonstrate the evidence. We're talking about two different DVDs here.
Yeah, I think only to that extent that we have to be clear. There's the promo disc that we saw, and apparently, is there some other disc that she sold or made?
I don't remember that. Okay. I don't remember what she was selling at the conventions. I remember she went to the conventions.
Did she ever make a statement to you that the DVDs I laid out all my cash for didn't sell?
No.
Okay. Do you know if that was the case?
No.
Could we get exhibit on page 3253, please? Let me see if I can give you the exhibit number. I'm sorry. Triple V.
Okay.
30 sentence down.
That these people that go to these things get paid for their appearance, because now I know this is a big contrast between these two actresses, but Carrie Fisher, who was Princess Leia, used to call Comic Cons and Star Wars conventions and those kind of things, she used to call them her lap dances, because at first she hated doing them, but she got paid extra for doing them, and so she called them her lap dances. And eventually she came to really enjoy doing them because she got to meet fans that loved and adored her in the movies. But she never lost money on appearances. It was always extra, and so she called them her lap dances. So I don't know why anyone would. I mean, you have to pay so much to get like autographs and meet and greets and stuff with these people at these conventions. I can't imagine why she would lose money at conventions.
The autograph shows
I certainly can't afford to go to conventions. I know that.
ended up costing me money. The DVDs that I laid out all my cash for didn't sell. So forth.
Should I make a statement to you like that?
I actually think I remember that event. It was in San Diego.
Well, I didn't ask you whether you remembered the event. I asked you whether or not she ever made that statement.
Well, it's coming back to me
Okay.
now. And I think that I remember her making a statement that it cost me more to do the show than I made. Something to that effect. It wasn't lucrative.
Okay, so this DVD wasn't a source of joy or income for her, was it?
Overall, I don't know.
Well, she made it to try to get jobs and didn't get jobs, correct?
I'm sorry?
She made it to try to get jobs. That was one of the reasons, right?
You're talking about the Lana Unleashed?
I am.
Okay, Lana Unleashed was completed within days or weeks prior to her accident. They had just delivered the DVD to some producers and agents, her mom and her sister and her. It was amazing. She had the accident. She couldn't do any follow-up. She couldn't interview. She couldn't call anybody that she delivered it to. So it really didn't have an opportunity to work for her because she crushed her wrist like within days of finishing it.
After the 6-month recovery you've talked about, she was back in the market in mid-2002, was she not?
Approximately, yes.
And she was distributing the DVD at that point, was she not?
She was starting to build a momentum and put herself out there, and
okay. And
everything takes time.
Between mid-2002 and February 2003, did she get any jobs based on the DVD that you're aware of?
Well, but that's not quite how the industry works, that I'm aware of now.
How about this, Your Honor?
Wait, just everybody stop.
Could we ask the witness?
No, everybody stop, including you, Mr. Bruno, just a second. You have an objection to make, that's fine, but, all of a sudden pointing, I'm just saying, everybody needs to calm down a little bit. If you have an objection, make the objection, I'll rule it. Okay, what would you like the witness to do?
Answer the question.
Okay.
My objection was that she be allowed to complete her answer that she was starting.
Okay. We're going to read back to just the last question, and I'm going to ask the witness to answer it.
Between mid-2002 and February 2003, did she get any jobs based on the DVD that you are aware of?
No.
Thank you. Now, you said that she had several commercials that she booked. I think you mentioned perhaps Playtex, Kmart, so forth. When Playtex, Kmart, when were those commercials?
All within a couple years of her death, prior to her death.
Were they before she injured her wrists?
Yes.
Okay. How much before she injured her wrist?
In terms of time, I mean, I wasn't tracking her commercials in terms of a calendar, but I would say all within the prior 1 to 3 years, in 0 to 3, if you know what I mean.
Before she injured herself?
Correct. 3 years up until the injury.
So between 1997 and 2000, is that
Yeah,
right?
and it's approximate because, you know, again, I don't have I didn't keep records. I'm just recollecting.
Now, going back to the Lana Unleashed DVD, are you aware of her ever selling one of those DVDs?
Sure. I believe she's indicated she's to knowledge, none sold. Is that correct?
My knowledge wasn't created in order to sell.
That's correct. Okay.
Whether or not whatever it was created for, she apparently made some effort to sell it because she sent an email saying that she did, right?
If that's the same product, I don't know.
All right. Specifically focusing on the Lana Unleashed DVD, are you aware of any one of those DVDs ever being sold?
Jackson asked and answered, and
I don't believe she's actually answered. Are you aware if she ever sold any kind of DVD? Let's do it that way.
I'm aware she sold stuff at these shows she did. I'm not aware of what sold.
So if we talk about the DVD, if we can get down to that specific question, are you aware of her ever selling one of her Lana Unleashed DVDs?
Not aware.
That seems facts, not evidence that she wanted to sell those. And
I would be honest, there is a problem with that. The language in that, it didn't sell whether she meant that she was selling them or it didn't have its intended use. It didn't promote her. It's unclear. It can be interpreted more than one way. So the bottom line is clearly she doesn't know if any of them ever sold. That answers the question whether they were for sale or not. We're not certain. Now we can go on to some other subject matter.
That's the only answer I was trying to get you on. We finally got it.
Okay.
Did she ever express to you any disappointment in her personal life as it related to gentlemen or relationship with men?
Yes.
And had she in December ended what she thought was a relationship with some potential?
Time-wise, it was around that time, but how much potential she thought there was is up to debate.
She had an interest in a fellow that she jokingly referred to as the cowboy, right?
Yeah.
And Mr. Jackson could probably help us on this, but the cowboy left the corral, so to speak. Is that right?
It's not how I would characterize it at all.
The relationship didn't progress. It ended, correct?
The relationship did not progress.
Did she express some disappointment about that?
You know, again, that's up to debate because she told me some things about him that made her believe that he wasn't really a candidate.
She was disappointed that he wasn't a candidate. Isn't that true?
I would say that I'm often disappointed when I meet someone that isn't a candidate either. Being a single
I would say if I was
woman.
asking questions about you, that would be relevant, but...
So yes.
How about Miss Clarkson? Wasn't she disappointed that the cowboy rode off into the sunset?
I wouldn't characterize it that way, but she was disappointed that he didn't end up being the one.
Okay.
Not that she necessarily wanted him to be, but every new guy is a potential.
Now, you were sufficiently familiar with her to know the things she did to try to raise money. Is that right?
I would think so.
Okay. Do you know whether or not she had a listing on Craigslist?
You know, it wouldn't surprise me if she was selling memorabilia.
Okay. What type of memorabilia?
Barbarian Queen.
Okay. But that's speculation on your part. You don't know what she was selling on Craigslist, do you?
I never actually saw a Craigslist posting, but I know that she was selling autographs and memorabilia.
You didn't know all of her friends, I take it, did you?
No.
You knew the ones that she revealed to you, is that right?
I knew the ones that were significant in her life.
The ones that she revealed to you, right? And for example, she may have been close friends with Jennifer Hayes, but you were not completely aware of that, were you?
If she was close friends, I would have been aware.
Well, are you familiar with a lady named Gibson?
Objection, Your Honor. The objection is sustained. There is no need to approach.
Your Honor, I think it goes to the depth of her knowledge of her friendship.
The objection is sustained.
Your Honor, maybe we could very briefly
On the approach? If you want to stretch, go ahead. We're going to be here past 4 today. We have to finish with this witness, and I don't know how long we're going to go. Some of the jurors apparently have adjourned for the day. I'm hoping they're coming back. Yes, go ahead. Have you had an opportunity to read the letter?
I did.
Okay.
Do you recognize the tone of the letter to be from Miss Clarkson?
Yes.
And was Miss Clarkson expressing some disappointment and some anger at the fact that LB, we'll call him, has not carried through with the relationship?
Yes.
And this is not, the contents of this letter, her anger, her disappointment, that's not something she shared with you, is it?
She shared with me periods of the relationship.
Well, I'm asking you something more specific. I'm asking you about after the end of the relationship, when he didn't phone, he didn't write, and didn't follow through on what she considered to be promises he made to her. Did she express to you any of the sentiments, the feelings that she's expressing in this letter?
I remember a couple things.
What do you remember?
There was an event, I believe, that he was going to invite her to that he didn't follow through on, that she was disappointed in. Not much more than that. It was a long time ago.
I'd like to mark it as an...
Okay. Your next is Y10.
Did she express to LB that she trusted him and felt betrayed?
In this letter, yes.
Okay. She didn't tell that to you, did she?
I don't remember.
Did she express that she'd given her heart, her body, her emotion to him and been used, in her opinion?
What was the last part you said, in her opinion?
Did in the letter...
That she'd been used.
That she had been used.
Yes.
It might be in there. I'd have to read it again to say used. I mean, she was definitely disappointed in a misrepresentation on his part. But used, I don't know.
She said, I trusted you, right?
Right.
She listed out things that she said over the course of time that they spent together that she found significant, right?
Right.
He said to her, you said, I'm the most beautiful thing I've ever seen, right?
In the letter?
Yes.
Okay, yes.
Made several references to sexual...
beyond what's relevant to this witness.
Well, I'm allowed to ask, you may ask that question.
For sexual matters, correct?
Yeah.
And the tone of the letter was that she felt that this...
Jackson, that calls for a conclusion. Not necessarily. Let's hear what the question is. Go ahead.
I can read those.
Just go ahead and ask. I prefer actually that for time constraints and other matters that we perhaps I'll let Mr. Brunon lead a little bit. Besides, it's cross anyway. Go ahead.
She felt that she'd been used emotionally, physically, and then tossed away, right?
She refers to his false pretenses, so that is misrepresentation. I would have to read it and reread it to be able to say that she'd been used. I don't get, I've been used. Used for what? What did he use her for? I'm just telling you, I could read it over and over to try and find that, but that's not what I see. I see that she was disappointed in his misrepresentations.
Ultimately, Mr. Brunon, the letter will speak for itself, so it's
and it's not easy to read even for an adult, but
carry here. All right, never mind that. Just if you could go forward with anything you need. The letter, at least at this point, has been marked. It may well be received, so you can go forward.
In any event, this ending of this relationship was not something that she told you she felt a lot of disappointment in. Is that what you're telling us?
I said...
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear the end of the question. In any event, this ending of this relationship was not something that she told you...
That she felt disappointed with.
She was disappointed that he didn't turn out to be the person that she was hoping he was going to be. She was disappointed in that.
Was this something she said once and then dropped it, or did she dwell on it on more than one occasion? Did she talk about it?
You know, as girls, we talk and share all the time. I don't feel like he was this major heartbreak to her because they didn't have a significant amount of time to create that kind of relationship.
What I'm asking you, Ms. Hudson, is what she said. Not what you felt, but what she said.
Yeah.
Did she only mention it to you once, well, that's the end of that, or did she dwell on it? Did she come back to the subject of how disappointed she was in this man?
I don't know that she dwelled on it.
Okay. Now, during the time that you knew her, going back to the early days, did Lana keep a diary, kind of a chronicle of the events that she would do or would happen in her life?
Just whether she did or she did not, I'll allow it. If you're aware, you may answer yes or no.
I don't know how consistently of a diary, if it was something she did.
Well, let's start with the first step. Did she keep a diary?
Yes.
And how do you know that?
Just because she would share with me.
Did she read to you excerpts from the diary, things she'd written in the diary?
Jackson, the relevance. And also big as the time.
Right now, we're just on foundational issues. If we get to something that may be objectionable, that's fine. Did she ever read to you things in the diary?
I don't remember.
Did she ever discuss with you, did you ever see the diary?
No.
Did she ever discuss with you what she had written in the diary?
I don't remember.
About 4 questions ago, you did remember the diary.
Sustained at the time of the question.
Let me go back. Did she keep a diary?
I know that she memorialized a lot of her life, if that's the correct word to use. I don't know if it was a computer diary or like a bound diary. I don't remember. I may have seen it over the years. I may not have. I don't remember. We lived together as roommates. It may have been there. I myself had diaries. So when you say, do I know she kept a diary? I know that at times she did, but I don't know the diary or if it's a particular diary you're referring to.
All right. Using diary as just a shorthand way, let's use the term a memorialization of events in her life. Did she keep such a record?
I don't know. From time to time, yes.
Day by day, minute by minute.
Right.
Things that she thought were significant enough to write down. Right. And she would share some of these events as a memory, remember the time that such and such happened and read it to you?
Not necessarily in that sense, no.
Well, and did she ever share the contents of her memorializations with you?
I don't remember. It was more of a friendship where you talk as things are going on in your life. It's not about, hey, let you read what I just wrote. It's more while it's happening.
I need to ask a question. So the events that she discussed with you, you believe she was keeping in a diary, they were contemporaneous with your friendship? Events were happening while you were friends?
In the course of our friendship and normal conversations.
And you started your friendship when?
1981.
1981. Okay. You may proceed.
And as far as you know, did she continue to maintain that memorialization throughout her years?
I don't know.
You told me that at some point in her life, Miss Clarkson told you that she, changed the way she was living in terms of unhealthy things like drinking, right?
Yes.
And you think that was back to 95 or 96, right?
I wasn't going that early. I was thinking more 97, 98 in those years.
Okay. In any event, did she ever I'm going to get a BlackBerry. It'd be easier.
I was going to say maybe 2 tin cans on a wire or something.
I am going to hide these stickers for sure. Did she ever tell you that she had had consumed alcohol to the point that she became blackout drunk?
Just whatever, and I think actually it was limited in time by the previous questions, so the objections overruled.
Repeat the question, please.
Did Miss Clarkson tell you that in her lifetime she had consumed alcohol to the point she blacked out and didn't remember what she'd done?
I don't have a specific recollection of her telling me that she blacked out or observing her blackout, no.
In the letter, she refers to episodes where she had blackout drinking episodes, correct?
I saw that.
Okay, this was not something she ever shared with you?
It's not that she didn't share it. Over 20 years, she certainly could have shared it. I don't remember.
Okay. So if she told you, I got so drunk, I blacked out, I don't remember what happened, I don't remember what I did, so forth. She may have told you that and you forgot it?
Yeah.
Okay. Or she may not have told you at all?
I knew Lana very well, and I would have acknowledged it, we would have maybe talked about it, but it's not something I would have held on to.
Well, the night she died, she had a significant amount of alcohol in her system, a quantity of Vicodin in her system. Do you know that?
The relevancy to this witness, I don't see.
Well,
I don't know that.
Well, if you assume that, would that suggest to you that she had not maintained this healthy lifestyle that she told you she was undertaking?
It was over a period of time that she was shifting her lifestyle. After she recovered from her injury and having been homebound for so long, she would go out occasionally. And what exactly she was doing day in and day out, I don't know, whether she would have a cocktail or not. But it was over, a couple years that she was just really laying low, and by no means did she become cloistered. She was still out there living, but does that answer the question? I don't know.
Well, despite the statements she was making to you about living a cleaner life, she still apparently was drinking and taking Vicodin. Is that right?
Assume that she was at the time of her death. Would that be something that you were aware of?
I knew that she was still taking pain pills, and it wouldn't have surprised me at that time if she had had a cocktail.
Well, assume for the moment that her blood alcohol level was .12, 50% higher than it would be legal for her to drive. Is that consistent in your mind with having a cocktail?
She was drinking that night, evidently. Maybe she had more than one cocktail.
But that wouldn't be consistent with what's telling you about her lifestyle, would it?
Yes, but you have to understand, the shift in her lifestyle took place before the accident. I never stated that after the accident she was continuing this lifestyle. It was the shift that she took prior to the accident, a couple years, that she really sort of mellowed out her lifestyle. I never stated that after her accident she stayed clean, she stayed sober, she didn't party.
Right. So you didn't intend by your testimony to suggest that she had maintained that changed lifestyle in the last 8 months of her life. Is that what you're saying?
Because she was still in that same place on an emotional level, wanting to just have a very focused life and working on her career. She was not going full gear back to this old lifestyle of hers. She was probably a little stir crazy and wanted to go out occasionally, but I don't believe that she went anywhere, not 180 degrees from where she'd been prior to the accident by any means.
When you were living with her up on Beverly Glen, remember that period of time?
I didn't live with her in Beverly Glen.
Did you visit with her when she lived there?
This is 1981.
Okay. Did she ever tell you that she thought the place was haunted? This is foundational time.
I'll allow that. Did she ever tell you she thought the place was haunted? We've gone briefly into it, and that's about as brief as we're going to be with this.
I don't remember anything about haunted.
Did she ever tell you about seeing of an actress that she thought had killed herself?
At the last either question or questions and answers concerning ghosts or apparitions or whatever, that's stricken. You're admonished to disregard it. Next question.
Now, this letter that Miss Pye sent to you around Christmas time of 2003, is your understanding that that was part of a series of letters she sent to all of her friends?
I believe so.
And in that letter, she expresses sentiment that Mr. Spector caused Miss Clarkson's death. Is that right?
Yes.
Now, to your knowledge, Miss Pye was not present, has never been present at
Correct.
Mr. Spector's house, correct? So she has no basis in fact for that, did she?
Correct.
Now, after Miss Clarkson died, her friends were angry about her death, were they not?
Angry about her death, yes.
And there really was no outlet for that anger than Mr. Spector, was there?
Objection, that's conflict. Who's in the spectrum?
Overruled if that was discussed. I mean, if you're asking for whether that was discussed or that's her feeling, that's fine.
Yes.
Please repeat the question.
The anger and frustration over Miss Clarkson's death was focused on Mr. Spector, is that right?
Yes.
And you're still angry, right?
Am I still angry?
Are you still angry, yes?
Yes.
Okay. Now, over time, in some of the people, the anger subsided, right?
Objection. Vague,
That is way too vague. If you have something specific you want to ask about this witness or testimony or anything related to it, that's fine.
You heard Miss Pye's testimony here, correct?
Some of it.
All right. Did you hear Miss Pye testify that...
Until I hear the question, I can't possibly rule on your objection. You may finish the question.
You heard Miss Pye, did you hear Miss Pye's testimony about Miss Clarkson's depression toward the latter days of her life?
Some of it.
Okay. And did you hear Miss Pye testify that she'd been asked by the family and the family lawyer not to reveal that information?
Relevancy.
What If you want to ask her whether she's been asked that, that's certainly appropriate. The fact that whether or not that was asked Ms. Pye is irrelevant to this witness.
No, that's what I was.
What the heck was what about? What did I miss? At least it didn't lose our place this time. It just crashed normally and didn't lose our place this time. No, that's another thing. Not in the face. Absolutely not in the face. Really? How did I miss that? Because he's usually a sweetheart. Okay, time to quit multitasking and pay attention. What movie is that? I think it might be Men in Black. Where somebody's watching a video of one of their old teachers going, "Pay attention! Pay attention right now!" Is that Men in Black? I need that clip. I think it's Men in Black.
Not to reveal the fact that Ms. Clarkson was making expressions of depression and desperate feelings about her finances, about her career, about her life toward the latter days of her life. Were you? Now, did you ever discuss with Ms. Pye the fact that once the anger subsided, that the need...
That is StreamYard. StreamYard is doing that. I have not touched my microphone. I was listening to one of my videos the other day because you guys keep telling me I'm cutting in and out or you can't hear me, and it is all StreamYard, and I don't know how to fix it. I'm sorry. I know it's a pain in the butt. I would fix it if I could. I need more RAM. I have to change the RAM. I have to buy a RAM thingy and put more RAM in my computer. And then maybe all this nonsense will stop, or at least get better. I think that's part of the problem now. It's also StreamYard, but I think the other part of the problem is I need more RAM.
For all of the facts, for all of the truth to come out would overwhelm the anger?
Might be premature.
Go ahead. Are you done with the question?
I am.
He's done with the question.
Objection assumes facts and not evidence and irrelevant.
I think the question that was phrased, were you ever asked? So if she wasn't, then that'll end it. If she was, and if you have an objection, were you ever asked such a thing?
Your Honor, the meat of the question was when the anger subsided. That's the fact that's not an evidence that any anger subsided in her or anybody else.
I realize that the question has facts, not an evidence, but just was she ever asked such a thing? Can you answer me that, yes or no?
I was never asked.
Okay, next question.
All right, actually, the question was a little bit different. Got it lost there. Did you discuss with Ms. Pye Ms. Pye's feelings about the relevance of Ms. Clarkson's emotional condition toward the end of her life?
Did I ever discuss this with her?
Yes.
Never. As a matter of fact, I never had any conversations with Pye after the first maybe initial couple weeks or months after Lana's death. I did not communicate with Pi at all.
Ms. Pi was very hurt, very upset, very angry at the beginning. Is that shortly after Ms. Clarkson's death? Is that what she was expressing to you?
Was she angry?
Yes.
Yes.
And, I mean, the reason you found that out is because she told you that, right?
During the memorials when we were all commiserating together.
Well, up to Christmas of that same year, she still was expressing anger toward Mr. Spector, right?
In the letter.
Yes. Now, currently, now, years after the fact, when perhaps she's not as angry, has she discussed with you her belief in the need for the truth to come out?
All the speculation with hearsay and...
Yeah, given the nature of this question, it appears that, with all due respect, it's an attempt to get the meat of the question before the jury as though it were true, which isn't necessarily so. So have you had any, basically, since you hadn't any conversations except the few weeks beyond Ms. Clarkson's memorials, and that's the last time she's talked to Pi.
Okay. You didn't talk to Ms. Pi after she wrote this letter?
I did not respond to that letter.
Okay. All right, Your Honor, I don't have anything else for this witness.
Thank you. Redirect.
Just a few questions. I'm only going to ask you questions about the letter that I didn't get to ask you about before, because I know it's late for everybody. And you, I need my glasses for that too. You were asked to read defense why the defense, correct?
That's the letter concerning Cowboy.
This letter.
Right, right. And your understanding from your conversations with Lana was that the relationship with Cowboy ended sometime in the latter part of 2002. Is that correct?
It's a guess, but yeah, in that period of time.
All right. And that was the time that Lana Clarkson was recovering from the risks and getting back into the industry.
Yes.
And you told us that she was upbeat, looking forward to getting back into the business and excited about
Yes.
it. And in fact, in this letter that she sent to Cowboy, she expressed the same kind of views, didn't she?
Exactly.
Let me ask you, looking at the page that starts, are you getting a clearer picture? She said about in the middle of the first paragraph, I know you're busy. I'm too. I am crazy busy, and I'm going to get a hell of a lot busier, right?
Yeah.
That's because from what you talked to Lana about at that time, she was planning on getting back in the industry and being excited about it, correct?
Correct.
And then into the next paragraph of that same page, she says, I have a major career that is about to bust wide open.
Yes.
I've got some serious red carpets to walk down. I'm going to Broadway. Is that right?
Yeah.
And is that the Lana that you knew at the end of 2002 and into 2003?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Nothing further. Thank you.
Request. At some point, I would say without ruling, it may well be, now that both sides have asked questions about it, my guess is that it'll come in, if not in its entirety, and pretty close to it.
I don't have any other questions.
Okay.
Nothing further.
Subject to being recalled, and I don't know that it would do any good because you might not be here. But at this time, you're excused. Thank you very much for being here. Ladies and gentlemen, keep in mind the admonition. I will tell you that I want to go over scheduling. Monday morning, we're not in session because I believe, one, a juror has something, and then the attorneys and I are going to be doing something else Monday morning. Monday afternoon, another witness is coming in who is leaving the country. Something has come up. We're not going to, right now it looks like that we're not going to be, you can sort of plan on it, we're not going to be in session on Tuesday of next week. Something has come up suddenly, and then we'll be resuming on Wednesday. So that's sort of the schedule. The closer we get to the end, which is sort of the prize, the farther away, or the further away it moves. I mean, so we're trying to coordinate witnesses, and every time we think we sort of have sometimes it gets away a little bit. So we may have a choppy schedule, but we're still as close to the finish as we were before. I just hope that we can get there within some reasonable time. So keep in mind the admonition. We'll see you Monday at 1:30 p.m. Thank you. Yes? Yes. We don't, do we have any?
Your Honor, I know it's late. Can we ask this?
I believe the other side has already asked, so sure, just get right in line, no problem.
Yeah, Michael Bay is going to be a witness on Monday afternoon. We got to get him down and so forth.
Right.
There's been no reports that we're aware of, other than a verbal report that was conveyed to me through Mr. Ocampo as to what his statement is. I was asked this morning whether there was a written or documentary report or notes, and apparently there's some notes and so forth. But the difficulty is that the verbal report appears to be inconsistent with what the written report that we are in the process of getting says. Apparently it was re-interviewed, but since he's the next witness, we need to get a discovery or that be turned over as soon as possible.
So done.
Thank you.
You don't need a discovery with the judge. That's where Mr. Ocampo contacted and say,
okay.
in the notes.
And
Mr. Rosen?
Mr. Jackson, Mr. Gibson.
All right.
No, we got Nick Terzian again. Although I like him. Wiggles, I am so sorry. That must be horrible. I cannot imagine. I have a friend that, well, actually, it's my friend's cousin. I knew him. We went to high school together. But bring myself to ask her what the truth is, because there were rumors that it was made to look like he did it to himself because he was, I guess, supposedly he was selling drugs, and so the rumor was that but I don't know what I've been able to like I don't know if she knows what really happened. I mean, how do you ask somebody that, you know? But I'm sorry for your loss, Wiggles. That's gotta be.
Good afternoon, Mr. Terzian.
Good afternoon.
And I'm not sure, I'll say welcome back. I don't know if it's a welcome back for you. When we broke last week, we were talking, I think, just after we, talking a little bit about income, 2003, 2002, 2000.
Crud. He might quit after this one, although I wanted to get to Michael Bay. I doubt he's gonna be very long. This one's got another hour. If this is his last part, this is part 4.
About how marketable she was. And I think what you said was that she was extremely marketable.
Yes, I didn't use the word Bible.
Okay.
Viable.
Correct. And I think you went on to say that 10% or less are the Julia Roberts types, who are, I guess, what you would call a superstar. versus 90% that are working and making a good living, experiencing high points and low points, correct?
Correct.
All right. And what research have you done, or what research ratio figure on?
Well, I'm a Screen Actors Guild franchised agent, and there are newsletters that come out with the Screen Actors Guild. There is actually that particular percentage is even higher for in the A-list category in the Screen Actors Guild. The rest of the 99% who are actors in the Screen Actors Guild are working actors that are not A-list category actors.
Okay, and this is information that you get from a newsletter, is that correct?
Well, there's actually newsletters that are sent out by the Screen Actors Guild about the percentages of the actors that are working versus non-working actors.
Okay. Figure it.
These newsletters for the actors, I've flipped through and I've read these. I mean, there's not one specific newsletter that I'm going to be able to give you.
Well, that's what I'm asking.
Go look it up. No, I don't have an actual newsletter that I can tell you that go look at that specific one. These come out periodically, obviously.
Mr. Tersing, you've got to slow down.
Sorry.
You've got to slow down.
Yes, these come out periodically through the Screen Actors Guild.
Okay, and what I'm asking you is what, are they like numbered like a volume number or date number, something like that?
Some are, yes, well, they do come out in different volumes and different dates. They do.
And all I'm asking is a simple question. What volume number, what date number does that statistical information appear in that document?
This is asked and answered. He just indicated that he couldn't give a volume or a date.
No, he's indicated where his source of knowledge is, sustained.
Had you ever been to Miss Clarkson's residence?
No, I haven't.
You ever seen a picture of it?
No.
You know what kind of rent she was paying? I assume you don't.
I'm going to allow it. He said no. The answer will stand.
And let me ask you this. A SAG member, why don't you just take a moment, tell us, what is a SAG member?
An actor who's a member of the Screen Actors Guild.
Okay. And just tell us briefly, what is the Screen Actors Guild?
It is a union. It's a union that protects the actors from making sure that they get paid in a workplace. SAG actors in this on a quarterly basis. If you are not a SAG actor, chances are you're non-union, which and still means that you are not professional.
Okay. The statistical information that you just gave us, this 10%, 90%, or 1%, 99%, you said you obtained that information from a publication. Was it a SAG publication?
Yes.
That states the testimony.
Of course, he also answered yes. Why don't you clarify that, Mr. Rosen?
Okay. Well, I'm not sure I know how to clarify it. Was it a SAG publication that you got this statistical information from?
In a series of publications that I've read, correct.
Okay, when you say a series, you mean a series of publications other than SAG publications?
No, it was from the SAG publications, I'm saying, that they have, right.
That what I took your answer to mean was is that the publications, plural, were all SAG publications, correct?
Yes.
All right. So, were you also aware of the fact, in reading about these statistics, that less than 4% of to the time period of 2001, were you familiar with that statistic?
That statistic has something to do with the Screen Actors Guild strike also, too, just so you know, those statistics change.
I didn't ask you that.
Okay.
I just asked you a simple question.
Witness is trying to answer the question.
Objection is non-responsive.
I don't know. Why don't you let him finish? If you want to make a motion to strike, you may go ahead and finish your answer, sir.
Those statistics, obviously, that were gathered by the Screen Actors Guild were also at a period when there was a Screen Actors Guild strike. There was an actor strike in the commercial industry for about nearly nine and a half, almost 10 months, obviously. So a lot of SAG actors did not work. They could not supplement their incomes acting, so they had to go do other things in order to work.
All I'm asking is this. since you read the publications, since you're in the business, since you've quoted statistics here in this court, all I'm asking you is, are you aware of the fact that the publications which were put out by SAG indicated that less than 4% of SAG members earn between $5,000 and $10,000 a year?
That I did not see.
Okay. You're not saying it didn't, you just didn't read it?
I didn't read that.
Okay. Now let's turn to another particular area. You said that there were a lot of great actors in the business. Is that correct? When Mr. Jackson was asking you questions last week.
Yes.
One of the things you talked about is there were a lot of great actors in the business, and you talked about, for example, you cited Julia Roberts as one, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, you never marketed Lana Clarkson as a great actor, did you? At that level?
I wouldn't have said that she was a Julia Roberts or a Meryl Streep, no.
Okay. You indicated at age 40, she's going to compete with 35 and 40-year-olds, correct?
Correct.
All right. So you sought out roles for her that were appropriate for her age, is that correct?
Correct.
Were you aware of the fact that she had been cast in a play? By the way, do you know John Barris?
No.
You don't know who he is, so you've never spoken to him?
No.
Okay. Were you aware of the fact that she was cast in a play called Brentwood Blondes, written and produced and directed by John Barris?
No.
Knew nothing about that?
No.
Did you know that that play, she was cast as Marilyn Monroe, and after the first rehearsal or the second rehearsal, she was fired?
I had no idea.
You would agree, would you not, that in your industry, when an actress is fired from a part or a job because that individual was just, say, for example, too difficult to work with, if that gets around, it'll make money, correct?
If she's difficult to work with.
Yes. If she gets Lana Clarkson gets a part in this play.
Right.
She goes through 2 rehearsals and she is fired.
Right.
That gets around in the industry. That's not a good thing, is it?
In a play?
Yes.
I'm not really going to state that in a play it's really going to get around. If you're talking about Broadway or, something of that nature in New York, I can understand that. But in a play, what kind of a play was it? Was it a small theater? Was it, was it a 99-seat theater? Was it I don't know the play, so.
Well, let me ask you this. If you had a client such as Miss Clarkson,
yes,
she gets hired for a play, whether it's a big Broadway play or it's a smaller action, her first performance, if that gets around the industry, that's not good for business, is it?
It's not good for business depending on what the reason was that she got fired.
Well, certainly if you sent her out on a promotion or you sent her out for a part,
right,
and the individuals who were testing her, giving her an opportunity, found out about it, it's not going to be a positive thing for her, is it?
It wouldn't be a positive thing, like I said, depending on what the reason was why she got fired.
What if it was because she was just too difficult to work with?
If that would be the specific reason,
yes,
that would not look good, no.
What about if she claimed that she had worked with the individual that had authored the play and announced to the entire staff that she and the author had rewritten the whole play, and in fact that wasn't true? Now what if that got out? That she actually came in and made that statement to the entire crew, the entire set of individuals, the actors and everyone, and it wasn't true. What if that got out? That wouldn't be good, would it?
That wouldn't be good for the writer.
Wouldn't be good for Lana Clarkson either, correct? Okay. You said that when Lana would go for a casting, that she would show up to these auditions and she was dressed to the nines, correct?
Correct.
I think you said that she would show up with stylists, hair people, costume people, the whole 9 yards, correct?
Correct.
Who was her hairstylist, do you know?
She had so many friends in the industry. A lot of them were breaking into the business somehow.
I didn't ask you, I just asked you, do you know who?
No, I did not know one hairstylist that she worked with.
Okay.
She had many, several.
Who was her costume person, the person that dressed her and provided the costume?
There was a costume company, and I cannot remember right now, that she would go and borrow costumes from in the Valley.
All right. You don't know the name of any individual that she contacted for that, do you?
No.
All right.
I wouldn't need that information. That's not something I would need.
I didn't ask you that.
Okay.
Motion to strike, I'll move to strike it.
Mr. Rosen, you don't have to make that comment. I didn't ask you that. That's not appropriate.
All right, I'll move to strike it then, Your Honor, as being non-responsive.
I believe it was tangentially responsive. The answer will remain. You can go on to your next question.
Mr. Turzin, you also testified that the ratio of her bookings were higher than other clients of yours. Is that correct?
Correct.
What was her exact ratio of bookings?
You want a statistic number?
I do.
I'm not going to be able to give you one.
Okay. Can you name the individual on your client list who was either above her or below her in that ratio?
It's not relative only because of the fact that everybody is different. Every actor is different. You're asking me to compare my clients to each other when Lana Clarkson was a 6-foot blonde woman who plays type. She was a character type. So I can't compare. I only had one Lana Clarkson. I didn't have a slew of Lana Clarkson, so I couldn't answer that question for that specific.
Bookings that she was hired, who was above her and who was below her,
If she
correct?
went out,
Objection. I was just asked and answered.
He's indicated he can't do
Very
it,
well.
and the reasons why sustain.
You also said that she had a high callback and a high hold ratio, correct?
correct.
I'm assuming you can't give me those ratios either, can you?
Well, those usually for Lana usually are 8 out of 10. She would get a callback or a hold, usually 8 out of 10 of the audition she went on.
In the year 2002, can you name me the 8?
Objection. That seems facts not in evidence that there were.
It's a permissible question. It's more a stylistic question. I'm going to allow it. Are you able to do that, sir?
I can, if I still had those records, those audition sheets that we do not keep for more than pretty much 90 days, I would have been able to tell you that information on it.
So the answer is you can't.
Correct.
How about the year 2001?
We did not, I didn't have any reason to hold on to casting sheets and avail sheets, hold sheets. In 2001, we clear that paperwork out after, obviously, 90 days after the actual audition. We get rid of that. We get rid of those casting sheets. They're not pertinent anymore. We don't need them.
The answer to the question is you can't name the 8 out of 10 that she got hired on for either 2000, 2001, or 2002, correct?
Mr. Rosen, I did not represent her in 2000.
Okay, 2001 and 2002, you can't name the 8 out of 10. That's the answer, correct? All right.
Yes.
Now, you indicated that in 2001 she suffered a severe injury, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And I think you testified that it's seizure forward.
Correct.
And your testimony was selling her hands, her face, and her body. You remember testifying to that when Mr. Jackson asked you last week?
Correct.
All right. What did you mean when you said she was selling her hands, her face, and her body?
And an actor's tool is their body. This is what they're selling. What you see right now is what they're selling. So that is an actor's tool. So her hands, her body, her face, everything that she's selling is part of her tool.
So for Lana Clarkson, the business was a very visual business, correct?
I would say it's for any actor, it's a visual, yes.
I'm only interested about Lana.
Okay.
For Lana Clarkson, it was a very visual business, correct?
Correct.
And Lana Clarkson, as you indicated, she was 40 years old, so she was not looking for parts, or you were not looking for parts for her, for the 20-year-olds, or the 22-year-olds, or the 25-year-olds, or even the 30-year-olds, correct?
Correct.
You were looking for a different kind of part for her. Is that right?
Yes.
And those parts get a little bit more narrower as actors move through life and get older. That's a fair statement, isn't it?
That's fair.
There's a lot more positions, there are a lot more availability for younger actresses in the business than there are for, say, somebody in their 70s or their 80s, correct?
In their 70s or their 80s, so we're not talking about 30s, 40s, 50s.
We'll get there.
Okay. Yes, that is correct.
And as you move further up the scale or further down the scale, that's adjusted, correct?
Yes.
You indicated that When Mr. Jackson showed you the photo of Lana and the other individual at the canal in Venice, you indicated to her she was the one with the hands in the cast with the pins, correct?
Correct.
And you said you saw her a lot during that time. She wanted to stay in touch, right?
I said she stopped by every few months, yes.
And you indicated further that she was writing a lot of screenplays, right?
She said she was writing. One was, she talked about a screenplay, so it could have been poems or short stories or even a book. I'm not sure exactly what she was doing, specifically what she was writing, and one of them she did indicate writing about a screenplay.
And the reason you're not familiar with it is because you never saw it, correct?
She never brought it to me, no.
You never saw it, correct?
No.
Okay. You never tried to market it, did you?
I wouldn't have any reason to market it, Mr. Rosen.
She never asked you to help her with it, did she?
No, Mr. Rosen, I was her commercial agent. I wouldn't have any purpose to market her script.
Mr. Tursman, Your Honor, I'm going to ask the court for an instruction.
Well, it's actually, if you listen to the answers, it's both of you in a way. He's indicating he has not.
I'm trying. I mean, we can get this done a lot quicker if we just answer the questions.
Counsel is editorializing.
Just next question, please.
So all you know is she told you that she was doing that. You never saw the proof of the pudding, correct?
Correct.
All right. You also said that she was doing a demo read for a voiceover, correct?
Correct.
And did you ever attempt to place that for her?
Again, I'm not a voiceover agent, so I wouldn't have anything to do with that.
But you were her agent at that time, isn't that right?
I was one of her agents.
She had other agents?
I'm sure she had a team of people working with her. I specifically represented her in the commercial and print market. I never represented her for film television, so I wouldn't know who her film television agent was at that time.
So actually, your agency, your representation was limited, correct?
Or limited in what way?
What you just said, print and, what was the other thing you said?
Print and commercial, TV commercial endorsement. Yes.
That was it, right?
That's what I represented Lana for.
So she had other agents, as you seem to think she did. By the way, can you name any of these other agents?
I couldn't tell you who she was represented by at that time. And coming off of an injury, I don't know if she was still represented by anybody too.
The truth is, you don't even
those facts for you know.
She never issued anybody claiming to be her agent. She introduced you to anyone else claiming to be her agent, correct?
No.
You also testified on direct that Ms. Clarkson was not in the job for money. She was in it for the art. She was passionate about acting.
Correct.
She was also passionate about becoming famous. That was very important to her, wasn't it?
I would say it's important for a lot of actors.
I'm not asking about a lot of actors. I'm only asking about Lana Clarkson. The question I'm putting to you is this. Isn't it true that although, as you said, she was not in the job for the money, she was more in it for the art, she was passionate about acting, she was also in it primarily for the fame, correct? She wanted to be famous.
She loved the spotlight.
You indicated also that she always maintained her passion, is that right?
To me, she did, yes.
Okay. And you knew her for about 10 years?
Yes.
So there was never one single year period where that passion ever diminished, is that right?
It would probably be the only downtime that I would say that I
hurt her wrist.
Right.
Okay. But no other time, correct?
Not to me. Except for the time that I didn't represent her, so I don't know.
Right.
Yes.
So let me ask you this. On a monthly basis, say in the year 2002, how many times would you see Lana Clarkson?
Well, 2002 was when she was injured. So like I said before, she stopped in every few months to check in with me.
Okay, so you maybe saw her 6 times that year?
Give or take, sure.
Preceding. How many times do you think you saw her a month in that year?
She didn't come by every week, or she didn't stop by every month. It wasn't one of those things that she would just pop in and she was in the neighborhood or wanted to showing a certain costume or something she wanted to talk about. So I don't have exact numbers for you to tell you how many times she stopped by.
Can you give me any number for 2001? She stopped
Maybe
by.
half.
Wait. Can you give me numbers for 2000 her career in her business?
Maybe about 6 times.
Okay. And what about 2000? How many times in 2000 did you see her vis-a-vis, face-to-face?
I will repeat myself again. I did not represent her in 2000.
Okay. But she stayed in contact with you?
No, she didn't.
Okay, so in 2000, you had no contact with her. In 2001, you saw her 6 times, and in 2002, you saw her 6 times, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Were you aware of the fact that Lana Clark, well, maybe we should approach at this point, all right?
In mind the definition of the jury only have to get about 10 minutes or so,
Which aren't because they came off the computer. Mr. Jackson's asked if I reproduce this. I think we can do it, or Neil can do it for him. You just give me a little.
While you're doing that, so we're going to be giving you some items to answer your yourself. You're going to be asking questions about them, but we're just waiting to get those. Pending, filed with me Friday, I believe, was the memorandum in support of media request for pool access, jury site, visit declaration, and exhibits which I've read and considered filed on behalf, I guess, of the media general. I've read these and indicating that if I thought it was necessary to set the matter for oral argument, I don't feel the need to set it for oral argument. The press is asking that at the jury view, which will take place on Thursday morning, it appears that they would like a large pool present. That is unacceptable to me. I've read all the cases they've submitted. This is private property. The fact that we're going for a jury view doesn't mean that as many people as want to or a large group can be put onto private property. I do agree, however, that someone from the media should be present to watch what we do so that they're reported on and they can answer questions of other media than this. There will be no television. That is still solely within my discretion, and I don't believe that is appropriate, and it is not being acceded to by Mr. Spector. It's his home.
That's correct.
There will be no photographer present for the same reason. However, I will allow one pool reporter to be selected by the media. They can select any representative they wish, and that person will accompany us through the jury deal. You can watch the jury, you can be present inside house to watch what happens and report back to the media.
If I could just add yes. In that regard. I have recommended, I know it's not my call, but I recommended Linda Deutsch because she's been doing this a long time. She's gone to jury views before. She's very experienced in that area. Of course, it's up to the press to decide that, but I think also Mr. Dixon and Mr. Jackson are okay with that too.
Well, I would concur in the recommendation, but it's up to the press. We don't
yes,
make people, it's their choice. They can get together among themselves and choose the representative they want. All right.
In the meantime, we can give it to him to read.
Oh, he does.
The witness.
Yeah, let's do it this way.
Yeah, he can just read them to himself.
All right, may I approach, Your Honor?
Okay. Yes.
Okay. Mr. Terzi, I'm going to show you some emails. I want you just to read them to yourself, okay, and save time. If you want to read the whole thing, you can, but if you just want to read it and look at the highlighted portions in yellow, that's fine, okay?
My request would be, since it's going to be read anyway, might as well read the whole thing. I mean, like your mom.
Okay. Go ahead, just read it.
I don't think it'll take that much longer.
Just go ahead and read all the items that are being submitted. Whatever it is they give. I hear it's still being printed, so there's more to go.
Well, there is actually more to come.
Briefs about various witnesses you all want to call and reject them to say that.
This is the motions that were filed today?
There's a witness that you want to call that they're objecting to. There's a witness they want to call that you're objecting to.
Right. I'm with you.
I don't, but I can tell you, I believe, there certainly was like 39, 40, 41 right in there. So I'm gonna, you're working your way through, I'm gonna put it up here for you to read these, okay?
All right, back on the record, the parties, with the exception of the jurors and alternates, are not present. You may resume, Mr. Rosen. Yes.
And you've now completed reading all your emails. And we should mark each other.
Mark them. You should mark them.
I think we should, yes. And we've actually got them divided into different sets.
Okay.
So why don't we mark them this way?
All right.
I'll identify them as best I can. As you know, there's portions that are missing. Those that are base, I can reference as a base stamp.
These are, I believe,
correct.
Just give me the number of pages and put a note on and or a letter and a number, and we'll go from there. That's all you have to identify them.
All right, just one quick question for you want each page.
The groups collectively label them as groups, and they will be marked as a group.
2 pages.
Next one would be Z10.
1 page.
That would be A11.
2 pages.
That would be B11.
4 pages.
C11.
'Made me lose my place again. StreamYard, this is getting old.
Mr. Church, I'm going to show you some emails. I want you just to read them to yourself, okay? And to save time, if you want to read the whole thing, you can, but if you just want to spot read it and look at the highlighted portions in yellow.
Are we done with all these exhibits? Exhibity. We need to be done with all these exhibities because they're boring. Stop buffering. Stop it. Stop it, stop it, stop it, stop it, stop it, stop it.
All right. All right, back on the record, the parties, with the exception of the jurors and alternates, are not present. You may resume, Mr. Rosen. Yes.
And you've now completed reading all the various emails?
Yes.
Can I overhear you? Yes. Okay. And now that we've marked those and you've and these emails talk about things such as depression and
Objection, Your Honor.
You don't need to. He's
based on the content of these multiple emails that you've read. Does that in any way change your opinion about her marketability as a client in your agency during the time that you represented her?
No.
The jurors back out?
Based on the court's ruling, we're ready to roll.
My ruling has been these emails may well be, in fact, probably are admissible, but not through this witness.
Correct.
They're not relevant to his testimony, so at a later time, they will probably come in. Okay. All right, let's bring out the jurors and the alternates. All right, the jurors and alternates have returned, and you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Chairman, I think maybe we're getting to the end here. Okay, get you on your way. Just a few more questions quickly. You knew that Lana Clarkson had training with weapons, is that correct?
Objection, relevance.
It may or may not be relevant, depends upon what his knowledge is. Are you aware whether or not she had training with weapons?
No.
Do you know pumpkin pie?
No.
Did you know Lana Clarkson had an up-and-coming job in 2001 or 2002?
How do you get asked if you know someone named Pumpkin Pie and you don't know them and you just say no with a straight face? That certainly would not be my reaction. But I guess if you're a Hollywood casting agent, you wouldn't bat an eye at a weird name like Pumpkin Pie. I guess, huh?
Playtex, the commercial?
Yes.
She did, yes, she had a Playtex commercial running.
Okay, what about Budweiser?
Yes, she had a Budweiser.
And what about Mercedes-Benz?
Yes, she did.
And what about Kmart?
Yes, she had 2 spots for Kmart.
Okay. Can I ask you a few details about that? Was it print, video, what was it?
It was commercials.
Commercials. Were you the sponsoring agent for her in any of those?
I was one of them, yes.
Okay. Who was the other ones?
It was Ben Garcia and Jeff Hardwick.
So did they work in your agency at that time?
They worked with me, yes.
All right, so it was one agency, but 3 separate agents who handled that?
Correct.
Okay. Can you tell me when the Playtex one ran?
Again, you're asking me questions that are at another agency. I don't have those files.
Okay. And would it be the same for the Budweiser, the Kmart, and the Mercedes?
Correct. That was the last agency that I worked at. So when I left the agency, I wasn't able to take any of my files or records with me because I was the employee.
I understand. I was looking at my questioning of you last week, and I asked you how many here in 2001, and you indicated she didn't do anything in 2001, and I actually said the same. I thought I'd ask you about the year 2002. We know that she was injured that year for about 9 months, and I forgot to ask, so I'm not security jobs. Is that correct?
Did the field cigarettes, the one that you did last week. That was at the, that was probably, I think it was October 2002.
Okay, that was the only one, right?
After she came back from her injury.
Correct.
Yes.
Okay. And just a couple quick other areas. Does she have any, say, 2000, at the beginning of 2003?
Any, what kind of points?
SAG points.
SAG points?
Yeah.
None that she discussed with me.
What is the scale in 2000?
Ugh. Well, it didn't lose my place this time. Come on, StreamYard. And we are almost done for this.
$130. Yes, I don't book extra work, so.
I see. So you never booked any extra work for long?
I don't, I know, my agency doesn't do any extra work.
Okay, so nobody, I was going to say you or any of your agents?
No.
So if in fact she did extra work?
All right. Most SAG performers, SAG extra performers don't have agents specialized in that area.
I understand. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Were you right? Thank you, Your Honor. Let's straighten one thing out right from the outset. You indicated that you're a commercial agent, a print agent, and you do endorsement stuff as well.
Correct.
Mr. Rosen asked you a lot. The reel that Mr. Rosen played for you the other day of Lana Clarkson showcase. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Is that a reel that you would ever market in your job as a commercial print agent?
For a 30-minute video, an amateur video to you know, on top of that, in my line of work, we don't use that. We get our auditions for our clients through headshot and resume submissions and, of course, phone pitches. We don't use reels to get them auditions, so I would never use that reel.
And, of course, the casting industry, as you knew it, knew Lana Clarkson.
Oh, absolutely. After 20 years, yes.
She'd been in the business for a long time.
Yes.
She'd been with you for a long time, absent that little stint in the middle, late 1999, 2000, correct?
Yes.
As a print and commercial agent, when you made a phone call and said, hey, look, I'm going to send Lana Clarkson over, did they know who you were talking about?
Absolutely.
So you didn't need a 30-minute showcase reel that had absolutely nothing. Is that why you didn't, and I think we may have been using the wrong nomenclature, is that why you didn't quote-unquote market this reel?
That's exactly why I didn't market the reel.
It wasn't up for marketing by you, correct?
No.
But it was something, I think you explained, in the industry that the talent or the actor or actress herself or himself might send to television producers, vice presidents of network, of a particular network, Fox, Showtime, NBC, whatever, just to show the range of talent, correct?
Correct.
All right. So you are not suggesting to this jury, and you're not leaving them with the impression that you didn't market that reel because it was not of the quality that you considered marketable.
Objection compound.
Are you suggesting that you didn't, quote unquote, to use Ms. Rosen's word, market it because it lacked marketability?
Objection, same room.
No, overruled. You may answer that.
No, I didn't use it because I didn't need it, not because it wasn't marketable, and because I didn't want to showcase her talent or anything in any way. I felt as though that was not something that I need to promote. 30-minute.
With regard to, and by the way, when Ms. Clarkson product, it's ready for on NBC?
Oh, no.
Nothing close to that, correct?
No, she said it was, to me, she made it sound as though it was a work in progress. She was working on this reel. She'd been working on it for many, many months. And, she just asked for my opinion. And when she actually gave me a copy of it, it was specifically just to have on file if I ever need a casting director that she could portray a certain type of character that they didn't think she could do.
And of course, well, let me ask it this way. Did Ms. Clarkson suggest to you that she was very well aware that this was done kind of on the cheap?
Oh, yes.
That it was a low budget thing?
She was very well aware.
That the sound was not of theatrical publication quality, if you will? I'll withdraw and ask a different way.
It wasn't at that caliber. It wasn't a professional caliber video or any type of a showcase.
And it wasn't intended to be such, according to Ms. Clarkson?
No, it wasn't intended to be that.
Can we have, Sudi, if you don't mind, can we have W to the 10th and X to the 10th? Actually, I believe it's X to the 10th that I'm interested in. Oh, you don't have it? Okay. May I just a second, Jen? Do you have X to the 10th? I think it's one of, it may be a physical document. I don't know if you have it. It's the booking sheet, the second booking sheet. Siemens Mobile. Okay. If you don't have it, I can ask. We do. Okay, Mr. Terzian, I want to direct your attention to the middle of the page where there's an asterisk. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Mr. Rosen asked you a question about, thank you very much, Jen, about talent will be unrecognizable, or the phrase talent will be unrecognizable. Can you describe what that means and whose handwriting that is and what it's meant for?
Well, that was in my handwriting. When the actual booking came through, the talent was booked as principal performers and they were recognizable. And on the Monday after I gave Lana the booking, the casting director called me and told me that they had decided to obviously have the talent be unrecognizable, so they wouldn't be holding exclusivity or anything. They were going to exclusivity. They were going to superimpose telephones because it was a mobile phone print ad. They were going to superimpose telephones on all the
Vision. He is the one that would know. No. He had the conversation with the people who made the decision to change it. The objection's overruled.
Had you been informed yet?
I was informed on Monday when I was giving her fitting information.
What time on?
When I was giving her fitting information.
I'm sorry, sir. What time on Monday were you informed?
I believe it was pretty early Monday because I had contacted Lana several times that day to give her fitting information because she had to have her nails manicured also.
Mr. Terzian, what is early for an agent in Hollywood? Don't blush.
11, 12.
Mr. Terzian, at the point at which and you in turn attempted to inform her. Lana Clarkson had already been shot to death, correct?
Correct.
There is also some questions about the booking sheet. Both booking sheets indicated that there was 20% commission attached to the booking sheet. To the booking itself, correct? Or the job or the project, is that right?
Correct.
Is there a SAG industry standard for acting jobs that is 10%?
Yes, there is.
Okay, then why would this be 20%? Right, so
that's the industry standard.
So that there's nothing percent in the industry. 20% for print ads is normal.
Correct.
10% for acting jobs is normal.
Right, for TV and film, and all SAG jobs are commissioned at 10%. And
these were not SAG jobs.
These were not SAG jobs. These were print jobs.
The Chesterfield ad.
Yes.
And the Siemens Mobile ad.
Yes, they don't fall under SAG jurisdiction, so they would not be commissioned under 10%. They would be commissioned under 20%.
Mr. Rosen asked you a question about a play that was written, produced, and directed by a man by the name of John Behrens. You remember those questions this morning? Have you ever heard of John Behrens?
No, I haven't.
You said that if there was some disagreement between, say, for instance, the producer, director, writer of the play and Miss Clarkson, and she ended up losing that job because he wanted to work with someone else or didn't want to work with her because she might be difficult, that reputation, as Mr. Rosen asked you, might affect her career.
That's Court TV. Stop it, Court TV. Stop. Why you gotta buffer all the time? You've been doing good today. You haven't been buffering near as much as you normally do.
The specific play, but he can offer an opinion in general. The objection is overruled. You may answer.
The smaller showcase play done with a small budget, it could be put up in a 99-seat theater type of thing. Then I don't think that would have any relevance if she was to be fired. Again, this was not, I'm assuming.
Would it, have you ever heard of an equity waiver play?
Of any equity waiver play?
Correct.
I've heard of them, yes.
Okay, equity waiver play means that it's...
Okay, you can ask him what it means.
Sure. Well, let me ask it this way. Would it be consistent with...
I'm fixing a rage quit, y'all. I about had it.
If it was a smaller play that wasn't widely known, Would you expect that to hurt her reputation one way or the other if she had disagreements with the director or writer?
Objection, ask and answer.
Overruled. No.
What if the play actually was in fact an equity waiver play that paid $5 per performance to the actors? Would that give you some indication as to whether or not it was a large, widely dispersed play or a small play?
Mr. Jackson, again, I think it depends on where. If the industry was going to obviously judge it or critique it at that point.
What if it had a budget so small that the writer, director, producer could not even afford costumes? Could not even afford costumes.
I mean, a budget play.
What if the writer, producer, director is now working as a bartender in Atlanta? Sustained. You indicated under questioning by Mr. Rosen that there are fewer parts for 40-year-olds, 50-year-olds. I think Mr. Rosen even went as far as 60-year-olds and 70-year-olds in the industry. There's a narrowing of available parts, correct?
It starts to slim down as you get older.
Is there also a concomitant narrowing of the field of competition at 40, 50, and 60?
Much less competition the older you get, because more and more actors they move on into different areas in their lives sometimes, so they get to steer away from the business. So there's a lot less competition, yes.
Mr. Terzian, you indicated under questioning by Mr. Rosen that you saw Lana Clarkson a number of times in...
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question one more time.
You saw Lana Clarkson face-to-face in 2000 number of times while she was recovering from her injuries?
Correct.
You saw her in 2001 a number of times before she was injured?
Correct.
And you gave a number. I think you said maybe 6 times throughout the year. Once every 8 weeks or so, you'd see her face-to-face.
Correct.
Did you talk with her on the phone more often than that?
Than seeing her face.
As a matter of fact, one example of that, Mr. Terzian, is when you called her on Friday before her death to tell her that she had just booked a new part, a print ad, correct?
Correct.
And of course, you called her vis-a-vis telephone on Monday to tell her about the fitting and to tell her about the nature of the actual print ad, correct?
Compound, it's been asked and answered now.
I believe it's been asked and answered.
Marketability. As you sit here today, Mr. Terzian, do you believe before she died that Lana Clarkson, albeit low budget, that Lana Clarkson put together for herself?
The reel was, again, very amateur. That was just one piece of the Lana that I knew, that I represented. So her resume she has a 2-page resume that has over 50 guest stars just in credits alone, and I think that's something that should be seen. Her resume is quite extensive. So her talent, all those directors would have never hired her. She didn't have any talent. I don't stand alone by saying that she had talent. She worked hiring. Obviously, it was just one of her agents that represented her.
Excuse me, it's becoming not responsive. It's not responsive.
He made
The directors and the producers in this industry who hired her for all those years are the ones to ask that question to, too.
And in your dealings with Lana Clarkson in 2003, in January and early February of 2003, did you find her still to be excited, upbeat, and positive about her career and her prospects as an actor?
Yes, she was.
That's all I have now.
Thank you. Ray Cross.
Lana Clarkson brought you this video, the video we looked at last week, didn't she?
Yes, she brought it in my office. She showed it to me.
Right. And you looked at it, right?
Yeah, not with
round file. She brought it for a very specific purpose, for you to look at it and critique it, correct?
She asked me.
Right?
Correct.
And you looked at it so you can give her your opinion, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and you did give her your opinion, didn't you?
And
you did give her your opinion?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And you've already told us that it wasn't necessary for you didn't need it, right? You didn't need this video for you to place Lana Clarkson in jobs, right? You just said that to me. Progress, if I ever needed to show it to a casting director. You made that statement, correct? Right?
Yes.
Well, if you didn't need it to place her return it to her?
I didn't. She had multiple copies. She'd given me one.
All right. You also said that it was only to be seen by people in the industry, not the general public. Correct?
Correct.
People in the industry who would offer her a job that would generate funds, right? Work for a lot of, and then you get your commission from it, right? It was only seen by people in the industry, people that needed to be impressed by this.
Seriously. We're almost done. Come on. Like 1 minute left.
The people that needed to be impressed by this, for the people in the industry.
Good gravy, Marie. What? Come on. Aggravating thing.
General public, correct?
Correct.
Mr. Jackson asked you about the difference of whether or not she would get fired, whether it would be a you say, you answered, you testified.
Correct.
Let me ask you this. What if Lana Clarkson had a drinking problem? What if she had an alcohol problem and that got out into the industry?
It's irrelevant.
I thought we had discussed this already, and I thought that I had ruled on it.
Well, I think you opened the door with that, Your Honor.
I don't think so.
May we approach?
No, I think I've ruled on this and indicated where my thoughts are on this.
Very well. Is that as actors get older, the jobs start to slim down, correct? I think that's the term you use. They slim down.
Yes. It's for actors who are in their 60s.
Rosen, seriously, dude. I don't think. I really, really, really don't think there's any other question they can ask this man. I think they've asked this guy everything. Absolutely everything. Bro, come on! Seriously, what else can they ask this man?
Hey, nobody cares. Nobody cares.
Well, now it won't even play. Come on.
And 70s, correct?
All right. Less competition, correct?
Correct.
I think you said that actors steer away from the business. For example, you said they get married, right?
Some,
They
yes.
have children, correct?
Some do, yes.
Some who have made a good living at what they've done retire, right?
Some of them.
Lana Clarkson, when you knew her, she wasn't married, was she? Children, did she?
Not that I knew about.
She certainly didn't have fame where she could walk into any restaurant anywhere on this planet and people would recognize her, right?
That I
She kept working, kept coming to you to ask you to get her jobs, right?
Like every other actor that I represent, yes.
Right.
I'm fixing to rage quit is what I'm fixing to do. That's how I am. I'm fed up. This stupid StreamYard. My stupid computer, stupid StreamYard, and stupid Court TV. Between the three of those, tech issues. I'm glad you're doing good, Elf. Thanks for stopping by. Cause I can't stand it for much longer. We're almost done. We're almost done because I'm at the end of my rope. We're on part 4 of Mr. Terzian. Is this his last part? Please be his last part. I feel sorry for this guy because they've asked him everything they can ask him. What else can they ask this poor man? And they don't. You would think that lawyers in LA would know how the business works, right? They don't understand the real thing because reels are not for the public, they're for casting directors, right? So they don't understand the premise of what a reel is for. They don't understand that this man is her casting director for commercials. They're asking the wrong person the wrong question, which lawyers do that all the time. That aggravates a mess out of me. I'm like, ask the right person the right question. Ooh, look at young Michael Bay. He's next. How? Ooh. Ooh, 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 ooh. I wonder how long he is. Okay. Yes, this is the last of Mr. Tarzan. And then Michael Bay. Oh. Well, we'll see. We'll see if StreamYard lets us even finish this one. If StreamYard lets us finish this. It's only like a minute left. We might get to Michael Bay. I don't know if it's going to let us finish this one. Are you going to let us finish this one? Come on. I better turn my camera off again. We got like a minute. You going to let us
And made a lot of money. Decided to retire to the hills of Montecito or the hills of Beverly Hills or whatever, and just didn't want. Correct. They would retire.
They would retire
because it would be financially secure. Correct.
If that's what was their financial situation, yes.
And it's your job, right?
She was still a working actress because she loved the business.
Oh my God.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Redirect.
Jersey, thank you very much. Nothing.
Thank you. Subject to recall. Hopefully that won't happen. Thank you for your patience. You are excused and you may...
Is the prosecution ever gonna rest? It's so weird. It's like prosecution didn't rest. Defense started their case. And then prosecution was like, oh wait, we're not done. So you never know until the witness is called whether it's a prosecution or a defense witness. Look at how young Michael Bay is. Oh my God. Time. An hour. You guys want to struggle through another hour of this mess of StreamYard? There's 8 of y'all in here. I'll keep going if you want me to. I was gonna go till 3. If y'all aren't aggravated with it. Oh, look, there's Rossi. Hi, Rossi. I am so mad at the way they ended the last season. That's not a good way to end a season. That was too much of a cliffhanger. That was like huge, huge cliffhanger. And now I keep reading that he might not even be, Voight might not even be on it next season. How is that possible? He woke up and now he remembers that he was a monster, but he doesn't have those urges anymore. And now what? I need to know these things. Are we staying or going? Somebody tell me. Can you even hear me? Is my audio working? Hello? Are we staying or going? I'm in a weird mood. What are we doing? Tell me. Oh. What are we doing? Alessi and Yannetti are going to be live on Lawyer You Know tonight at 7:30. Just FYI. Oh, somebody left. Nobody wants to keep going? Should I stay or should I go now? It is all the way up to my mouth. It is StreamYard. StreamYard hates me. I haven't had any sugar today. Have I? Have I had sugar? I had water. I had natural sugar. I had watermelon earlier. I've had watermelon and cheese and crackers. That's all I've had today. And coffee with no sugar. Oh, now we're down to 4. Okay, I guess that means we'll do Michael Bay tomorrow. Be here at 8 o'clock in the morning for Michael in the Phil Spector trial. I'm going to go eat something. That's probably what's wrong with me. I'm hungry. I guess I need to go eat something. I need to go eat. Can you hear me now? Okay. Bye, guys. I love you. I will see you tomorrow at 8 o'clock. Bye. Have a good afternoon. I only had 2 cups.